chat saying, Director, I'm here, but having some permissions.
Oh,
That's it. I don't see anything else, like chat wise.
I
I don't know if you
see.
can enable my chat just so that it helps with this conversation.
Yeah.
Okay. So I put on every time I talk, I have my own voice coming in my ears, and it's really stressing me out. So what's happening last time? Um, everything else we
Lindsay, can people hear anyone?
No. Really like push it.
So I think I
Ah, technology.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wait, they say they can hear us now.
Oh,
Right
okay.
as I took a bite of my snack. Apologies, everyone. For
because I'm sorry.
brought my snack right as you start to hear us. Sarah,
Let's
are
go
you
see.
still
All right, you
sitting?
guys chat. I'm gonna sort out my own microphone issues because I can't have this.
Okay, sounds good.
Good.
Ruhi, if you turn on, if you go to the YouTube
Okay.
and just mute it, you'll be able to see the chat there.
Excellent idea.
It's on the on the main screen, and that's the chat from Facebook and from YouTube. Sarah, it says that we're very soft.
Okay.
You can hear us, but very softly.
All right, I've turned that up now. Give it like
Is
15
that better,
seconds.
folks? We've turned up the volume. Apologies for the technical difficulties. All right. Well, Sarah is trying to deal with her own microphone issues. So in the meantime, I will just get us started. We're just really excited to come together today on International Women's Day. Great. I'm glad it's better. Um, to have some fun making some bras, talking about lingerie. We have a bunch of activities planned for the day. And so if you're on YouTube, if you go to the link below, there's a donate link and then there's a link with the whole schedule for the day. So you can kind of see what kinds of activities we're going to be doing. We're going to be having a lot of fun, but also we're going to be doing this for a really good cause, which is to support charities that support both education and journalism related to women and girls in Afghanistan. Um, Sarah, is your microphone back up to go, ready to go?
Well, the issue is that I can hear myself, so if I take my headphones out, then I'm okay. But it literally, as soon as I start talking, I hear my own voice delay slightly, and it's a very difficult thing. So I'm not quite done yet. I'm just figuring out what the problem is.
Got it. So we're going to be chatting a little bit today. Our first activity is that we're going to be chatting with Ruhi about her business as a custom bra maker and as a pattern maker, and just having some conversations about common fit issues and that kind of thing. So if you donate during this first hour, Ruhi, remind us what the perk is for folks who donate during this hour.
Yeah, so if you donate during this hour, I will be sending you a promo code for 50% off my pattern.
Awesome. That's a great perk.
No,
So yeah, I think so. It's a great pattern and that's a great perk. So again, if you donate even $1, every little bit counts. And that gets you, 50% off of Ruhi's fabulous pattern. Um, I guess we'll just go ahead and kick off and we can talk about your business and how you got into all of this. Ruhi, can you talk about what got you into bra making
yeah,
just to begin with?
it is quite the story. So hi everyone, my name is Ruhi. As Lindsay said, I am the founder of Ruby's Bras, and primarily my business is two things. It's a custom bra making business, and then um, I also designed my first pattern, which was the Sahara pattern. So when I was young, I'll tell you the long version because, this is like
We have an hour.
we're all in with this, so I don't have to hurry. I didn't have any boobs when I was younger. Like I got boobs at 20. So when I was in junior high, high school, I always prayed for boobs. Every single candle, every single eyelash. Like it's like the Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret book. Like that was me. And I never got them. And I became obsessed with them because I never had them. Like I was so flat. Not that there was something wrong with me. And I got teased for it, but that's okay. And at 20, my dreams finally came true. And I moved to Toronto for a summer for a co-op term. And my cup size went from like a A to a B to a C to a double D in 2 years.
Oh, wow.
And so, like,
Wow.
obviously, the universe granted me my wish, like with like a joke attached to it. And so I started getting like I loved my new boobs, and but I started like getting neck issues, back issues because I have a small rib cage, and I couldn't find anything that worked. Like it was weird. I thought that, oh my God, I'm gonna like have like these girls, the boobs look so good. But what I realized was they're wearing these bras, but it was super uncomfortable for them. So either you had a comfortable bra that was ugly, or you had your uncomfortable going out clubbing bra that gave you marks that, it just was so uncomfortable you couldn't wait to throw it off after you came home. Fast forward my husband and I ended up moving to Toronto, and I was having drinks with my girlfriend, and we were complaining about our bras as one does, and she says, "Why don't you make your own bra?" And I remember looking at her, and I'm like, "What are you talking about? Like that's not a thing." And she goes, "No, it's a thing. There's a course in Toronto, and they will teach you how to make your own bra." And I was like, "Oh my God, this is the silliest thing I've ever heard, and it's just so bizarre that I'm going to do it." Because it's just like I'm so desperate. So whatever, I'm just gonna learn. I'll probably come out of the course learning how to hem my pants. I still don't know how to hem my pants. Anyways, so I was a really, really slow sewer, like really slow. It took me, I felt like I was like the slowest one in my class. So I ended up actually it took me 6 months to sew my first bra. I just like didn't get it. And then I started picking it up, and then I got fast. Like once I got it, it took me a long time to get it, but then once I got it, I kind of became faster at it, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And when I wore it, I remember I started crying. Like it was the pattern that the school ended up using was Pinup Girls Classic.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like very basic. But I started crying.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I've never felt so beautiful. I had so many
That's
mistakes. It was
amazing.
pink and it was dual plex. And I started like showing my friends, like just flashing them and saying, "Oh my God, look at me. I made my bra. I'm so proud. Look at this bra." And my friends started coming up to me on the side saying, "Can you make me one too? I hate my bra too." I was like, "Yes, I will. This is so fun." Like I just thought it'd be this like fun side hustle. And I'm in marketing. A website was easy for me. Like that's just something that I just like doing. So that wasn't hard. And so I thought, oh, you know what? This is going to be a cool, fun side hustle, because I'm young and I have energy. And 10 years later, I do it full time. So,
That's so
and
awesome.
the name, again, because it's supposed to be a fun joke side hustle, the name is actually my name, Ruhi plus boobies is rubies, because it wasn't
Yeah,
really supposed to go anywhere.
we talked about that recently because I had
Yeah.
no idea
Yeah. People just assume
that
my name
was,
is Ruby. Yeah.
I was always putting an apostrophe in, and
Yeah,
Ruhi was
no,
like,
that's
no,
okay.
there's no apostrophe.
Yeah, I never thought it stuck. Like I had so many other names, and then people were
Guys, I
like,
think I have my audio problems fixed now. So
"Oh,
if you can both
amazing!"
hear me.
Yay!
Okay, hooray, I'm here. Yes. I'm so sorry about that.
Great.
It's unless you've experienced it yourself, it's so off-putting, like you can't focus on what you're
No,
saying at
no,
all.
I've had that. I've had that before. I know exactly what you mean, Sarah. So
Yeah, it really sucks. I'm gonna turn things over to you really quick, Sarah, to talk a little bit about the cause. I talked about it very briefly, but if you want to go into a little bit more detail, and I'm gonna go grab a power cord so my computer doesn't shut off on us. I'll be
Okay,
right
thank
back.
you for holding the fort, Lindsay, while I had my technical issue sorted out. All right, yeah. So the cause, we're donating to three very important organizations today. One of which is the BOW, the Vegan Organizations for Women. And what they do is well, I'll let them tell it in their own words. They sent a little video talking about what they do in terms of their educational resources, and it's really lovely. So it's about 1 minute long, so we'll see you in a minute.
Begum for Women is a non-governmental organization dedicated to defending and promoting the rights of Afghan women. Founded on 8 March 2021, it operates in Kabul through Radio Begum, a 100% female-run radio station broadcasting educational and informative content. And the most recently from Paris with the Begum Academy, a free digital educational platform that offers out of school students that entire school curriculum in video format. These videos are also broadcast throughout the Begum TV satellite channel, which broadcast courses, health programs, psychological support, music and entertainment from Paris to Afghanistan. Today, the rights of Afghan women are threatened more than ever, especially the fundamental right of girls to receive a quality education. By supporting us, making us known, and not forgetting Afghan women, because what's happening in Afghanistan concerns us all. Thank you for your support.
All right, so yeah, I think I think it's really important what they do. In case you weren't able to hear that, Ruhi, they provide um, online education resources of a full secondary school curriculum, and they have that online. They also broadcast it on the radio, or at least they try to, because they're having some issues being able to operate in the past couple of weeks. But I think it's just so important that um, I think it's also amazing that these women are able to continue resisting, continue uh, you know, helping each other, helping them educate themselves. And I think it's just really important that we can support that in whatever way we can.
Amazing.
Right. So, Ruhi, so you said that you took um, ages sewing up your first bra. So what has changed in your understanding since you're a beginner that has made you go from beginner bra maker to expert custom maker?
I did not realize how many issues people had. Like I thought, like I swear, every single time I have a client, I'm like, wow, there's another issue. I did not realize. I actually thought it was just me, which is really strange because in my friend cohort, nobody really complained about their bras until they did. And so I really didn't think it was, I thought it was just me who had the issue. I didn't know that there was such a big bra making community. I didn't know. I was really surprised to hear that it wasn't just me who had such an emotional connection to not having like the right bra and how it made me feel as a woman and how I identify like my own prettiness and my own sexiness. My breasts are like a part of that, and it's a part of my identity and my femininity. And so helping women kind of reconnect back and showing them that you can still be sexy and feminine and your old self. It's like a really, really powerful thing. But I just had to really educate myself, and as soon as I realized I didn't know what I was doing, I had to figure it out, and I've been trying to educate myself ever since then. But yeah.
Yeah, I think it is so difficult because the educational resources are just kind of not really existent, and the ones that do exist are very much tied into like university courses for people going into industry. There's not like a tradition, like not a tradition, but like there's not like a I could say yeah, like a tradition of bra making the same way that you'd find for like tailoring or something like that. It's
Yeah.
I often feel like we're kind of individual people working on our own and we're trying to learn stuff, but it can be difficult to figure things
Yes.
out when you're just working on your own.
I agree. I didn't know where to go. I was lucky because I was in Toronto at the time, and so I Googled, bra making courses, and Beverly Johnson's course came out, and she was in Hamilton, so it was an hour drive away. So I ended up literally taking all of her courses, like her professional. She at the time she had a professional designation course where you could immerse yourself. And I was so lucky because I think I was one of the last people that took it before she stopped doing it and retired. And then after that, I realized there were way more resources. But you're right, there isn't like a bra making designation place, and I really wish there was, because there isn't many like for custom bra makers out there, which worries me a little bit because, you know, we're all doing it for our own, but other people need help too, and there are many of us in the world. And I wish there was like one place that we could just learn everything and get some kind of designation and everyone would know everything, but there isn't. Like I bought books. I have like, I feel like I have all the books. I have the manuals, but we're constantly learning from each other too, which is really special.
Yeah, I think I mean I get questions all the time, like where do I go to get a custom bra made? Do you make custom bras? And my answer is always no. Here's my list. So I have like a list of all y'all. I should say probably not all y'all, but I have a list of a few of you. You know, I
Yeah.
have you on the list. I have Lily from
Yep.
Lily Signs on the list. I
Yep.
have Linda from Uplift.
Yep.
But
Yep.
like I think that's it
I
that I have on the
know.
list.
I
I'm
know.
sure oh, and I have Michelle from Melon Designs, but that's
Oh yeah.
I think
Yeah.
that's it. That's 4 people.
I know. I know. People in the world. It's crazy. I don't
Right.
know.
Right.
Yeah.
And all of them are either US or Canada based. And so I don't
Mhm.
like when I have people from, you know, other parts of the globe who ask that question, I really don't know where to send them.
Neither.
Um,
And I don't want to, like with Australia, like I sent Jenny some of them, but you know, there isn't, you're right. Like there's really a lack of people. It's really hard to be like custom. I know why now. It's not easy. It's not easy to make a living off of, because every client is a risk where you don't know, you have to give them a price up front, right? So you have to take a bet on how much you think they're going to use up of your time.
yeah.
And I've gotten better at this bet, but sometimes you just don't know. And especially when it comes to clients who say they have pain. That is like custom bra, like bra making community. You're the ones who are watching this. Like, you know, like when there's pain, that's a problem, because you have no idea why there's pain. You don't know whether this client will say, I have shoulder pain. Is it referral pain? Is it from something else? Can I fix it? Is it the bra? Rib cage pain. It hurts right here. Okay, let's do something there. No, it's hurting here. No, it hasn't gone away. And that really, I find like that's like the hardest challenge for me as a custom bra maker, to help. And with the Sahara too, right? Where even in our patterns and things like that, when we have pain, it's really difficult to try to assess, is it from years of, you know, bad bras? Is it something
Right.
else? A protruding
Is it
rib?
some completely separate medical condition? I mean, like
Yeah.
sometimes not everything is bra. Is bra related,
Not everything
right?
is bra, right? So that's really, really hard. And I understand women sometimes can't even wear bras because of this, and that really breaks my heart. So that's some of the issues. Like I think that's the biggest issue, I would say. And then large busts, like large busted. They're, we all know, like it's
Right.
it's a whole new
Yeah.
it's a whole new game. I feel like I'm always learning with those clients.
Yeah, I think because with the large bust, there's just no room for error. Do you know what I mean? Because a smaller bust is normally more self-supporting, and there's a lot less force on the bra. And as soon as you turn that force up, because
Yeah.
like if you think about it, every time you increase, like let's say you have the radius of your cup, every time you increase that by a certain amount,
Yes.
your volume is going up by the cube of that amount. So the weight of your breast is going up
Right.
that amount cubed, right? So it's a huge weight increase just for like a small change in the pattern size. And so you really, really have to know, like, okay, what's stretching, what's going wrong, like, because there is just no more of that wiggle room, because you have to get it right. And because the bust is so much heavier, there's so much more, you know, like capacity for pain, and there's so much more, you know, anything that can go wrong will go wrong with a large bust.
I agree. And the smaller the rib cage, the harder it is, because you have less circumference to work with. And then if a client tells me there's like they want strapless, that is like I'm like, oh my God. That is the hardest thing for me personally, is like strapless for large busted clients, because they don't want a droopy strapless bra. They want a strapless bra that makes them look amazing. And most of my business is virtual. So that's the complexity. Like, I think if it was in person, I think strapless would be easier, but I find for virtual strapless, like we have to make toiles for them, which we do, but it just takes a bit more back and forth and, a bit more time for strapless. But yeah, I
What are
struggle
your sort of
with
go-to issues and fixes like that you tend to see with strapless bras?
common issues. Just
And yeah,
holding the
and then the
breasts
sort
up,
of way you
like
fix
they just,
them.
you put the boning, and then you put the um, you put the wires, and it's just like you want to get the girls up, and it has to be comfortable. So if the girls, if the breasts are up, sometimes like it's not comfortable, and if it's comfortable, then there's not enough support, and then it's front closure because when you try to make it back closure, nobody can get the thing on. And so you're dealing with, if I fix one thing, another thing goes. And so it's been an interesting challenge. Sometimes I want to pull my hair out sometimes, but I'm learning. That's what I tell myself. It's learning.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, as long as you're always like consciously, this is what I find is that it's very easy to get yourself into a rut where you just kind of
Yeah.
anticipate certain results, and
Yes.
then you kind of you change your mind to believe that those results have occurred, even if they
Yeah.
haven't. So like making sure you keep that really critical eye of like, has this gone the way that I expected it to? If not, then
Yes.
why not? Then you're always learning and you're always like
Yes.
getting better.
Yes.
Did I tell you I once made I had very little this is when I made like a couple of bras, but I wasn't very good. I made my own strapless bra as an experiment. And what I did is I got these giant key rings that are about like this big in diameter, right? And they're like solid steel key rings. They're called like jailer's key rings. And I put them in a vise and I hammered it so that it like, if this is like my body, it was kind of like this. So it was like flat and then it came off like that. So the cut was suspended from this key ring. And then I went into a Bravissimo and I tried on every single strapless bra that they had in my size and around my size, and none of them were as comfortable as this like horrible keyring thing, which was actually
Oh my
not that
goodness.
comfortable either because it was this giant like bit of steel gauge wire. So I think that even ready to wear, there's issues there. And sometimes creative solutions can work even if they're not so great after wearing them for a couple of hours.
Oh,
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Go on.
Oh no, I was saying that one thing that we can pride ourselves in is that the standard is so low for ready to wear that like my clients were like, "You're a miracle worker." I was like, "Yeah, it's because we just have like just the shittiest bras in the world when off the rack. So now whatever I do, especially with even Sarah yours, like anything is better than what we're getting." And I was like, "Yay, thanks! What a win!"
Yeah. That's the one. I have a pet peeve, which is when people say like, "Oh, this pattern isn't up to industry standard." And
What?
I'm
I don't
always
even know what that
like,
means.
well, the industry has failed us for like decades. So
Yes.
I don't know
I don't
that
know.
that's
Yeah.
like really a criticism. Like if you're saying this isn't high quality, then say that, but don't say it's not industry standard. I don't know, because to me, like industry standard is shit. So that doesn't really like tell me anything about the pattern.
Yeah.
See, because I live in the UK, it's like, I don't know, I feel like there is high standard because we do just have a lot more available
You
and it's a
do.
lot
You do.
more
Yeah.
readily available. Like,
Yeah.
you know, in my city there is a Bravissimo and I can get anything up to like an L cup there, right? So like
I mean,
We don't have that. We
you
don't
have
have that
more
in Canada.
available.
no.
You have more
You do.
available.
Yeah.
I think that's 100% true. There's no question about that. But I still don't think, like, as someone who shopped at Bravissimo for
Hmm.
years and years, and for someone who bought Iwa bras for years and years, and
Hmm.
still always had wires all the way over here, even in an Iwa bra, which is like
Oh,
she's
really?
known for narrow wires, and they were still
Yeah.
too wide.
I refer
Like,
some of my clients to her.
right. I mean, she's like, this is not a like dig at her, but I think that like when you're talking about, it always just amazes me how little customization is in women's clothing just to begin with.
Yeah.
Right. Like you go into a tailor or you go into a suit shop for men. Like my husband, we buy him a new suit regularly. He's an attorney, so he wears one every day to work. And so, we'll go to even like a mall, like,
Yeah.
a suit shop in the mall, and they're like measuring all over his body to get him a suit that like
from a store in the mall for like $500 is going to be like a perfect fit.
Mm-hmm.
But then they send us to a bra store and like you have your cup and your band and that's it, right? But there's all these other aspects to your shape, to your, you know, your IMF that like aren't considered and really need to be considered.
Yeah, I totally agree. I actually thought that when I first started, I was terrified that I would only get large busted people, and I was like, oh my God, I'm gonna fail because like I struggle myself with that, but I was hoping that people would just be like me, large busted, small frame. But I actually find that it's not only the large busted clients that the industry has failed. I get all walks of life. Like
Yeah.
I get people who want more coverage, less coverage, padding, no padding, wired, no wired. People who like older, mature women who saying, I don't want these padded bras with these gaps in it. Like I just want to feel sexy again. And I'm thinking, Jesus, like what has this come to that it's not just people, it's people who can find things that fit, but they just are not satisfied with them because it's not making them feel beautiful. And they're the standard size, but they're still not happy with it.
Right.
And to achieve, these three things like fit, flatter, and function, it should be a right. And it's not. And that's sad. Like either, it fits and I don't feel sexy. And I think we as women, before we started becoming bra makers, I think that we just settled. Like I settled. I had like this Mary Jo bra, I remember, and it was like beige. I was like, all right, well, I guess this is it for my life.
We have a couple comments. One person, Rui Mines.
Yes, I was about to read them out.
Right, Christine Studley from Blush Bras. Wow, that's sort of a tongue twister. Also does custom bras based in Canada. And yes, she's also on my list. I just momentarily lost her in my brain when I gave you my verbal list. And then Zombie Balboa says it might be good to bring back corsets more for strapless. What do you all think about that? I have so many thoughts about corsets. I'm curious. Ruhi,
So, yeah. We've been playing around with corsets because I don't know. A part of me thinks it might be just easier. Like it just seems honestly, I've not that I've given up and going to corsets, but we're definitely playing around with corsets. It's just I just don't have that much experience with it. So when you don't have that much experience, you think you just hesitate because you know what you know. And so I've been playing around with corsets this year more and more. And so I think we're going to start offering that more as like an everyday option because right now we offered it as a like special occasion, and then this one particular client the strapless is just not working, and so we're thinking of doing a corset with her. And then I watched Allison's class in the Brabi last year, and she makes it look really easy. Like I did it once I did it a few times with Beverly. Like I have my own corset, but my size I can understand. So I don't know. Yeah, I think we're gonna give it more of a go this year.
That's really
Sarah,
interesting.
have you played with corsets a lot?
Do you know what my solution is to strapless now that I've outgrown my keyring hammered bra? Is that I've just been using tape, honestly. I find
Really?
that tape.
Yeah.
Yeah, I find that I found this technique that a plastic surgeon uses to tape the breast to simulate having a breast lift.
Which
and I
which
was doing it
tape do you
myself.
use?
I just use 3M micropore medical tape. It's really cheap. It's like £2 for like a spool of it, and
You
it's
just sent me
like
the
We might
link.
need you to like do a tutorial on this at some point.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
I
it's
feel
so-
like I'm scared of it. I'm scared of these tapes. I have booby tape in my store, but like
it's so much. The only issue is that it tends to come in like white and like beige. Like it doesn't come in any darker colors, which is annoying. But it's really good because it's not like it hasn't got any like latex. Well, I don't think it has. It's like paper tape. It's not like stretchy, and so
Right.
it comes off very easily because it's meant for like
yeah.
taping medical things onto you and then taking them
Right.
off. So there's no like.
Okay.
So I've heard horror stories of people like putting the tape on and then it like ripping off their skin and stuff. I feel like there's no danger with this tape.
Okay.
And yeah, you literally just kind of lift your breast, and all the tape stays on the breast, so it's not doesn't take up a huge amount on your body. It's I find it really good, and I'm about a 38-ish UK. So
Okay.
if you're larger, I don't know if it will work or not, but certainly works up to my size.
I think we're similar. I think actually we're the same size. What size are you again? What's your BCD?
About 38 UK. BCD, I don't know. I go by cup size.
Okay, yeah, I think I'm pretty sure we're the same because when I see you on Instagram, I was like, she has very similar boobs to me.
There we go.
I have My Perfect Pair, which is a company in the States, and she makes like booby tape that has like lace and stuff, so that it shows it doesn't look bad. And then booby breast tape is a good company here. So those are the ones that I use to sell, but I don't sell that many. So this medical tape thing I want to try it because I find those ones really sticky, and I have really sensitive skin, and so I'll have to get that link from you.
Yeah, it's definitely not like that. I use it. I
Oh,
started
you'll have to do
doing
a YouTube. You'll have to
mouth
do a
taping at night.
tutorial, Sarah, on how to do this.
Yes, I will. I use it to tape my mouth shut at night sometimes, so it's very much like I don't feel, like it's dodgy on my skin.
I'm gonna hop off really quick to go have a quick lunch break before we have to race Jen from porcelain to make panties.
Goodness.
I need some like calories before taking part in a sewing race. So
I see you're doping.
what?
Using chemical enhancements. I see.
Yeah, dosing with food. Ruhi, it was really lovely to see you, and I'm excited to hear the rest of your conversation with Sarah.
Likewise.
Sarah, is there a way to just remove myself here?
Yes, here's what I can do. I can just remove you from the scene, and then you should be gone. And I'm just gonna. Oh, are you gone? You're not gone. Oh, you're not gone because you're a director. I might have to turn you off. But you might have to turn yourself off if you're a director. If you go on, if you just turn off, yeah. If you just close the tab and come back in later, that might be the best thing.
Okay, I will do that. I'll just close the tab and come back. All right, enjoy yourselves, ladies.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay.
I can't see the comments come late to me. So does anybody have any questions, I guess, that you saw in the chat that I can answer? I still can't see the chat.
I can't see any. Yeah, I'm on the chat now. I can't see any questions past when we were talking about just bringing back courses for strapless. So yeah, I guess what I'm interested to learn is I had questions in my head prepared, but they're all gone now. So when here's my question. So I've been on your website before, and I've had a look at what you do, and you sell like, here's the model, and like here's like the approximate cost. So what is like so does someone just buy it, and then you have like a meeting with them, and they discuss like any potential customization options, or like how does that work?
Yeah, so most of the business that I get, they don't buy it online first. They book a fitting. And so the process is, so the page looks like a shopping page, just so that you kind of see what I can offer, like the range, and you pretend you're shopping, and then you're like, okay, now I should book a fitting because I don't, it's a big price point. So I rarely get people, like 95% of my clients book the fitting, and then they get a Zoom link, and I show them how to take measurements through video. So we'll take the usual measurements. We all know those measurements. And if I see they have a good bra on, then I'll take it with the bra on. But usually they don't have a good bra, so I'll take it with the bra on with the bra. And then I'll send them an actual sample. So that's one thing that I find is key. What I first started is I just did the measurements, and then I made the bra and didn't fit. And so I'll send them a sample. If I don't have a sample, I'll make a toile for them, just out of like Duoplex or something, or sheer cup lining. And then we'll see, like, did the measurements actually match up? And then the client has a sense of the style. Do they like the style? I'll send them swatches if they want. And then they send the sample back to me. That's when we started that's when the custom bra is made. So then send the custom bra to the client. And then obviously there's adjustments. Usually takes like, I say, kind of up to 3 adjustments. And that's kind of how the process works. And we take care of the shipping, like it's an all-inclusive price. Because I found that when you start, I don't want to say nickel and diming, but you want to pay one price, and marketing psychology kind of tells you this like free shipping, free this, free that, everything's going one price. So that's what I did. I kind of broke down. I had a business coach actually, which I would highly recommend for businesses. I wish I kind of hired this person years and years ago, but he helped me break down my cost, and I thought I had, but I guess I hadn't, and that's where I had to raise my prices significantly because he said, you know, you're not putting in like all these like little costs, and so it was really nice to have him and kind of understand how much time it goes into making the customer, but all these extra things that we don't really count in our costing. So
So was it just things like time spent reading emails, or like what kind of
yeah,
costs
things
were there?
exactly like little things. I'm like, oh, that doesn't matter. He's like, no, it does matter. Like, just put it in. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, so I have on my Ko-fi, I just have like fitting services. It's for like people who are making their own, so I don't make any of the bras.
Okay, you
And I
just
put
kind
the
of
prices. Yeah, it's just like helping them make their own, I guess is how I would describe it.
yeah,
And
perfect.
yeah, like I put the prices really low originally because I was like, I'm still learning, and now I kind of feel like I've sort of finished learning, and I need to put the prices up, but like they're really low, so I need to just kind of do it gradually. So
It's
I guess
really hard. No, it's hard. I did not. I
yeah, yeah.
remember when I put them, I had to double them. And I
Mm.
remember like wanting to, I remember that day very, very specifically. I felt nauseous. I remember I was like, I'm going to throw up. And
Oh,
I thought I'd have to close my business. Like I told my husband that. I said, oh,
mm.
I'm going to have to close Ruby's because nobody's going to buy these bras. Not the case. Like people bought. And I was like, oh, because they're seeing the value, right? And then I got
Yeah,
confident about it as well. I was like, no, this is worth it. Like I would pay it. Why do
yeah.
I think there's not many people like me? And so it was half me who convinced myself. Like it's like it's and then I reflected back thinking like, why like a man would not have this issue? Why is it like a woman thing
Exactly.
with
Yeah.
prices? Like I don't know why we like undervalue ourselves, or we think that I felt guilty. Like there was all these emotions with the pricing. So I hear you. Like I hear you. I had the same thing, but then my coach told me either you raise it or you don't raise it and you close, or you raise it and
Mm.
you give it a shot. And then finally I'm happy with, I feel like I'm getting paid. I feel like I'm, I want to do it. And because this is my full time, well, I consult as well. I do marketing consulting as well, but I do this for a living, like to make an income.
Mm. Yeah. Do you ever get negative reactions about your prices?
Oh yeah, yeah. So I have to like I'll say, okay, my bras start at 600 US, and they're like, and so sometimes I'm
Mm.
like, okay, sit down before you have a heart attack. They start at $600, and people are like, people pay that? It just like comes out of their mouth. I was like, yeah,
It's
they do. And then I start explaining, saying, it lasts like my
sorry.
clients have said, bras last them 5 years if you do, a cost per use. And how much money would you pay for feeling beautiful and confident and decreasing your massages, decreasing your physiotherapy appointments? And they're like, oh yeah, and so it's
Mm.
if you kind of say it's not just a throwaway piece, it's an investment piece. Then people start looking at it differently. And I think we as women, we're just so used to like the $20 bra, the $50 bra, and then
Mm.
splurging on the $100 bra, that seeing this price point is just shocking because we're not used to it. But for example, a Gucci bag will cost, $2,000, and we're like, oh yeah, that's fine. A Supreme hoodie costs so much money, and we're like, oh yeah, that's fine. But then you think a bra, which is a key piece to, your health, your happiness, your mental health, your confidence, your sexiness. We need to kind of change that perspective that we're worth it, and this is a really, really an important investment that we as women have to invest ourselves in, because our counterparts, our husbands, are spending thousands of dollars on suits, and we think we're not worth a custom bra. So it's like a
Mm.
conversation that has to happen. And I make sure that I don't want to have fittings where I'm always talking about the price. So I actually, before I have the fitting, before people book, I'm very transparent on my website, and I think that really helps. Where I say, here's the price, everything is there. There's no like, don't want you to be shocked when you book the fitting, because the fitting will take up to an hour, and we need to like get going. And so I'm just really like, here's what it is, here's the process, here's the pricing. You decide whether you think it's worth it for you, and if you have any questions, ask me. That's kind of how I go about it.
Yeah, and I think that's a really just because I think that because if you're getting custom clothing, it's kind of almost like a luxury service, and you don't want to feel like you know you just kind of want to feel like this is the price that I pay, and then I get good customer service out of it. You don't want to have to feel like, oh, she's going to charge me extra for this, she's going to charge me extra for that. Just want.
Exactly.
And if you're willing to, put in the payment for a high-end service, and you get a high-end product coming out of it. So yeah, I think that's
That's what I
probably
really try. Like I try to do white glove. I don't know whether that's appropriate. I don't know, whatever. I try to have like a really VIP special experience, because these women are coming up to me and they're paying, a decent price, and they want to feel special. They want to feel handheld. They want to feel cared for. And a lot of them, like, we all have like this emotional trauma and like this relationship with our breasts that we need fixed. And so, it's challenging that way, but I have that empathy because I'm in the same boat. So it makes it like easy to have that compassion for women. So, half therapy, half custom bra making sometimes.
exactly. And speaking of compassion for women, we have raised £325 so far out of our £1,000 target. So thank you to all those who have donated. And I'd say to keep those donations coming. And yeah, so oh goodness me, it's reading all these news stories about these women in Afghanistan and what they're doing. It's just so depressing to hear them. There's a story of this woman who she originally wanted to be an engineer, and that was very close to me because I studied engineering and I worked as an engineer for a little bit. I wasn't able to continue for health reasons. And then she ended up being forced out of that because obviously women aren't allowed to attend university anymore. And she ended up working in just working making clothing and I think it was embroidery. I'll double check the story. And she ended up being put into a forced marriage by the Taliban for essentially being outside her home without a male chaperone. So, you know, uh,
Yeah,
just
that's
imagining yourself in that position is just awful.
it's incomprehensible. I donate to a charity called AKDN, which is Afghan Foundation Network, and they actually have a lot of placement in Afghanistan. So I hear, like, I'm really well aware. So when you told me that it was like towards Afghan charities, I was like, oh, great! Like that's like that country and the women in that country they're really close to my heart because they're so smart, they're so educated, or they're trying to get educated, and they still have like the will. Like it is that country needs help when it comes to the women there.
Yeah, it's so amazing, like that they are able to like set up all these, clandestine networks of education and of, just helping each other. I think it's really,
Yeah.
it's so brave of them because the consequences are so severe. And they're doing it anyway because, they have that will to be free and to live their lives. And yeah.
Yes.
So I have a question for you. It's this, you know, maybe maybe a little bit cheeky. Is there anything that you feel like you learned embarrassingly late in your bra making journey? Like, was there anything that you feel, oh, I maybe should have figured that one out sooner? And I can offer some of my own things, so you're not alone.
Okay.
Okay, so do you want me to go first?
Yeah, I need to think about it.
Okay,
There's so many.
you can think about this.
Yes.
Okay. Um, okay, so for me, the thing that I didn't learn was the role of stretch in the cradle. I kind of always just been going on the assumption that if you use rigid fabrics in your cradle, the cradle won't stretch. And then I was getting these large busted clients, and the band were not quite right. And then I was realized, hold on a minute, this fabric is still stretching, and so I need to accommodate for that in my draft. And I feel like that one could have come a bit earlier on, if I'm honest with myself. But yeah, that's
Um, I remember being very confused about like grain lines and selvage, and I was too embarrassed because all these people in the class, like, they were already sewists and they already knew, and they just
right.
kept on saying that, and I was like, I don't really understand, and I never like asked any until I finished the course, and she's like, oh, it's just this. I'm like, oh my god, I'm so stupid. I've made many, like, even now sometimes like, God, I should know this, but who am I going to ask that won't judge me? Because I wasn't born, like, I didn't sew when I was young. I helped my grandma. She was a tailor. So I was like, why do I like enjoy this? And like where, people ask, did you sew when you were younger? But I remember helping my grandma out. So I picked it up, but I do find like I have 2 sewists now. So I find I'm still slow at sewing. And I find sometimes, like, how people say, you guys, like most of the sewing community, like sewing relaxes me. It's like therapy. I'm not, that's not me. Like because I think I started sewing right away for myself, but it was just 1 or 2 bras. And then I got into the business part of it right away. And so maybe that's it. I don't know. But I enjoyed it when it came to the finished product, but I get frustrated really easily. Like when that needle makes a noise, like I try to just ignore it. And then it gets louder and louder, and then I just try to ignore it, and then I'm like, like I just get so frustrated really easily when it comes to sewing, and I think that other people don't. I don't know, but
No, I'm exactly the same way,
are you?
honestly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm like you. I did like I learned how to use a sewing machine when I was in school, but like I didn't sew anything until like I wanted to make bras. I was like, this is my goal. I want to make bras. Now it's
Yeah.
like,
Okay.
a
Okay.
young
Oh, I
adult at
didn't
that
know
time.
that. Okay, I thought it was just me.
Oh, no.
I feel like everyone in this
No.
community is just like sewing when they were a baby.
No, yeah, I sometimes feel like that too. But no, I often feel like I'm uh definitely more on the design end than the sewing end. The
Me
sewing is
too.
a means to an end for me.
Oh my
So
gosh,
like,
me too. Me too. I like coming up with the visual and the design, and then I come up with, and then I'll ask my team. Like, so I have one sewist in Toronto, and then one sewist in the U.S. So it's a team of 3, and I will be like, here's my design. Can we do something? It means to, and they're like, okay, here's okay, and then I walk back. But I love like the design. I like the marketing. I like the dealing with clients, and so now I've actually like they do sew the bras. So I don't do the majority of the sewing anymore. If it's a quick alteration when the client is there, like I'll just do it. So I'm similar to you. I didn't know that. I kind of see it as a
that's
means to
made
an end.
history.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
like pretty things. I like making it really pretty. I like sheer. I'm obsessed with sheer fabric. I feel like everyone knows that. But
Oh, I love a
yeah,
good sheer bra.
I did
I
not
don't do
think it
so
would
well
work for me.
online though, because they keep getting taken down. Just every
Oh yeah,
time
they
I
always
just
get
post
taken
something
down.
on
I know.
Instagram,
Actually, it
constantly
was
getting.
it was Erin. It was Erin who like started. She started posting all these like her sheer cup lining. Sorry, her tool. I was like, that's not gonna fit me. Tool. It's like itchy and stuff. And then everyone just kept on like tool this, tool that. I was like, okay, fine, I'll give it a shot. It's probably not gonna fit. Like my F boobs. And then I was like, this is gonna change my life. I literally wear sheer bras almost every day now because it works and it's so sexy. I find I feel so sexy in them. I was not a
Yeah,
believer at all.
I really like layering lace and stuff, like a colored lace over like a skin tone sheer fabric, so it looks like the lace is
Yeah.
just the only fabric.
Yes.
I
Yes.
like kind of trying to make my bras look as delicate as they can be, even though they're quite
Yeah.
heavily structured. You got to hit that kind of
Yeah.
balance point.
I like I'm a seamed, like I'm a clean line. I find I tend to like lace fabrics and and sheer. Like I'm just like very minimal. So if I'm gonna buy a lace, I'll try to buy it like a very minimal lace. But then you'll see all these pretty laces, and then I have a shopping problem. Like I just buy it, and there's so many. I have so many laces, and my clients usually for the first one, they won't pick lace. They'll pick a simple solid color or sheer because I'm usually wearing a sheer bra. So I just have like this embarrassing stack of lace that I just hoard to myself.
But it's a business expense, so it's all right.
Yeah, exactly. I
You're
I
own stuff.
justify it as a business expense to my husband, and he's like, okay.
Yeah. So speaking of like clean lines and stuff, what do you like to do for seam finishes? What's your preference if you're like
Sorry,
got the cut seams and stuff?
could you repeat that question?
Yeah, so what kind of seam finishes do you like to use in bras?
I hate raw edges. Like I just can't. I don't know what it is. I just don't like them. They itch me. So I try to. I really like French seams. So in the Sahara, there's French seams. I just like as clean as possible. Usually what I do sometimes, if there's one layer, like I'll top stitch it. I really like but I'll top stitch it close to the raw edge and then I'll cut it off. But raw edge is just, I don't know what it is. I just hate it. I can't stand it. So in my pattern, every single raw edge is covered. And I don't like covering it with something. I don't know what it is. Like, oh yeah, just put like some stapler tape or something like that. I was like, no, like I just have to make things really difficult for myself. So I think French seams are really pretty. It's my favorite.
Yeah, I think they're really beautiful as well, especially on that kind of sheer fabric if you get them really neat. Yeah. Oh, I'm offended though. I love seam tape. That's my personal favorite. I think the seam tape
Really?
is
Okay, maybe
lovely.
I'm not using it
Yeah.
properly then. Because like that's like I'm open. Maybe I suck at using it.
I just
No,
don't.
I think it's just one of those things where if you like it, you like it, and if you don't, you don't. I think the thing that I like about seam tape is that it does give a bit of extra strength to that seam.
Yeah.
In a way that just using like just stitching it,
How
as
do you
fabric
how do you
doesn't. But
finish it that it looks pretty? Like I have to see a picture. Maybe I'll go through your Instagram. You have to send me a picture. Maybe I'm
yeah, I don't think I necessarily have any good. So I only have Instagram pictures of it like on black, so I don't think you'll be able to see it very well. But I literally just
Yeah.
like construct it. I do the seam and then I sew the seam for one bit and then I put the seam tape on top and then the end of it is covered with the other bit of seam tape. So it's just top stitched down and
okay.
the seam allowances are just hidden. And anywhere where the edge does come up, I just fold it underneath and then just sew it down and you can't it flattens out so well. I
Really?
find that you don't notice it. Yeah, I use like I'll either cut up on grain strips of sheer cup lining or I will
Oh yes,
buy
Shirt
separating
lining.
weight, but
Yes, we do that. Like I do that. I use it as stabilizer. So I just fold this. We have strips of shirt lining folded in 3, and then we use it as stabilizer.
yeah. So just like strip for that, and then
Yeah,
So, yeah.
that looks really good.
My hot take. Can you all hear me?
Oh, I think you're
Yes.
muted, Lindsay.
Oh, I can hear you.
Oh, can you hear? I can't.
Yeah, I can hear
That
you.
might be me. Let me add you to the scene. Oh, I think it's because I hadn't added you to the scene, maybe.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you still.
Yes, okay. I can hear you. Sorry, I had
No,
you
it's okay.
turned your volume
I
turned
probably
down for
should
some
have done
reason.
something. My hot take is that I don't mind a raw seam. I really
Ooh,
don't.
that is a hot take.
I like to just.
We're all
I
in 3
don't mind
different
it.
camps.
I know, and I don't mind it.
Me.
Okay, so you can say hi really quickly.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, go back to daddy. He has the flu today, but he's like well medicated on acetaminophen, Tylenol right now, so we're good for now. But yeah, I don't know. I don't even mind it over my nipple. Like I just don't really mind seam.
I think it really itches me over my nipple. I find, but I don't know.
I will
Whatever.
say I have very like non-sensitive nipples. Like one time I was actually at Madeline's studio and Maddie was pinning something on me and actually accidentally pinned into my nipple and I didn't notice. So perhaps I just have like weirdly
Steel. Okay, you guys, we can't mention that word because like YouTube's gonna ban us
really? That's dumb.
sometimes. It's so
Sorry.
dumb.
That's really dumb.
I know. Or we can just say it a
Again.
lot and then be like, "Are you serious? Did you really ban us on International Women's Day for saying nipple? Like, screw you."
I'm a free speech lawyer in my other life. So hi Emily.
Hello.
Hi Jen. Hi Emily. Do we have Jen? Is Jen? Do we
Yes,
need to add
Jen's
her?
on the stream, so no, she's added automatically, so everything's
Can
good.
we hear her? Oh, she's on mute. Hi Jen.
Hi.
Okay, we can hear you. Awesome.
So
We
my
just talked
computer
about
crashed
seam finishing.
yesterday. Sorry.
Oh, no. Yeah.
So we're on the phone.
Oh no. Ruhi, any last words before you have to hop off and enjoy your time in Mexico?
No, I just wanted to say thank you for inviting me, and I'm so happy that you two were able to put on this wonderful cause. Like, thank you so much for taking the time to doing that. And I love this bra making community, and I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming on, Ruhi, and thank you for donating your time as well. And so with that, we are ending the perk of the Sahara pattern. So if you donate in the next couple of minutes or so, you will get that. If not, then I'm sorry, you're too late. You'll just have to email Ruhi and beg for it. But don't do that.
Don't do that.
Just email me a
Just buy
screenshot
it.
of your donation, I guess. Email whoever donated, email me a
Oh, it's okay.
screenshot of your
I'm,
donation.
I'm organising it on
Okay.
my own end, so don't worry about that. It's all good.
Got it. Okay.
Yes,
Bye,
thank you so
everyone.
much.
Okay.
Hi, Ruhi. Good to see you.
Bye, Ruhi. I'm
Bye.
just going to update some of the stream text, so you two can get
Yeah,
chatting.
sure.
I'll just do that right
So
now.
we'll take it away. So Jen, thanks again for joining us. Is Emily going to join, or she just decided to say hi?
She is going to be holding the phone
Oh
because
my,
I can't find my phone holder as well. Like it's been a day. It's been a couple
oh
days.
my God,
My-
Emily, you're the tripod.
My computer crashed yesterday. Our coffee maker crashed yesterday. And my printer 2 days ago. I dropped my phone, so this big shatter across the screen. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, you've had a month, I feel like, because you were traveling and then you were sick, and then all of your coffee maker. I don't know
You
how
know my
I would
coffee
handle it.
maker.
I do. I almost bought the same one, but I ended up buying a different one. But
We just ordered a new one. I think we're getting one that's more of espresso style that we can put
Yeah.
any type of milk thing on it. So that's arriving today sometime. So you may hear a doorbell ring at some point, and that'll be our delivery of our new coffee maker.
yeah, we just got one that sounds kind of similar. We got a DeLonghi machine.
Yeah,
that
I think that's
does
what we
a lot
got.
of- But we might just have the same as the same machine then. I'm loving it. I've got my iced coffee here in my
Cool.
journalism mug or cup, because a couple of the charities that we're actually supporting today are journalism related, which, as someone who has been in the journalism industry for a long time, that's really near and dear to my heart. Media is quite censored in Afghanistan, and especially with regard to issues such as women's rights. So the fact that some of these charities are out there, telling women's stories despite the lack of press protections that we enjoy here in America and in a lot of the Western world. That's the bravery of those journalists and the bravery of the women whose stories those journalists are telling is just really incredible. So if you donate during the next hour while Jen is with us, you will get you'll be entered for a chance to win one of her lovely patterns. She has several sports bras. She's got the tank that I'm wearing under this sweatshirt is Jennifer's pattern. Anyway, so donate in the next hour for a chance to win a porcelain pattern. And of course, all day, there's also the chance to win a pattern and kit, I believe, from pour overs. Pattern and kit from Emerald Erin, as well as some perks from Sarah from Hugs for Your Jugs with personal coaching on how to make your own bra. And also, I realize this hasn't been mentioned anywhere, but you also will be entered for some credit for So Busty patterns. So
Sorry, I forgot to put that on.
no, it's totally fine. I think I never confirmed that with you. It's been quite a week or 2 weeks. I was traveling for work for a week, and then this week, I don't know. Anyway, my day job has been taking all of my brain lately. So, we all like to keep busy, us ladies. So we are gonna race to make some panties here in a minute. And I've got mine, I cut mine out during the last session. I'm very excited for these panties to be that I have going on here. And we're using the Emily Brief pattern, which Jen, that's named after Emily, I presume,
Yes,
right?
it is named after Emily.
She actually all got to see the namesake of the Emily pattern.
Yeah, there she is.
Hi, Emily.
And we're wearing our women's shirts. The girls just want to have fundamental rights shirts.
Yeah.
Very nice. We love to see that.
So I don't know if there's a way to flip the camera so she can see see. You're okay for doing this? Okay, so I have no idea what she's going to do. It looks like yes. Okay. So
Okay.
you can now. Okay.
Yes, that's excellent. That's on the back camera now.
Yay!
Sorry for I am fully here now. I was just updating some social media posts and updating the stream, so everything's all done with that now. So I apologize for my rudeness.
You're totally great. And Sarah, do you have your pattern cut out and ready?
I do. I have my pattern cut out, but I don't have any fabric cut out. So we'll have to do that.
We'll have to give you a minute to. Okay, so why don't we do this? Why don't we let Sarah get her fabric cut out, and then Glenn and I can chat for a little bit while Sarah gets her pattern cut out, and then we can get sewing. I do need to put in matching.
How about this? We'll set a time. If I can cut it out in under 90 seconds, then I donate £10. If I take longer, then I have to donate £20. How about that?
That sounds great. How the heck would you cut out a pattern in 90 seconds?
Well, I mean, it's going to be an artistic interpretation of what the pattern is. Let's see. I'm going to get the fabric out first, and I'm going to have this cutting
Let
done.
me know when you're ready, and I'll start the stopwatch.
I'll get it laid out.
I cannot cut anything in 90 seconds. So if you do this, I'm gonna just like bow down before you. Like,
no, I don't think it's gonna happen, but I'm gonna give it an honest try. Okay. I've got to do the other bit as well, so I've got to give myself like a minute for this one.
Three pieces.
And then,
there's 3 pieces to this pattern.
Yeah,
well, and one has to be cut out twice.
And one of them has to be cut out twice. Jennifer, it's so funny. I was looking at this. I was looking at the size chart, and I'm like, I'm a 3XL. Like Jen's patterns are usually super inclusive. Like for me to be a 3X, and then I realized I was looking at the youth size chart, and I was like, oh, that makes so much more sense. This pattern is very inclusive. It goes all the way from like, what is it, an extra small up to
I think I have 2XL or 2X. No, I think just XL up to 3X, but I have additional crotch pattern pieces that go down for people that are have a much shorter span of the body, so it can really be modified.
Yeah. Now that I realize the pattern that I have right here says extra small through 3X, and I have a 34-inch waist and a 42-inch hip, and I'm smack dab in the middle of that. So that gives you kind of an idea of how inclusive this size is, which is one thing I just love about Jen's patterns is, pretty much in the bra patterns too. Like if we were talking with Ruhi about how like you go to a store, even a mall store, to buy a suit for a man, and like they do all these measurements and it's like custom made for that person, and women don't have that. But your patterns really are like very custom in that way, with the wire and the wire shape and the band and the cups, which is like why I will always fangirl your patterns.
Oh yeah, my Eve has a couple thousand variations to it. I had a number originally, but I have no idea what that is.
I think you told me it was like above 2,000 when we talked about it recently. Are you ready, Sarah?
Hold on.
Okay, tell me when you're ready for the
prep this.
Tell me when you're ready for the top one.
Can I just ask a question before I'm cutting out? So it's the main outer fabric and then the same piece for the gusset, right? Or is that okay, so I'm gonna get that ready. I got my old t-shirt here, which I always use for my gussets. Okay.
I know, because we were talking, Jen, about you grading my patterns, and I was like, I have 160 sizes, and other people who I've talked to about grading have told me I'm nuts, and like this is gonna take so long. And you were like, it's fine, I have 2,000 sizes in the Eve.
Well, I mean, you've seen how long it's taking me. I mean, right now I've just been focusing on the main sizes without the cups. But the cup part is going to be honestly the easiest part of the grade. It was just getting the rest of it, to work. So I don't think yours
you worked very quickly. The other, I will say, just like briefly, like that some of the other quotes that I got for grading, folks were estimating it was going to take them 20 to 40 hours. So
I think I'm at 4.
yeah, right. Yeah. You were like 4 or 5 maybe. And I was like, okay, yeah, you're fast. Are you ready, Sarah?
Yeah, I'm ready. Okay, set the timer.
Okay, I'm
All right.
starting the stopwatch. Ready,
Okay,
set,
give me
go.
3, 2, 1. Okay. Oh, I don't want to cut my headphones. Okay, that's fine. So I think we can safely say that whatever my pattern turns out to be, don't judge the Emily brief on my pattern. I think it's just going to be, oh God, I can already see it's like completely off. That's okay. That's okay.
That's okay.
No, I don't have
That's why we
You know,
use stretch.
Nikki, yeah, and Nikki from Sewing My Style and now Bra Builders, she says, and I love this, that it's not that serious. It's just sewing. It's not that serious. You're supposed to be having fun, Sarah.
Exactly. And I'm having an amount of stress that I can maybe interpret as fun in my brain. Okay, that's 2. Come on. Oh God. Oh, what's my time? Am I running out of time? I've got
You're
my phone
doing
out.
really well. You're at 48 seconds right now, 49.
Okay. All
You've
right.
got time, like I am amazed.
Ooh, I don't think I can do this with a bra. I feel like if you did this with a
30
bra, the whole
seconds
thing would like.
left.
Oh God. Okay, that's kind of move. Okay.
20
Okay.
seconds.
Oh no. Oh my God. Oh my God.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh my gosh!
Okay, it's okay. It's still apart.
That's
It's apart.
amazing.
I'm trying to cut through half of it. No.
Oh my god. I feel like it counts, Sarah. It counts.
No, it's okay. I'll donate the 20. It's all good. It's all good. I'll just finish this up. Okay.
Oh
All
my
right.
god.
Okay.
Jen, do you have your sewing machine set up or just your serger?
I have both. We're in my sewing, my room. So we have my zigzag and where is the other one? In my serger over there. So I'm going to do most of it with the serger, and then I'm going to finish it with my regular machine.
So
So-
Sarah
this
doesn't
is
own a
so
serger.
far
So
out.
what if we
I
did
don't
this
know if
extra fun and did it all on the zigzag machine?
Well, you can get away without having to do a zigzag on the side seam. You can do a straight stitch. Honestly, most of the seams you can just sew with the straight. You could probably, the only part you'd have to do with the zigzag is with the elastic. I would probably put some type of stay tape or something where, at least like on the side seam, so if it does stretch when you're pulling it on, it doesn't pop the seams. But I've done that too. Just take a little
that's
piece of
awesome.
self and sew it in.
But I guess that makes sense because you're not really trying to make it stretch up and down, right?
Yeah.
All right. Are we? I need to thread my machine.
Okay. All right.
I want to thread my machine before we start.
All right.
Because I currently have purple thread and that.
Oh, I need nippers. Go find me some nippers, kiddo. Do we have
I'm gonna
nippers
try
on
and
this?
figure out the fastest way to put this together. I think my fabric is still attached.
My mess?
Yeah.
Those will work.
Okay. Okay.
So this is my cutting table.
Yeah, you have the best sewing studio, Jen.
Here we go.
Oh,
little
that's really nice.
tour.
I had the great pleasure of visiting Jen back in, I guess it was October.
Yeah, it was right between hurricanes.
Yes, it was right between her. It was quite. It was a. I was quite lucky because I was in North Carolina the previous week with the other hurricane and got out of North Carolina right in time, and then I was there and got out of Florida right in time for the other hurricane.
Yeah, and we lost power for what, 5 days, I think. Almost a week. Yeah, I think we lost power for almost a whole week.
That's a lot. We do have a really big donation though going to hurricane relief efforts from the Jet Set course. I think.
Oh yeah, I just sent you the payment from that.
Right. So I think it's $180 that we're going to be sending this week to to hurricane relief efforts, which, you know, I think people forget that, like, it's not a quick thing. Like, just because you're not hearing about hurricane relief efforts in, you know, in the media so much anymore doesn't mean that it's not still like a very active issue. So,
and I have a couple of my students who still are not in their homes.
right.
You know, because it takes a long time to get the permits on stuff. Okay, so I'm cheating and pinning while you guys are doing whatever.
You're pinning. I wasn't even going to try to pin. I was just going to do it.
You're not gonna
can I
pin.
ask what the? Nah, it's so good.
I'm gonna pin. I don't understand you folks who don't pin. I know Jen often doesn't pin too, and I just like.
Well, this is a really stretchy fabric, so I don't want to not sew it.
I don't do like a ton of pinning. I do like 3 pins for the side seam, but still more than none.
Yeah, that's.
I was just gonna, like, you know, make something that's got 2 leg holes and a waist hole. I wasn't gonna try and make it any better than that, really. I'm playing to win.
All right, Sarah's gonna win and not have a wearable garment. Jen and I are gonna have wearable garments and lose.
Yes, that's correct. No, if I say this and then I still lose and it looks awful, then I'm going to be really. Can I just ask what the elastic allowance is meant to be on the legs, or is it? So I just kind of got some stuff here. It's like
The
centimeter.
seam allowance on everything is basically a centimeter, so 3/8 of an inch.
Fabulous.
So that should be
Okay.
And then I'm just using a plain lingerie elastic and turning it over. So I don't know if you're using decorative.
Yeah. I'm just like
gonna use fold
some
over
stuff in my
everywhere.
stash. I've got some stash stuff. Okay. All right. Are we all ready? Do we all feel like?
Okay, you're gonna have to tell me because I can't see since I'm seeing the back of my phone. So you'll have to say go when we can start.
All right. Okay. Are you all ready? Ready?
I'm ready.
Set.
I'm ready.
Go. Oh my gosh. I'm like, okay.
I don't think my seams are the same length as each other. I wonder how that happened. Okay.
Okay.
I don't hear anyone sewing.
I just sewed.
Are you done, Sarah?
Done. I sewed one seam.
Oh, okay.
I don't have my gusset.
I was like, what?
My second gusset piece is missing.
Oh my gosh. I can't. I am so slow. I am not a fast sewer. So this is a lot. This is stressing me out a little bit.
Well, I know you're not an accurate sewer.
Oh, excuse you. I'm not accurate on your machine because your machine is
It's awesome.
well, no, it sucks. I'm sorry.
No,
but
it's awesome. It's an industrial machine.
No, it's an industrial machine that has like no guidance at all and is just completely, I don't know. I do not like your machine.
I think your problem is user error.
I mean, probably. It's probably just that I'm not used to that machine. 100%. Like, I have no question about that.
Okay.
You guys trying to trash talk?
Yeah, because Jen had me like sewing this whole ass bra on her machine. And like it's just very different from my machine. Because I don't have an industrial machine.
Yeah.
And then she
have,
likes to talk shit about my sewing. Okay, I fucked up.
I've never used an industrial machine, so I feel like I'd probably be the same way.
You guys, I have to do seam ripping.
Your seam ripping?
What are you doing?
Yeah, I like got things caught, and so like there's fabric that's caught in a seam that shouldn't be in that seam. Because I was trying to be fast.
Do we want to raise the stakes a little? Do we want to say if I lose, I'm going to donate another £20. So if I come third, I'm going to donate another £20.
Uh-huh. That sounds good.
And
If
if
I
I
lose,
come-
which I'm going to lose, I'll donate $20. I'm 100% going to lose. That's fine.
Okay.
Jen's probably like basically done there, huh?
I'm sure she is.
Jen, how's it going?
I'm going. I've got one more elastic to go.
Oh my god, I
Oh,
hate you.
that's
I don't actually hate you, but holy shit, you're so fast.
You know, I was actually debating on cutting like 3 of them and seeing if I could sew 3 and the amount of time it takes you guys to sew.
Yeah, you should.
I nicked my elastic though, so that's 1 point off for me.
I haven't even started my elastic.
No, I haven't started it either. I'm still doing the last side piece.
So this really isn't a race. Come on.
It's not what?
Listen, me and my trusty Genome 7025 beginner sewing machine, we're going to get there no matter what.
Jen, I was fine on that other machine at your business.
What, the zigzag?
Yeah.
Well, it's the same machine.
The one that's not an industrial machine.
I don't know.
Like
which
it was
machine.
one of the ones that you
Use a
used for
pin.
your classes that I was sewing on, remember?
I do not recall.
What?
But I don't recall which one you were on.
I don't know which one I was on. It was one of the ones you used for your classes. I think it had a price tag on it, so I think it was also for sale.
It's probably one of Catherine's. Side seams.
Right. So I'm cheating a little bit, and I'm doing a floating gusset with mine.
I'm also doing a floating gusset.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'm not cheating, so that's all right.
That's okay. That's okay. I'm doing my side seams. All I have left to do is my zigzags.
Okay. I need to put on my elastic.
I need to put on my elastic as well.
Did you do your elastic before your side seams?
Yes.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, I did my I did my elastics on the legs and on the waist, and then I sewed the side seams, and now I'm going to go to my zigzag.
No, that's really smart, but that's not what I did.
Yeah,
I
I probably should have done that too.
But you can fake it when you're doing this. Okay, let's see, we got zigzag. Let's see how we're going to do a short one and wide.
To tell you guys the truth, I rarely make knickers. I don't really like wear them, to be honest. I wear like boxer briefs. I'm a boxer brief kind of gal.
Okay, this is not.
And I like having my legs covered. I like having like my inner thighs kind of like protected rather than like having elastic going in down my groin. That's my preference.
Interesting. I don't sew them very often. I mostly buy them because I just don't really. Actually, when you and Ruhi were talking about how like sewing is not like that relaxed, like I feel 100% the same way. Like I don't really feel like sewing is that relaxing. And like I would rather make something that I'm actually gonna see, or like a bra, but like I don't know, underwear is just boring, and I am perfectly happy just buying underwear.
It's on the wrong side.
I had to go buy some because I lost weight and I didn't have anything that fit me, and I was tired of them falling off of me as I was wearing them.
Yeah.
But this is the first of many that I need to be making. I have a whole box full of fabrics that kind of left over.
Oh, I know about all of your fabric.
Lindsay, I put my elastic on the wrong side. I only just noticed. So it's gonna be an outside elastic now.
Oh
If I do
my
it on
God.
both, it'll kind of be like a fashion choice.
I am very slowly sewing my elastic on. You can hear my machine stopping every couple seconds to make sure the elastic's still aligned. Well, because I'm doing fold over elastic, and I'm doing it in one pass.
I'm doing plush elastic 2 passes because I don't trust myself to do speedy. I also fold over elastic compartments. Something in my stash that I know is probably I'm not going to use. Okay, let's go.
Are you done yet, Jen?
Almost. I'm on my waistband elastic.
Ooh.
I really should have done your elastic method. That's so smart
Yeah.
to do elastic first.
Attaching it with the overlock?
What?
What? Attaching with the overlock? Or
Attaching the elastic before you sew the seams.
yeah. Oh yeah, that's like the manufacturing way to do it.
Yeah. See, there's Jen coming in with her industry knowledge.
Yeah.
You missed the conversation earlier, Jen, about how I hate references to the industry.
Done. I'm done.
Oh my gosh. Okay, Jen wins.
I'm so far away. Like I'm not. I'm
I'm working. I'll be there eventually.
Okay, I gotta clip my threads.
Oh my gosh, we're clipping threads. Okay.
So you guys have a couple, a minute. Okay, well, Sarah definitely beat us for cutting, but I think I beat us for sewing.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, Sarah
really did.
is like the cutting queen. Like what?
Well, only because I barely cut the pieces. It was mostly,
Okay.
mostly just getting through the fabric in a vague shape.
And they're
I've got
wearable.
one elastic on so far.
I'm doing second pass of bow tie. It's that like no, well, because that's the inside. That's why. Yeah. Also, my leg elastic's on the outside, and I definitely did that on purpose.
Yeah, of course you did.
I want to see what you guys are doing now. Yeah, I lost the foot to my machine. It popped off.
Oh no. Oh no. But you finished.
Where's
already.
the end of this?
All right.
If I make the zigzag narrow, then it will slow slightly faster. Okay.
What was that record? About 20 minutes?
I don't even know. You were really fast. I don't even think it was 20 minutes. I think it was like 15 maybe. I'm so jealous of people who can sew that fast.
I used to tell people there's a lace pair of underwear I make and I can do about 10 an hour, and people were like, no, you can't. I was like, yeah, I can.
I believe it.
That's
You're
amazing.
really
How did you learn to get so fast?
Well, I had to do my when I was out in San Francisco before. I was selling in a lot of different stores, and it was before I actually worked with a factory, so I had it down pat, so I could deliver 50 pairs of underwear to several different shops, and so I just had it down to a system where I would I would sew all the same thing on all of them, and so just a nice big batch. And then once I put them to production, they pretty much did the same thing. But it's,
For people who are watching, I'm curious, are you fast sewers or are you slow sewers or somewhere in between?
So
Also,
I'm
I
not
want to make sure that the chat is working because we haven't had a message in 20 minutes.
I'm also concerned about that.
Well, I know I'm fast, but I am by far not very accurate. But it's stretch fabrics, and as long as it fits.
Exactly. I'm going to stick with this elastics on the outside business. I think if I've done it like for all of them, then it's just going to. Lindsay, how close are you to finishing?
I'm almost done with my second leg elastic, and then I have to do the waist elastic.
Gonna be tight. I'm on my waist elastic now.
Ah! All right. I'm probably gonna lose. That's fine. I'm happy to lose.
Oh, this is fun.
I'm already donating £20, so
Here you go. It's my turn.
I think I'm going to treat myself to get a pedicure. I really need one.
That sounds nice.
you'll probably do one now just while we're finishing up.
Probably.
Go get your tools? No, because I'm not really good at painting my own nails, so I go to other places to do them.
Same.
I've never when I was maybe about 12, I've not painted my nails ever. Like it's just not something that I don't know.
Well, I don't really do my fingernails. I only do my feet because my nails would get so nicked from sewing, like with pins stabbing it, and they never look good. So
we have a question here. How do you attach wide stretch lace around the leg holes and waistband? Mine rolls up on itself. Maybe Jennifer, maybe you could answer that since the rest of us are sewing. So
honestly, because it's not super stable, it usually does roll. Like if you were to sew it kind of completely over the fabric, so not having it like on the top edge, so it actually has the full stability of the panty, it probably wouldn't roll, but then that kind of defeats the purpose of having the decorative edge on the top. But that would keep it from rolling. Other than that, you would have to get really a lace that's as thick or as firm as the other one, as your fabric, so it would have to have the same stretch.
That's helpful.
Ran out.
Let's see.
Are you done?
No, I was done, but my bobbin ran out.
Oh no! Oh, that might like give me an in here. Okay,
and I checked that first.
Also, mine is like completely like mine's like half inside out. It is an item that I could fit on my body, but like only barely. So we're going. Oh, but
I am currently about to start my waist elastic here.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm on the second pass, so I'm over my.
I'm doing one pass. I'm doing a single pass here.
Well, I get to hang out with a whole bunch of bra makers in about 2 weeks. I'm super excited about it.
Your retreat?
Yeah.
I'm so jealous of everyone who gets to go.
We're going to have a lot of fun.
I bet.
I'm done. Technically it's finished.
Good job. I am not. I'm almost done. I'll be there.
Hang on. Okay. So on mine, the leg hole elastics on the all of the elastics on the outside, and then also one of the side seams on the outside. So it is done.
Yeah, right.
At this point, it's actually quite hard to tell which one is the outside. Okay.
Jen, tell me, what's your pattern that you're doing, the original pattern that you're doing for your lingerie retreat?
I am doing a robe. It's a really cool robe. Actually, I've got I'm doing a raw silk. Lily helped me find this fabric. This is one of the fabrics for it. It is gorgeous.
Oh, beautiful.
And so that's going to be on some of the panels, and then we got a brown bra still for the rest of it. So
That's lovely.
I'm excited about it, but we only have enough fabric for like 8. So, but right now that covers everybody.
That's great.
So we have enough fabric for probably one more person to join our retreat.
Ooh. I wish I could be that person.
Yeah, that would be good.
It would be so fun.
I know, Lindsay, we had so much fun while you were here. I was actually realizing, I was like, I need to finish editing our podcast. I'll probably get that up this next week.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, that'll be perfect because maybe it'll be out right in time for the testing on the Rittenhouse dress to start.
Yeah. I just need to make a couple changes to my robe, and then we'll get back to your cup sizes.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, there'll be a
How is
testing
the Rittenhouse going?
What?
How is the Rittenhouse going? What's the situation?
It's completely drafted. Jen is grading. She's like almost done grading, really. She's at the cup sizes, right?
Yeah, I started with, of course, the base sizes. So just the 26 through, was it 56 we're doing?
56, yeah.
Yeah, so 26 to 56. So I did the basic size range first. I started with, of course, the skirt, and then I worked on the back, and I've worked on the front most recently. And now that I've got kind of the whole range for the one cup size I worked on, now is the time I get to split it up and then do all of the cup grades for each one of the sizes. So that'll be fun.
Because it's D through L cup sizes. Are included. There's amazing. 9 cup sizes. So
what's different about grading a cup-sized pattern, like clothing pattern, versus just grading like a standard size? Is there any like interesting nuance there, or is it just kind of like similar largely?
I have to look at the whole thing as a grid and just grade the different parts of the grid, so where they hit on the body. So obviously the bust is really the biggest, the bust curve is the biggest change that's going to happen, of course, in the height, because we have to make sure that the amount of volume across the body gets smaller, as well as the length of the princess seam also needs to get shorter, while also maintaining all of the other seam lines that we have already determined. So the waist has to stay the same, the side seam has to stay the same, and we just have to shrink everything in the middle.
And the drafting is different too. I mean, so I sent Jen the base size, which is the size 36, in all 9 cup sizes. And the drafting, I basically had to do small and full bust adjustments. I started with a J cup and then did full bust adjustments up to an L, and then did small bust adjustments down to a D. But obviously there was that's a big small bust adjustment, right? From a J to a D. So there was a lot of that was a quite iterative process. It wasn't just like a basic small bust adjustment. It was like, okay, this pattern looks insane. Let's fix it. So Jen, I will say what would be the waist dart, if that, but it's a princess seam, changes with the D, E, and I think F cups because, because of how, anyway. So
yeah, I figure, and I caught other little things. I'm super meticulous about making sure everything checks off, like that's in the right place. So Lindsay's probably been bothered by me the last couple days because I constantly message her. Oh, did you mean to do this? Did you mean to do this? And she's like, oh no, that's okay.
No, and which is super helpful. I mean, this is why, Jen is working with me. Okay, sorry, I can't multitask. Working with me on this because I'm a lawyer, right? I have a master's degree in journalism and I have a law degree. I'm not a classically trained fashion designer. I don't know if you can see it in the background, my giant stack of books over there, which are all pattern drafting and grading books. I've read many textbooks, but that's not the same as the experience that Jen brings to the table. So I'm really thankful to have you, Jen.
Yeah, no, it's been fun. It's I actually did some similar grading for cup sizes for my robe, although my robe isn't fitted underneath the bust, it's just fitted above the bust. So kind of it's designed to kind of come and then kind of fall straight down from the bust. You know, which I thought makes it kind of fun. And actually the samples I've seen so far look gorgeous.
I'm excited to try it. Well, and it has a like a waist, not a waistband, but a like a tie.
I haven't. So it's an asymmetrical pattern. So the one side on the top side comes up higher than the underneath side, which comes down lower. So it's kind of has like it comes off as like an off-center V at the center front. I did plan of adding kind of like a waist cincher belt to go on the outside of it, but I have not drafted that yet, and I don't know if I'm going to do that for the release, or I don't think it'll be a very complicated piece to put together. So it might be something I can add right before the release, or it might just be an extra pattern that I do right after.
Is the rope for is it like what kind of material is it for? Is it lightweight or is it thicker or warmer?
I had a number of people just use satins, which it looks really nice. You could even fully line it with like a terry. I did one, and hey, Emily, come here. Can you go get my robe out of the closet? It's on the side that's closest to me. It's up on a shelf. Go grab the robe that I made. So I actually did one that was kind of in a mid-length, and actually it's a length I need to add for the pattern. But I actually wore it as a dress.
Oh, wow.
So I had a really pretty fabric. I lined it. So it was, nice and thick. The thing took me forever because I had this idea to do some weaving in the shoulder.
Was that for frock tails that you did that?
Yeah, frock tails. Yeah. So the fabric is this gorgeous vintage fabric.
All right, I'm finally done.
Well done, Lindsay.
And then this is the shoulder, because I had this idea that it would be really cool if I do some satin ribbon weaving between the seams. So it was a lot of work. This part took me a whole day to do.
Yeah, I believe it.
Yeah. So for us normal people, that would be like a week's worth of work.
Yeah.
I know, you're so fast.
But the seams, I don't know if you can kind of see the seam lines with it.
They fit.
There's some really pretty things with it, and then it flares out down at the hem.
Wow, that's really pretty. Yeah.
Yeah. This fabric I had been holding on to for a while, and I saw it. I was like, I have to have it for this because it's a piece of vintage.
Did you buy that in LA?
Huh?
Did you buy it in Los Angeles? No.
That one I got, I think from an estate I purchased a couple years ago, and that was just. There's always pieces in these things that I buy that I'm like, I have to have this. Yeah. So that is one of those have to haves. These pieces, the silks I showed you, those ones I got in LA when Lily was there. So she helped me pick those out.
That's great. These are cute. These are cute.
Yeah. Yours look like completely wearable, and they fit. So that's and they are cute. Mine's not so cute.
I'm gonna make later today when Maddie joins us. I'm gonna make a Ray bra to match, so I'll have a nice little match.
Very nice. Very nice. All right, but unfortunately, Lindsay, you have been or come last.
I'm gonna go give my $20 right now.
Oh, very nice. I'll do mine at the end because I feel like I'm probably gonna end up with more penalties for stuff that I haven't even come up with yet.
Can I change this? Do I have to give in pounds?
You might have to.
I might have to give
I'm
in
not sure.
Oh, okay, that's fine. It's just my bank will be like, here's a nice $5 fee because you
don't have like one designated credit card that you use for international purchases? Because I have one.
I probably do. That's what I should do. I just was going to use my debit card, but it's fine.
So yeah. While you're doing that, Lindsay. So Jennifer, this is one thing. Yeah, I asked this to Ruhi as well. What is one thing that you feel like, in your process of learning how to make bras and stuff, what is one thing that you feel like you learned maybe later than you should have? Because like I've got lots of things I feel like I have, I could have listened to people earlier on,
Well, I mean, honestly, I think I learned a little bit of stuff when I was in school because I did the intimate apparel class at FIT. And they only teach you so much. They teach you, and you basically drape on the form. You take a bra apart, make a pattern from it, but it was all very surface level. And it wasn't until I decided to write my book on bra making. And I decided to do that because I actually wanted to introduce some bras into my collection because I was just designing at the time. And I tried all the different books out there. I had Anne Hagar's book. I had the pink one, whichever one. I had like all of them, and I was trying to draft for a D cup. And this was like before I got bigger and had a kid and grew in size. And I actually was having trouble just grading to that D size. So I was like, okay, so let me look at everything. How can I reverse engineer? I want it to fit this. So then I kind of draped it on my body, got a fit, and then tried to reverse draft it. And that's actually how I came up with the first edition of the book. Well, it was shortly after that between the first edition and the second edition, I got pregnant and had my daughter. So all of a sudden my body changed a lot. So I was like, oh my God, what I just taught in my first edition doesn't work for my body anymore. And I kind of went back to the drawing board. I was like, okay, so what do I do for sizes that are larger than the D? Like, what about, the F and the G? Like, because I was about a G cup at that point. And I came up with something that worked at the time. And then, of course, after that, my hormones kept changing. And of course, I gained more weight. And all of a sudden, I am like a J cup. And I am completely flat, like to the point where there's no elasticity in my breasts anymore. And it was at that point I was like, oh my God, I can't do version 2 anymore because it doesn't work for my breast. And so I really had to kind of go back to the drawing board. And I feel like now I'm kind of at the extreme of what I could be. So I think I've got it nailed down for how to do my draft. But I don't know. I don't know if I would have even gotten to this point had my body not changed. So I think I had to have that growth, like both physically and mentally, learning how to actually change it, because we don't just kind of wake up, say we know what we're doing, because we don't. Nobody does. I think it's kind of foolish to think that anyone is going to be 100% perfect in everything that they do. We all are human. We make mistakes. Even AI makes mistakes.
AI makes
especially AI.
AI makes a lot of mistakes.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point though. Like, it's so easy to like kind of focus on your own personal needs and then kind of like just kind of assume that everyone else is like your level of difficulty or easier. And then it's only when you actually start working with people that it's more difficult to make stuff for them that you realize, hold on a minute, I've got to adapt, I've got to learn, I've got to grow, I've got to, make things better. Yeah, I've experienced, I would say, something similar to that too with my working.
Yeah, I mean, that's even how we came up with that other underwire shape, is because after I had my daughter, like I would be crying like halfway through the day because of my underwire bras. Even ones that I had made to fit me would be digging into my rib cage. And I told my husband, like in tears one day, I was like, can you please just take this and turn it into this? And he took one of my wires and we went down to his workshop and he hammered them into a shape, and we kept putting it up to me. He's like, does this work? Does this work? And finally I was like, actually, yes, that works. So I took it, I slid the wires out of every single one of my bras and stuck them in there. And it was a game changer for me. But again,
I think I need you to come up with another wire shape.
Possibly. It's very possible. I mean, what we have out there is very limited.
I'm finding that what's the one you have that's like even longer than the vertical?
The long vertical?
Yeah, the long vertical is perfect on my underarm, but is too long in the middle. So then I have to cut it down, and it's like a whole thing. So I just need you to make that for me.
Well, and I need to make a longer flat wire because it turns out that I have a very short upper torso, despite me being 5'9". From here to here is actually like a really petite body. And I find a lot of people that my wires, the wide flat, like, yeah, they're perfect on me. They come up to the right height, but I have someone else and they're like, it doesn't even come up to like my nipple.
Yeah, that's my mom, actually. My mom's in that category. She needs a longer flat bottom.
Yeah.
wire.
No,
I just have like, I don't know. I think it's my breast got more inner full with breastfeeding and with having a kid. And so like I have such a small gap between my breasts higher up. So like ideally
almost you need like
a plunge long vertical. You want like
it's
a plunge.
almost, yeah, that's almost what I need, is like a plunge long vertical.
See what I
need
need
a
actually.
What?
I need one that is like the long vertical, but longer in the gore because I want to wear higher coverage. Because it's not quite long enough for me, but then
Well, I
slightly
mean,
shorter in the
yeah,
armpit.
long
That would be
vertical is
my
really
perfect wire.
Well, my
That's
husband
glorious.
built me a wire bending machine. And so we have the capabilities to make custom wires, but it's actually been impossible to get any metal manufacturer to return our phone calls. And so we have been reaching out to people here in the US to, just American Steel, and no one will call us back because we're not looking at getting more than a ton of wire, and a ton is 2,000 pounds, which will last me a really long time. And then we reached out to a factory in China, and they're willing to do it. And then as soon as we told them how much we wanted, and they're like, oh, is that sample wire? And we were like, no, that's actually my order. And they haven't returned our call. So we can't even get the material to make custom wires unless we go in and just start lying to people and saying that we need this as a test run, and then that's actually our production. But it's really frustrating because I want to make custom when we have to make them with the factory. At this point, we're having them made in China, and I have to make 500 pairs minimum per size, per style.
Right.
So, it's not that it's super expensive. It's just, it's a lot of back and forth. It is really expensive to ship. Actually, shipping's more expensive than the wires. And now with new tariffs, I don't even know what that's going to look like.
Tariffs are going to be, it's going to be really interesting to see how that
Yeah.
affects.
I have an $8,000 order of power net coming in from China. It's on a ship right now. I paid for it back in December, but I have no idea what my bill is going to be. I'm dreading it, honestly. I was expecting up to $2,000 as a tariff, and now honestly, I'm expecting up to $4,000. I don't know what it'll be.
I don't know if you can see this, Sarah, but this is the vertical versus the long vertical.
Yeah.
The long vertical is about 3/4 of an inch longer at the gore.
I think about 1.25 inches at the side.
And about 1.25 inches at the sides. It's about 2 inches longer total. Which, like,
yeah,
for me, yeah, like this is too short at the.
you need the long armpit.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like this is too short over here, but the right length over here. If I
So you just got to cut 3/4 of an inch off the front.
Yeah, but then I don't know. I mean, I can't. That's what I've been doing, but I don't enjoy it. I'm lazy, and like the retipping of the wire, it's just such a whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tricky. For me, like I was really good with the 42 vertical, and then I grew a size, and the 44 vertical, I think just the grade of it is just not hitting how my breast is growing. Like my breast has gotten taller than it did wider, so like I need the long vertical better.
That's exactly. I think we're in the same boat, Sarah, because I was in the 42 vertical, had this thing, moved up to a 44 vertical, and it's like I think you're exactly right. It's like it's not quite long enough, at least at the sides.
I think
and the width is like, almost a little too wide.
Yeah, I found that the width was too wide because I've got quite a small rib cage. I'm quite like small torsoed, I guess. Yeah, so I think that for me, I need something that is narrow. So I do struggle with that, even with going to the ready to wear Polish and stuff like that.
Can you tell everyone that we would really like them to donate Can you say that? Can you say donate?
Donate.
Good job.
Yay!
Okay, go back to Daddy now. Thank
We're
you.
at £409 already, so we're almost halfway to our goal. So that's very exciting.
Cool. What do you have going on next?
We have, oh my gosh, we have a whole day. So next we're doing trivia with Lily.
Mhm.
And if you want to stay and do some trivia with us, you're more than welcome to.
I'll log into YouTube and watch it. I'll just stream it from you guys.
Yeah.
I
Play
got
along
stuff
at
to
home.
do here, and I got to clean up this mess because we're going to do a reception here at our house during the retreat. So I have to make it presentable. So
We this video was like a great opportunity for me to get my room cleaned up. So it's not perfect, but it's better than it was a couple hours ago.
yeah, no, mine's got a ways to go.
Yeah.
Like,
I just got like a desk in the main room where I do my sewing stuff, so I had to vacate that just because, so that my family can still be in there. So I'm just in like the room that we don't use. So it's just kind of got a bit of a janky setup over here.
I really like going back to some of the responses we got on this. Are you a fast or slow sewer? We had one person said fast, slower, slow pinner. Fast sewer, slow pinner. Which I'm also slow. I'm just slow at everything.
Yeah, and pinning is one of those things that we actually have a lot of students struggle with those in our studio because it's a fine motor skill. And if you don't actually do a lot of little hand work, it's really, really hard to do. And I even have a lot of people that have trouble cutting. And you'd think like, oh, people can cut. They've been cutting their whole lives. But no, people don't know how to hold scissors. They were honestly like never taught how to do these things. And yeah, so pinning is difficult. And I always try and tell people, I'm like, just because I pin fast doesn't mean you should be able to pin fast. Like,
that's a great point. Yeah, I have
I've always struggled with. Sorry, go on.
Oh, no, you go on.
I always struggle with cutting because I'm left-handed. So when I was a kid, there would only be right-handed scissors available, and so like I never really got to. So yeah, that's one thing that I'm not great at. But fortunately, we've got rotary cutters, so that's all right for me.
Yeah, I have some. I can't actually. Jen and I both are not big rotary cutter fans. We're both scissor people, which I love that Jen is also a scissor person because I felt very alone in that for a long time. But I have some sort of like nerve thing. I don't really know what it is yet. We're trying to figure it out in my hands. So sometimes I have hard time with like grip and like getting like those fine motor skills. Like this morning, we woke up and Arthur had a fever. And my husband's like, feel him, he's burning up. And I touched him with my hand. And it's always worse first thing in the morning. And I'm like, I can't feel anything. So I suppose I don't know. That's the next medical adventure I get to go through is figuring out why, especially first thing in the morning, I can't feel anything with my hands.
My chiropractor used to do adjustments in my neck that helped because I used to have a lot of numbness in my hand too. So something to look at.
I don't know.
I used to get like fuzzy tinglies down my arms, and it was literally just because like I was so out of shape. Like I just did not do any kind of like exercise in my upper body at all, and so I started doing that and like going away. But like that was, sometimes the problem is very simple, sometimes it's really tricky and difficult, and you just don't know which one it's going to be.
Yeah, I'm just very I am just hoping that it's not some other autoimmune thing. That's my hope is it's not another autoimmune problem, but we'll see. I don't know.
Yeah, they tend to come in multiples, don't they?
They do. They do.
Well, fingers crossed that it's something easy.
Hopefully, we'll find out. I mean, we'll find out eventually. It's always, and I think both of you know that it can be a long journey to diagnosis. So we'll see.
Yep,
absolutely. Years before we know what's going on with my finger. Anyway, Sarah, do you want to talk a little bit more about we're about to turn over to the next hour. So I don't know if you want to talk a little bit more about
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm going to put on a video appeal again from the BOWs because they're talking about what they're doing, and they're one of our donees. So I'm going to leave them to talk about their thing.
Vegan for Women is a non-governmental organization dedicated to defending and promoting the rights of Afghan women. Founded on 8 March 2021, it operates in Kabul through Radio Begum, a 100% female-run radio station broadcasting educational and informative content. And the most recently from Paris with the Begum Academy, a free digital educational platform that offers out of school students that entire school curriculum in video format. These videos are also broadcast throughout the Begum TV satellite channel, which broadcasts courses, health programs, psychological support, music, and entertainment from Paris to Afghanistan. Today, the rights of Afghan women are threatened more than ever, especially the fundamental right of girls to receive a quality education. By supporting us, making us known, and not forgetting Afghan women, because what's happening in Afghanistan concerns us all. Thank you for your support.
All right, and we're back. So thank you for watching that, everyone. And so yeah, that's the BOW. That's just one of the organisations that we're going to donate to. We're also going to donate to Rakshana Media and to Zan Times, both of which are women-led news organisations that focus on women's stories, but also on broader human rights issues within Afghanistan. And it's so important for these people to be able to share, you know, these individual stories because there's a lot of misinformation, and I just think that it really provides so much hope when you hear stories of women resisting, and you know, it's just so important to, you know, have the world know about what's going on.
Yeah, it's really important. I love the journalistic mission of those couple words. Arthur. Jen, before you hop off, any last words?
Happy International Women's Day to everybody. I hope you guys have a lot of fun the rest of this afternoon. I'll be tuning in. I'll be watching on YouTube as you guys are going throughout your day. I'm probably going to go get my toes done because I haven't had a pedicure in almost a year. And I think today is a day I should do it. So, but hopefully you guys donated and you'll donate a little bit more because they are a great cause. I'm happy to be a part of this.
Thanks so much for joining us, Jen, and enjoy your pedicure. Hi, Lily. Lily, just so you know, you're on mute, so you'll just, if you want to. Oh, there we go. Okay, there we are. Awesome. And Sarah, if you want to go grab food, your designated lunch hour.
My hour off, and I'll be coming back later on. So, yeah, you guys, as long as everything's all set up here for you both, I'll be heading off. You guys have fun with your trivia.
Yeah, and we can't take you off your room off the screen, right? I think because you're the director.
If I turn off my camera and my microphone, I think that should probably do it. So
it'll just show a little like person avatar, I think.
I do this.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, Sarah. Hi, Lily.
Hi.
Lily, you're going to have to give me 1 second because I need to figure out where my husband ran off to because our child is sick, but on Tylenol. So you know how that goes. Suddenly they're well after they've received their dose of medication. But if you want to quickly get started while I run and figure out where my husband went, if you want to start by talking about, oh, there he is.
Arthur, come here.
I was going to say, do you want to start by talking about a little bit about yourself, your business? Just introduce yourself. That would be fabulous.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Lily of LilyPad Designs. I am a designer that specializes in lingerie, like a lot of others who have been on this platform, and we'll be chatting today. Let's see. What should I say? I guess I started this business because I noticed a gap in the market. There's a lot of options for people who are size A through D, but if you're larger than that, your choices drop off dramatically. And I was like, you know what? Let's see if we can do something about that. So literally, kind of soaked up all the resources I can, taking everything from books and online courses to kind of actually getting a hold of a professor from the UK who specifically taught this for like 50 years, which has been absolutely awesome. But yeah, and I am an educator, so I am a curious sort. So taking all the knowledge that I have gleaned from others and kind of applying my own spin on it, because there are some rules that are completely unwritten or just not discussed at all. Just trying to figure things out on our own.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is something that's come up several times today, this idea of like the industry standard. And so we had Ruhi this morning and then we had Jen. And so obviously very different sort of experiences with the industry there. What do you think about industry standards? Do you have a take on that? I have a hot take, so I'm curious for
Yeah,
your
I mean,
take.
I feel like I'm just far enough removed where I understand the industry standard. I know fairly well of what it covers, and then I just kind of veer off on my own. So as I tell my students all the time, it's like, you know what, learn the rules well enough for you to break them. Because sometimes it doesn't really suit our needs. Sometimes it doesn't match our own bodies and requirements. Heaven knows I'm not shaped like a supermodel. Most of the people I know are also not shaped like a supermodel. So it's just like, so why do we, I mean, I understand why we continue to use these standards because it is visually appealing. It looks fabulous on the models. But at the same time, it's just, can I get some comfortable underwear? Pretty please?
Right. 100%. Yeah. So I know you have some trivia questions, and I'm thinking this is what we should do. Is I will see if I can answer these trivia questions. And I very quickly glanced, but I did not actually read all of them because it's been a hell of a week and I didn't get around to it. But I think that works in our favor because here's what I'm thinking. If I get less than, I don't know, 80%, give myself B minus, right? If I get less than a B minus, then I will donate another 20 to our lovely cause here. I already donated 20 because I lost the knickers race because I was the slowest by like a lot. Sewing. I have some really cute underwear from it, but
Hi.
but Jen took like 15 minutes. Sarah took like 20 and I took like 30. So
I was like, I would never bet against Jen.
no, I mean 100%. She's so fast.
I'm just like,
she also sewed on her serger and industrial machine, whereas Sarah and I were both just using our regular home machine. So I don't know. I'm just gonna throw out there that she may have had a little help from her technology, but
okay, so if we're going to go for 80%, then let's make the math easy and we'll just ask 10 questions, yes?
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, so I have a bank of 14 prepared. I guess, should I just go off the top 10? Make it easy?
I don't know. Maybe
That first one's kind of hard.
You make it as hard as or as easy as you want to make it for me.
So just for reference, I very recently did a deep dive into a little bit of a timeline of anything and everything related to do with lingerie. So where corsets ended and when the first brassiere became popular, what fabrics were used, what years it was, because I literally created my own timeline. This was only for my own personal reference because I was curious. I did say like I'm curious, right? And then I threw in in there, it's like, okay, well, when did the sewing machine, start become popular, and how did that kind of affect things? But in the research, I also found some other kind of nitbits, like, the first underwear from Asia versus in Europe, because we read and speak English, so majority of our resources are in English, which is going to be more for the geographic areas that speak English. So, yeah. Okay, let's get started. We'll start with the first one. So I will apologize. I did not get to refine the questions as well as I would have. I know, like, when we're doing kind of like market research, you got to make sure like all the wording is perfectly accurate, and so there's clarity in it. But
This is
so
like over, but for adults who don't actually stay up late.
So I will preface this that this entire week, my brain synapses has been like misfiring or something. I've been mashing two very different words together that somewhat sound similar but have completely different meanings. And I've had multiple people who get me like, what? I'm like, I'm probably saying that word wrong, and it's the silliest thing ever. So yes, that I will say that has happened all week. Okay, so let's start with question one. Name one theory about the origins of the +4 band calculation method. There are several. I will take any of the above.
Oh my gosh. Okay, +4 calculation method. See, this is my proof that I really didn't look very closely at these questions and what the right answers were.
But I had
I
to throw it
think
in there.
what?
And I had to throw it in there because I'm sure there's a lot of people are curious, and there
Yeah,
are a lot
no, I
of
mean,
different.
I could rant about it for a long time. I wonder if it has to do with does it have any relation to like clothing sizing?
Mm, in one specific country. But I
Hmm.
don't know about that particular one didn't come up as a well, hold on. Depends, right? Because I said there are multiple answers. Because
Mhm.
there are three prevalent theories that I have come across.
All right,
And
I'm gonna phone in a friend
okay.
and ask. We have a YouTube commenter who says, "I know this one, and I would love." I won't count this. We'll count this as I got it wrong, but I'm curious if our viewer here has the right answer.
All
Sadfish,
right,
can you tell us what you think? I'm super curious about this. I mean, I feel like there has to be some relation to like lack of size inclusivity to this. Like I feel like how it's at least how it's used in modern day is a lot of like, oh, we don't actually have a bra that fits you, so let's figure out a way like, oh, if we add 4 inches, then like suddenly this bra that's too big for you is like your size. But I don't know. Sadfish. All right. We're not getting a response. So
no worries. Okay,
tell me their answer.
okay. So since you mentioned YouTube, I will go ahead and tell
Oh,
you
oh,
the.
Sadfish
Oh, oh,
says bras did not have as much stretch in them in the past, so +4 is necessary to provide stretch in the garment. Now stretchier fabric is used, and it's not necessary. And then Grimoire Noor says before elastics were invented, you would have to account for breathing and your rib cage expanding.
okay, okay. So that is part of it. So I'm gonna go through the first theory, which is actually on YouTube, specifically a TED Talk
Mm.
by someone I do not recognize. But I don't. It's not like I know everybody in the world. But she gave a TED Talk about lingerie, and she had mentioned that this was due to Victorian shirt sizes. So ding ding ding, you did kind of mention something about clothing sizes.
Yep.
So that was one theory I came across. And I think that was the only resource I found that mentioned Victorian shirt sizing, like those
Oh,
specific
interesting.
Victorian shirt sizing. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The other one is, as our YouTube friend mentioned, it is a prevalent theory that. And then the last one is actually because the first brassiers, right? First brassiers without underwires or anything like that were made out of corset materials, meaning we're talking very firm, non-stretchy cotil, right? And you
Right.
have to add a few extra inches because with corsets you are taking off several inches to cinch it extra tight, but now you're kind of doing the opposite. You need to add several inches just so you can breathe, right? Because now it is shorter, right? Your uh let's say a height and width area of your torso that's covered by the brassiere versus corsets, if you try to apply the same kind of negative ease, you will not be able to breathe in
Mm-hmm.
the same way, partially
Because
because
it's like that, like the pressure per, I don't remember. You were a teacher before. Am I misremembering that? Okay. So like this is when you'd give me my F in science because I don't remember from 8th grade science the
I
term, but
don't
like
teach
the
science.
pressure,
I teach
the
math.
pressure like over, like if it's over a larger space, then there's less pressure overall than if you apply the same pressure to a smaller space.
Right, it feels tighter even though technically that so the easiest example I think a lot of us may be able to um, I guess draw experience from is for a while we had very wide elastic belts were popular. I think
Mm-hmm.
I want to say like early 2000s, like Britney heydays,
Mm-hmm.
like very wide
Mm-hmm.
elastic belts. And we were able to just throw that on over our garment, cinch that waist in, but it was elastic, it was comfortable. It never felt as restricting as a skinny little belt that was also popular a little bit later, right? Because that skinny belt, you had to make it a little bit looser because otherwise it just felt a lot more constricting.
Right.
But so that's essentially, I don't know the specific scientific terms because I'm a math teacher,
All right.
but yes, but like that is the general theory behind it. When you basically have that kind of constriction over a wider area, it actually feels more comfortable than the same amount of constriction over a shorter, thinner area. Um, yeah. So
That
it's
makes
also
a
the
lot
same
of
reason,
sense to me.
huh?
What doesn't make, I said that makes a lot of sense to me. What doesn't make sense to me is if you add 4 inches. Like that's a lot. 4 inches is like that's 4 inches. That's a lot. So like if
Lindsay,
you add 4 inches,
let me
especially
let
okay,
me
yeah.
ask you this. So, when you're making your tops, your dresses, your fitted blouses, is 2 inches of positive ease enough for you?
Um uh, yeah, sometimes. Depends
Right?
on how fitted.
Depends on the fabric.
Right, depends on the fabric, depends on how fitted I'm going for.
Right.
Probably, I mean, 4 inches of ease seems reasonable for a top, but for a bra, like, how is that gonna support you if you have 4 inches like that, if you have this much around
Well,
your rib cage?
so remember, corset material is super, super thick and non-stretch. And if you were to make a bra out of it, uh, it at least at my size, it will probably stand up on its own. Like the cup entirely will stand up on its own because the corset material is quite firm. And
Mhm.
it's just that's these are just prevailing theories,
I'm
right?
curious.
We have
I'm
no
I'm really curious to try this, like, because my the Jet Set bra is an all woven pattern. There's 2 very small pieces of elastic. You could probably omit them and use woven instead. Like, I'm super curious to try, like, what if I made a band that was 4 inches longer and just omitted the elastic and see what happens? I don't know. I'm very
you'd
curious
have
about this.
to you definitely have to make it out of cotil
Yeah.
because regular like it's just gonna go
Yeah, 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 yeah,
not gonna
yeah.
do anything. But yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Huh.
so
Okay. All right. That's really interesting.
yes.
I'm learning.
And again, I do want to
Question.
preface that these are theories. We are neither confirming or denying. There is the documentation for this stuff is, it's kind of iffy, right? There is like most of these. Let me see. Like the second one is the one that I think is most commonly quoted on the internet and various forums, Reddit, everything else that I've heard of. But the very last one was from a very reputable website, not academic, but it was still a very reputable website. So I am kind of leaning towards that myself. But absolutely feel free to do your research. It is a fun deep dive if you are insomniac at 2 o'clock in the morning. And you're just like, hey, what else is going on out there? Let me see. Okay, so here's a fun one, and some of the people who have taken my classes may already know this answer, but so who is rumored to have created the very first underwire?
I'm like gonna fail at this.
It's a fun one, and again, it's a rumor, but yeah.
Is it? But okay, it's fun, which makes me think that it's not like a brand I would think of. I mean, my immediate reaction was going to be Playtex, but it sounds like that's not fun. Like that doesn't seem fun enough.
So the key word here is who.
Oh, an individual person.
Yes. I love the facial expressions is like.
I don't know. Okay, I'm curious if folks who are watching have any idea. I'm going to think for a second. It's got to be a man. I feel like it's got to be a man.
It is not an obscure person. So I will say that.
Huh. I will also say I'm really bad at names of anyone, and I like don't remember celebrities ever. So, hmm. Rumored to have made the first underwire. I don't know.
All right.
Probably we have someone else who says it was also probably a man. And Lily's laughing in such a way that I'm like, maybe it's not a man, maybe it's actually a woman. Who? An individual. Thomas Edison is a wild guess that one of our commenters has.
So I'll give you one more clue.
Marilyn Monroe is another guess we have now. Yeah, give me what's the clue?
One more clue. Engineering background. Yet kind of famous.
Engineering background.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm like trying to think of like an engineer, like even just one engineer whose name I can think of, and I'm coming up with nothing.
You can there's a word that I'm trying to think of, but again, my brain is not working as I would like, and the word will probably come to you once I start describing this person.
Okay.
Okay, so you guys are right. It is a man. And his name is, drumroll, Howard Hughes.
Tesla, Einstein.
No, Howard Hughes. Howard Hughes, who has a very eclectic background in California, in Culver City. He has his own little airport. He has made movies. He was a director. And the reason that this is a rumor is because he was either the director or he was funding this particular movie called The Outlaw. and he had an obsession with Jane Russell. Specifically, the quote was ample assets.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay.
And yes, and he wanted to make sure that those assets were displayed prominently in the most alluring way possible. And so, because he has a very interesting background, like a little bit of movies, like aeronautics,
Yeah,
airplane
got
related.
it.
So he has a bit of engineering background. Like his back, it's like a little bit of. I don't want to compare him to Da Vinci, but it was kind of a well-rounded figure of a man.
Yeah.
He took his engineering background and he engineered the underwire using the cantilever system.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes, he is the one who's rumored to create this. Now, the reason why it's a rumor is because Jane Russell said these things are horrible, they are uncomfortable, took them out, and just stuffed her bra for the movie.
So essentially, like misogyny.
Pretty much. Pretty much. Pretty much.
And I say that as someone who like loves an underwire. Like the whole time I was pregnant and nursing, when I like just couldn't wear an underwire because there was too much variation in a given day with like my whole shape and everything. Like the whole time I was like, when do I get to wear an underwire again? When do I get to wear an underwire again? But not surprised that it has roots in misogyny. Happy International Women's Day, everyone.
Okay. So let's
All right.
see.
So I have to get the rest of these right, or I'm donating $20.
Oh, maybe I should skip number 3.
No, it's okay. It's fine. Donations are good.
Okay. This next question also has multiple acceptable answers. Although with
Okay.
your background, I'm sure there's probably only one clear answer. So it does have to do a little bit of law.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
a little bit, a little bit. Okay. So which brand / company created or is given credit to have created the very first cup-sized bra? And again, there are a couple, yeah, there's a couple of acceptable answers because it's one of those uh things in history that it's yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I mean, I'm not obsessed with Playtex, but I know Playtex was pretty early, but I
Mm-hmm.
feel like they weren't the first.
Mm-hmm.
Um, cup-sized bra.
So we're talking about just the alpha part of the
Right.
alphanumeric, right? So just A, B, C, D, because that's what they
Right.
started.
Right. They literally started with ABCD, which is so cute. Um, oh my gosh. When was this? Or am I not allowed to ask that question?
1800s. I want to say 1893. Hold on. Let me think. I can look it up. Hold on. I'll just pull up my little timeline I created. Let's see. Modern history broad timeline. La la la. Scroll. Oh, I'm sorry. 1933.
That's way later than I would have. Like 1893 sounded right to me.
Now, 1930s is when cup sizes were introduced.
Is
Just
this a
for
brand
reference,
that still exists? Like, am I gonna know this brand?
yeah. Yeah, you will.
I'm gonna guess. I think I'm gonna guess like Sears. That's gonna be my guess. Is Sears.
Okay, Sears, if it was still around right now, would have been over 100 years old, and that would have been a solid guess. because we are
Is
taught to
Sears isn't around anymore? I don't know.
so. I don't,
That was my first non-farming job as a teenager with Sears. I didn't realize they had finally gone bankrupt for real.
I could be wrong, but I thought they closed.
That's very possible.
Yeah, because it was. I remember feeling it was quite unfortunate because they definitely popularized the kind of mail home catalog, which did allow women to purchase undergarments through the mail order system.
You can still buy things on Sears.com.
Oh, okay. So
Anyway,
it's just
okay.
maybe digital only.
Maybe. Okay, anyway.
Maybe. Okay.
Not Sears. Okay, I'm wrong. Tell
But
me.
you are on the right track then. Okay. One more guess? No?
Now I'm like, okay, well, what other retailers? Who is that old? I mean, quite a few. I feel like, I mean, we could go like really like luxury. Like, was it like Saks? I don't know.
I wanna say Saks was more popular in the '60s, but, so we ready?
I'm ready.
So the one that you are most likely familiar with, and they take credit for this on their website. You can go to their website right now, and they will say on their website straight up that we popularized, well, I don't know if they use the word invented, but the whole cup size system, and that is Warner's.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
Warner's has been around since, I believe before 1933. I'm sure there was a couple of name changes, but okay, let me look at my little thing here. So there is a little bit of drama, right? Because the creation of cup sizes, a whole bunch of innovation happened in the 1930s, and a bunch of them basically kind of overlapped with each other, I guess. And so officially, the one that people generally accept as the very first one from 1933 is a company called S.H. Camp and Company. And they literally created the ABC sizes, but it wasn't due to volume. They named it ABCD due to pendulousness. And you can Google the advertisement that they did this. Like, so basically, D was the most pendulous. And then in the year before, 1932, was a company called FormFit that introduced three sizes: small, average, and full. And then you've got Warner's in 1936. That is the one that says, hey, we brought this to market. They take credit for it and everything. The reason this is all debatable is because S.H. Camp and Company filed their patent in 1933.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it's there's patents for S.H. Camp, and you can Google that right now. And let's see, but officially Warner's, I believe, well, I wrote 1936, so I believe that was when they filed their patent.
I think, oh, hold on. I think I can add this so that people can see this advertisement here with the pendulousness of the breasts. That's super interesting.
Yeah.
Huh. So like the droopier your boobies, the larger your cups or
Yeah.
the okay.
Yeah. But that was only the first iteration. When Warner's was the one that kind of popularized the ABCD as a volume indicator. So to their credit, yes, that is the case. Another interesting fact is this is in the US. UK manufacturers didn't start using the alpha system until 20 years later. Because
Wow.
prior to that, they would label cup sizes as junior, medium, full, and full with wide waist.
Oh, interesting.
Yes.
Also, I have the Warner's ad here that I could share. Where is it? Oh, here we go.
Okay, so I think
Yeah, the alphabet, bro. That's the
I'm
one.
adding it. Here's the A, B, C, D that folks, I think, can see. Oops. Not anymore. Now you just see Wikipedia. I pressed escape so I could make sure that it was visible. Here, I'll try this again. I will try here. Do it this way.
Yeah, see,
Right.
1936.
I think people will now be able to see again this 1936 ABCD situation going on here. And this is clearly, this looks like size, right?
Yeah.
So 20 years later, you said, is when they
The UK.
finally, when the UK caught up. So
Yes.
this was one example of actual US innovation.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yes. Let me see. Okay, so just a little tidbit since I'm like on my little timeline here. The underwire, rumored to have been developed by a man, right? But it was absolutely popularized by a woman.
Oh.
Helen Pons was responsible for that. She actually patented a brassiere with underwire for sale to the masses in 1931. So a lot of innovation happened 1930s, and it's so murky. So, but
Yeah.
I basically try to get information based on patent dates because everything else is so undocumented.
Well, but even patents, like, I'm curious. I mean, I don't know. Obviously, I'm not a lawyer in the 1930s, and I'm also not a patent lawyer,
Yeah.
but but like patents aren't that easy to get now. Like it's a pretty like long and expensive process to get a patent now. I wonder like how like the history of patents, like was it easier to get patents in the 30s? Were people getting patents for all of their inventions? I don't know. I'm curious about that.
I mean,
I'll
I would
probably do
imagine,
a deep dive tonight when I
yeah,
have insomnia.
like, let me
Well,
see. Huh. Okay. I do have to skip number 4 because I already told you the answer to this earlier. Um, let's see. Oh, dude, looks like I have to skip number 5 too because I mentioned that as well. Okay. Here's a kind of a tricky one.
okay. They've all been
What
tricky, so that's
Yeah, it's
terrifying.
slightly tricky, only because we have our own thoughts on it, and not all of us has apparently the time to go research this stuff because we had a deep dive late one night. Okay, so I will this question, or sorry, the answer to this question is a year. I don't expect anyone to have the exact year, but if you can just give me a ballpark, the first 2 digits will help.
Okay.
Okay, so what year was elastic invented? And I want to stress the word elastic because when we're talking about bras, there's a couple of places where we have materials that has elasticity, but I'm speaking
Mhm.
specifically of the elastic.
Of this stuff.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm
Broad
pretty
stroke.
sure I actually believe this was the DuPont company, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm like, I know at least that they invented Lycra, which is a necessary part of elastic, I would think. Um, I'm gonna say 18. I'm gonna say like, actually, am I gonna say 18? No. I'm taking that back. I'm gonna say like 1910s.
Okay. Final answer?
No. Because now I'm thinking about it more. And if
like, why would they? I mean, why would they have not been using elastic in bras in the 1930s if they had elastic? Like, maybe they had Lycra, but hadn't quite made this stuff yet at that
Mhm.
point. So now I'm gonna say, I'm gonna amend and say the 1940s.
Okay.
I don't know. Okay.
Okay, you guys ready for a shock?
Yeah.
Elastic was invented in 1820.
What? So why did we not have elastic in our bras for so long?
So your first guess was spot on when you started saying 18. But your reasoning for changing was what the issue was, because you assumed elastics used lycra. Early,
Oh.
early days of elastic used rubber.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So part of the reason that your bra is from 1940, and although there was some elastics in the non-stretch front and back of these bras, is
Mm-hmm.
because yeah, the elastics were made out of rubber and they were prone to breakage and wearing down over time because they're essentially tiny rubber bands.
Mm-hmm.
But you are correct in that DuPont patents Lycra 1958, and
So
Lycra
later.
is used in knits
Mm-hmm.
fabrics.
Mm-hmm.
So elastics was available since the early 1800s, but elastic fabric did not come into play until nearly 1960.
Wow. That's definitely later than I thought.
Yes. And then some of our corset friends may have known, but in the prior to I can't remember the specific date, but I have absolutely seen historical corsets with elastic made out of very, very fine coils,
Hmm.
metal coils. So there's some elasticity in the corsets, and these were very specific. Well, okay, they were either corsets or they were stays, but they were definitely not brassieres. And I found some photos of them, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, this is amazing!" Just like the how fine these coils were, and of course, there's a whole bunch of them. It was used in the exact same way that we would use elastics now, which is kind of a couple of different rows and sandwiched between fabrics. Yeah.
That's so interesting. Huh. Interesting. Did you say that there was elasticity in the fabric of those early brassiers?
No,
Okay.
no.
All right. That's
Early
trivial.
brassieres had no
Oh,
elastic in
right.
them. Or hold on, let me see. The timeline. Early brassiere. Oh, see, there was no. Do, 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 do. Yeah, for my understanding, the first brassieres did not have elastic in them, but they
Right.
were made out of corset materials.
Right. Right. Right.
Because if we're thinking about, let's say, that I apologize, Langenberg Castle bra, which has been dated to like 1440s or so.
Right.
1440, 1485 is the estimate. That's the earliest documented bra that we have found completely made out of natural woven fibers and
Right.
not even a hint of elastic, because that's like what,
Right. Of
200
course.
years? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a long time ago.
Yeah.
So interesting. I'm learning so much today. Ooh.
Uh, let's see. Okay, well, now I got to skip that question because I just talked about Lenenberg bra. Okay, so here's another fun one. It's slightly more modern, but it is, yeah. Don't drink anything while I'm sitting ponder this question. Or as I give you the answer to this question, because you may just spit everything out. Okay. I caution that for everybody else as well. It's like when I give the answer to this, please don't drink anything. I don't want to be responsible for liquids being spilt all over computer laptops. Okay. Question. Let's see. What was the very first sports bra made out of?
All right. Well, you've given me a hint that it's like something absurd because I'm apparently going to spit out my coffee when you tell me the answer. Okay.
So sports bra. So this takes us about into the early 90s. Let me see. Hold on. Let me just double check here. La, 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 la,
The
la.
earliest sports bra was the early 90s. Okay.
Yeah.
That's like the sports bras and I are the same age. Oh my gosh. Okay. Sadfish knows this. Sadfish should have been the one answering these questions because Sadfish has all of the ideas, and Christine Morrison also has the idea. So they've just given me the answer, but it doesn't matter because I've already failed at this. So I'm just going to tell you what they've said, which makes total sense to me, which is jock straps.
Yeah.
Is that actually?
Yeah.
What the-
There's documentation on this. It's something that was, I believe, taught in lingerie school as part of the history. So basically, it was the sports bra was created initially as a joke. And three friends created what they called the jog bra. And they basically stitched them together, and one of them tried it on as a tester. But yeah, made out of two jock straps.
All right. Well, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna share this lovely image here of apparently what the first sports bra looked like. Yeah, okay, there it is for everyone else. Yeah. All right. Some students in Vermont. Wow. I don't think my boobs would fit into those though. I just want to say that like I'm not sure I would have come to this answer because I don't know that this would do anything for me. Oh, wonderful. That is some creativity. Look at that ingenuity. All right.
But this is definitely one of those cases where, three childhood friends, I'm guessing on the Busty side, was like, we enjoy jogging and we are active lifestyle people. We
Yeah.
lead active lifestyles, and was like, we have a need and let's see if we can solve it.
I mean, that's like some serious ingenuity there. I love it.
Yeah.
I think that's great. I mean, there's nothing better than like throwing some young people, throwing a problem at some young people and seeing what solutions they come up with for that problem.
Yes.
So I love it. I think that's great.
Okay.
Although it was the 70s, according to that link.
Yes. Sorry.
1977.
1970s. Yeah, that sounds about right.
I'm
But
curious
also,
when the first like official, like real non-jock strap sports bra was. Was that in the 90s?
I know that sports bras became popular in the 90s because I want to say the soccer player, I want to say her first name was Brandy. She did this thing where like they just won, I guess, some sort of championships, a major stakes game. In her excitement and thrill that she made like the winning shot, literally ran across, pulled off her uniform jersey, and like slid on her knees in her sports bra, and that just made the sports bra really, really popular. I believe that was a catalyst, and I believe that was in the 90s. But I want to say, if memory serves, her name was Brandy. But you know what?
It
Let's check
looks
our
like
internet friends and see.
at least according to this website, which like who knows? I don't know. I'm not like this is not me doing peer-reviewed research right now. But it looks like there's a patent in 1979 for a sports bra.
Mhm.
So, but that doesn't mean that's when it got popular. From
Yeah.
Hillshire Brands Company. Interesting. These were actually women who invented, apparently, the sports bra, both the jock version and the jock strap version and the non-jock strap version.
Yes.
Interesting. Very interesting. All right. I have so much reading to do. Okay. All right. Next question. Before I'm like sitting here starting to go down the rabbit hole, and this is not the time.
I can send you my timeline, I suppose. Like you're gonna be on for hours. Yeah, okay, let's see. What else? Okay. Okay, let's try this.
Let me quickly share this patent with folks because there's some chatter going on in the chat. So let me share this picture here. This is the 1979 patent for a sports bra.
Yeah, that's hasn't changed too much since then.
No, it really hasn't. I mean, I'm really surprised by how much this is really what we see now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Super
Well,
interesting.
with the exception of SheFit. Now, wait, 1979, is that enough to where patents expire? Is that long enough? So
I don't. I know that you're asking me because I did go to law school, but like I said, I don't really do patent law. If you were asking me about copyright, I would maybe have an answer. But
I want to say, isn't it 20 years? So this is well past coverage of patents, if that is the case, which would explain why that style is still very popular because now it's free reign, like anybody can give a go at it. And wouldn't have to pay for it. If someone tried to, say, recreate the SheFit version, which I'm sure they do have a patent on, that would be a big no-no.
Patent duration, yeah, 20 years. You're right, 20 years from the date of filing. But then there's other, as there always is. There's other factors.
Right.
That could make it shorter. Yeah. Very interesting. Okay.
Okay, so let's go with another one. What is an overwire?
Oh, an overwire.
Yes.
Is this a trick question? This
No.
might be the first one I actually know the answer to. An overwire is a wire that literally goes like this.
Yeah.
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 So you've got the overwire versus the underwire, right? Going under the breast and overwire going over the breast. And let's see. So it was actually created in the 1930s, became popularized in the 1950s, apparently due to wartime restrictions.
I'm curious what those wartime restrictions were.
Usually silk in regards to lingerie, but I don't, because clearly there clearly was not a restriction on metal because overwires take up more metal than underwires.
Right.
At the same time, we are talking about the 1950s, and the underwires weren't as popular until, what did I say, mid 1950s, I think was what it was.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
I would love someone to come up with a modern pattern with an overwire. Is that on your agenda, Lily?
No, but it has been done. Page, something Page. Come on, internet friends, you know who I'm talking about. Betty Page. Betty Page, the lingerie brand. I'm pretty sure they were the ones who created a overwire. There's a couple of lingerie brands that focus on vintage styling, and they have done kind of like an overwire thing. There was another one that I might have it. Shoot.
Yeah, but I mean patterns. Has anybody done? I don't think anybody's done. Yeah, sewing pattern.
There is one in Dr. Christina Shin's book that is a wireless overwire style. No. I think she just called it cathedral. Okay, no, I don't know of one, but again, I do not profess to scour the internet to know that. Yeah.
Well, if any other designers are listening, I would make your overwire pattern if you made one.
Kiss Me Deadly. Maybe. I had a chat with the designer one time, and she she released one of her bra patterns, even though she focused on retail, as a response to
Mhm,
basically some drama, essentially.
mhm.
And I
But
just
her pattern is very limited in sizing. I know what
yes.
you're talking about, but and I think it's a wireless pattern. I don't think
Yes,
the
that
one that
particular one was a wireless, but I did appreciate the response to it, like, "Okay, you know what? We're just gonna, launch the pattern for people to make it themselves." Yeah,
Mhm.
like, not buying into the drama, just like, "Okay, there you go,
Yeah,
done."
there's the Underpinnings Museum has a
Yes.
like a
Yeah.
picture of an overwire bra pattern, but so like you could use that picture if you had drafting skills to kind of come up with something. But I think I've looked at this recently and I don't think there is a overwire pattern out there on the market right now.
Yeah. For those who are not familiar, Underpinnings Museum is fantastic. If you like kind of are curious about what has been done in the past, the historical elements, they do have some sewing patterns that are basically traced off of the original. They are not graded, right? So
Yeah,
you're going to need some grading skills, but it is like pretty darn good replica because they have the original garments to kind of copy off of. And again,
right.
well past patents expiration.
Right. Yeah. 100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
Super interesting. Cool. Okay. What else you got for me, friend?
I have to count how many questions because I had to skip a few. I was like, okay.
Well, we know I missed enough that I have to donate either way. Like we know I failed. Hi, Amy. Amy just joined and says hi. Hi, Amy.
Okay, we got 3 more.
Okay.
Okay, so let's see. Why were maps used to create lingerie after World War II? This is specific to Europe, so not in the US or Asia. Yeah, so why were maps used to create lingerie after World War II?
Maps were used to create lingerie.
Yes.
See, like the premise here, I wasn't even from. Clearly, like I need to go back to lingerie history class because like this isn't something like
Are
I
you
just
gonna
don't know the.
create this? Please create a lingerie history class for us today.
That sounds fun. Let's do it. Lily, why don't let's do it?
Okay, yeah.
Um,
I have all
I
the
think
tape.
this is great. I mean, I would imagine that there were I like again, I didn't know the premise here. So like I'm just this is pure conjecture. But I would imagine that there were a lot of maps from the war, right? Like a lot of the troops probably needed maps to figure out like where they were going. Oh, Amy says they printed maps on silk. See, I don't know. I'm just like, oh, we're just gonna repurpose like whatever material. I wasn't even thinking
Paper
about this.
bras and undies. Yes.
I don't know. I mean, we're talking about a generation that was really good at figuring out how to use things.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't know. I would not put it past my grandma's generation to like figure out how to use map paper for bras. I don't know.
Paper underwear does exist in Japan, and there were paper dresses, I believe, in the 60s. Why do I know
Mhm.
this? This is not even lingerie.
Because you're a curious person. Yeah, Sarita says same for parachutes. Reduce, reuse, recycled 1940s style. 100%.
Yes.
So they were silk.
Yes.
Wow. Cool. I still have my map fabric from you, so I can make my, 1940s style It's like put away in the fabrics that I'm scared to use pile.
I love that fabric so much, and
It's
I'm
so
so
beautiful.
glad that uh, internet friends convinced me to not go cheap on the quality of the silk and splurge for the ones that had a little bit thicker loam. It was so much easier to sew.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have definitely experienced that with even just satins, right? Like if you get like the really cheap thin satin, it's just such a freaking nightmare to keep it on grain as you're sewing. And the nicer satins and silks like are just so much easier to
Yeah.
sew. And it's like night and day. Like you wouldn't ever think it would be such a difference, but it's such a huge, huge, huge difference.
It's like you're paying for quality up front for less pain afterwards, or you
Yeah.
pay less up front for more pain afterwards.
Right. Yeah, 100%. Well, we only have 1 minute left
Oh my
during your
god!
time. I know, isn't that wild? So I don't know, do you have are we through your questions or do you have more?
That was question 8.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, whoops. Little too many sidebars, but let me give the answer to that really quick because it is
Yeah.
another fun piece of history there. But as you guys said, the maps were made of silk. And basically, after the war, a lot of the restrictions were lifted and all that. But because they had printed so many of these maps, because the intent was to hide them in uh, Monopoly games, to help our soldiers escape or avoid basically getting captured. And
Mm,
once the war was over, all of the excess got released to army surplus places. And so it basically all the areas around the UK got flooded with the stuff. And it's like, well, silk. And I'm getting it probably at a decent price from the army surplus land. Like, why not? But
yeah.
yeah, I wouldn't say quite a few, but if you do an internet search, you can see the authentic versions from that time. It's really cute.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Let me do that internet search really quick.
I believe something Katie, lingerie brand. They released their version, kind of inspired from the 1930s. Uh, oh gosh, the name escapes me.
What Katie did?
What Katie did, yes. I believe what Katie did released a bra that was map print inspired.
I'm trying to see if I can find one of the OGs here.
Yeah, the museums.
The hmm. Yeah, this is another. I'm seeing a lot of the what Katie did.
Yeah,
Yeah, which is very cute, but not an authentic 1940s bra. I want to see the authentic 1940s bra.
adding museum to it. I'm pretty sure there was one at one of the museums in the UK. Is that the British Museum, National British Museum? I can't remember.
Oh,
But
maybe.
the rest were like little blog posts.
Oh, here we go. I have the Underpinnings Museum actually has
Of
one.
course, they have everything.
Everything. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't just check there. So this is it's very cute, very little like dainty.
Yes, Kesto style, right? Because it's non-stretch and
Mm,
yeah.
that's really cute. Wow, nice, beautiful. All right, I'm inspired. All right, you want to take us through a rapid round of the last few questions before you hop off?
Okay, yeah, sure. Let me see. Well, the next question was like the story that went with the silk map thing, so we can skip
Okay.
that. And the very last question is probably the one that's the easiest out of the bunch. Which bra style reigned supreme post-pandemic 2020?
I mean, wireless.
Yeah.
Everyone loves a wireless bra except me.
I mean, okay, I will say it's probably a toss-up between a straight up wireless bra and just going braless because
Yeah.
we weren't going anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah,
Yeah.
that
Or
was
even
pretty much it. Oh,
or
oh,
like
sorry. There's
bralettes.
one.
Like I feel like bralettes have gotten a lot more popular also.
Well, yeah, most people classify that as part of the wireless bra.
Mm.
Let me see. And then the only other one is like easy question, what is a bullet bra? What company created the Wonder Bra? Stuff like that.
Mm.
Which is ironically now owned by Hanes.
Mm.
And
Hmm.
oh, and I think the bit about the whole push-up bra thing that I think will perhaps surprise some people is that push-up is achieved with using less padding than its competitors. So the push-up was achieved through engineering, not through padding. Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, there
That's
was
really
some padding in it. It was just less than everybody else. So
super interesting. Well, thank you for joining us, Lily. This has been like so informative. Sarah, you missed a fun time where
know,
I
it's
got
so
to
good
show
to
off
knows
see.
a
how
bunch of this
little
stuff already.
I got to show off how little I know about bra history. Also, Sarah, you are kind of like off screen on our, so you might want to move it.
Screen.
No, I mean on the
Oh yeah,
on
yeah.
OBS.
That'll be yes. Thank you. Correct that.
But like, yeah, I just don't know anything about bra history apparently. So Lily's gonna be my teacher. And
Love that. But hey, if you want to do another like history or just for fun, like I don't know, hey, put it together. We'll see.
I'm down. We should definitely do that. All right. Well, thank you so much, Lily, and happy International Women's Day.
Woot woot.
All
Thank you
right.
for coming along, Lily, even though it can sort of coincide with my break. But yeah, thank you for donating your time and everything. It's
All
great.
right.
All right. So the next hour, we don't have any special guests. It's just Sarah and I. But you can still donate. And again, the whole day, anyone who donates, the perks that last all day are number one, is it 4 kits and patterns from Emerald Erin?
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm
four
gonna
one
put
of
them on
4
here.
kits.
One
There
of 4
is
kit and pattern combos.
Right. There is a percentage off of Sarah's wonderful consultant services to help you figure out your fit on your own bras. And then you get entered to win a credit for the So Busty shop for any patterns that are up right now or future patterns that will be coming out. So feel free, please donate. We're at 47% of our goal right now, which is really fabulous, frankly, because it's 2:00 my time. So we are not even quite halfway through. And so we're keeping up, I think, a good pace here with our donations. And this is just such an important cause. I don't know if there are are there more specific stories that
Yeah,
that
absolutely.
were
I can share one for you. Well, actually, I was just looking to today about the Zan Times report that 1 in 3 um girls in Afghanistan under the age of 18 are in forced marriages.
yeah, I
And
was actually literally just looking at that this morning.
yeah, no, it's just so upsetting that these girls and these young women have just had their life choices completely taken away from them, and us being here as bra makers, you know what I mean? Like, if you imagine what our lives would be like if we were living there, it would just be like unfathomably awful in comparison.
Yeah, I mean, I just think about as someone who is married, your spouse is such an important choice in your life. Like so much of the things that I do would just not, I mean, this right now, like being here talking to you about this, like would not be possible without a really supportive, fabulous spouse who's like off taking care of her child who has the flu, right? Like if I was in a different partnership, like I would just not be available for this kind of thing. I wouldn't be able to have 2 jobs and a small business. And so like the idea that not just women are in these forced marriages, but these are like young women who like just essentially have had all of their choice taken away. Like that's just really, really sad.
Yeah, some of them are 10 years old, some of them are younger than that. It's awful. And like, for me personally, I don't intend to ever get married. Obviously, like, that could potentially change in the future, but it's just not something that I see for myself. And, you know, that would, if, in Afghanistan, you have to have a male chaperone taking you around everywhere. I'd have to be under my father's guardianship for the rest of my life if that were my decision. And I'd probably be entered into a forced marriage. So, there's just the freedom to decide to just have your own destiny. It's just not something that's available to these girls.
Right. I mean, and you add that to the restrictions on education, which are really intense, and getting, where I feel like every time I read about the restrictions on education in Afghanistan, it's worse than it was the last time. And so, yeah, I don't, being a girl in Afghanistan has to just be a really tough position to be in right now.
Yeah, and I mean, like I'm sure you've had a lot of important experiences with education in your life, being a lawyer. I'm sure you've spent a lot of time learning, and it's allowed you to pursue that as a career. That's
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot. I have 3 degrees.
Wow.
So, like, I can't imagine not having had that opportunity to, get an education. And just like, aside from the career prospects, just that, like, the experience of being a scholar, right? Of like getting to engage with learning about things that are really interesting to you and that you're passionate about, like not having those opportunities really would have been devastating to my own perspective. Amy, one of our viewers, says that suicide rates have gone up dramatically amongst Afghan women because it's the only choice that they're left with. Yeah, and Iraq has just lowered the age of marriage to 9 years old for girls. Yeah, it's really hard.
Sadfish also has 3 degrees. That's amazing. I have 1
that's
degree.
amazing.
I'm 1 degree and technically I can't remember what it's called. I did an additional year of university, and apparently you get some kind of diploma from that. But it was like I did a year of something, and then I changed to something else.
That's fun.
So, yeah.
That's fun. What did you start with?
I did a year of computer science, and then I changed to mechatronics engineering. So that's mechanical and electronics.
Yeah, I knew that you did engineering. I didn't know about your computer science here. That's fun.
Yeah, it's I realized that I don't like computers that much after that year. But like the maths was really interesting. I liked like the sort of the maths around it. But I didn't like the coding elements, and I thought do something that's a bit more maths focused.
You may have enjoyed there was a lot of sciencey, mathy questions that Lily had about the history of bras. You'll have to go back and watch that hour.
Absolutely, that sounds really interesting. Tell me something you learned that you found really interesting.
Oh my gosh. Okay. One thing that was very funny was we talked about how apparently the first sports bra ever was made out of jock straps, which I don't think I had known that. But I think we talked about like the history of elastic, and elastic is much older than I like thought that it was. Of course, because my brain goes straight to lycra, and lycra is a pretty recent development. But before that, they were using rubber in elastics, which like, yeah, that makes sense once someone says it, but it's just like, that's not where my brain goes when I think about elastic.
Interesting. Yeah. I remember hearing about like this in the Victorian era, when after they invented vulcanized rubber, there was this huge like trend for wearing like vulcanized rubber clothes. So they have all this like the massive dresses made out of rubber, so they're like thick, heavy latex dresses, and they all apparently
Yeah.
fell apart after like a year. So
Well, that's what Lily said, is like the things that were made out of this rubber just weren't very long lasting. I love everyone sharing their educational background in the comments here. Amy has a BSc and also a chainsaw ticket, a tractor ticket, and a brush cutter ticket. You sound like someone who would be great to be friends with, because you sound like you're a jack of all trades. And then Dagger Dart says that they love seeing how everyone got into bra making. It's so interesting how this community comes from so many different perspectives. Like, you have this very like scientific engineering perspective with it, and Lily has a little bit of that too from her history as like a math teacher. And I don't know, like, I just enjoy the design aspects of it, unless like, I'm not very scientific minded at all, but like having an artistic what is the word I'm looking for?
Outlet.
Yes, thank you. An artistic outlet, when I get home from reading and editing and like doing all the lawyer stuff is really a nice, it's a nice, totally different part of my brain that I get to use for it.
Yeah,
So.
I think it's like it's so important to have both sides together, because if it was just like the practical minded people, every bra would be like full coverage, ugly, boring, like no one would ever, delve into nice designs. And then also, without that side of it, bras wouldn't be very supportive and good. So we definitely need, it's a combination of both skill sets. Yeah, I think we're all motivated by a desire to have something that is nice and well fitting, though. I think that's kind of the thing that unites us all. We want something that's comfortable and also that's kind of cute.
Yeah. Sadfish says they have a bachelor's in marine science, biology, and literature, minors in math and Holocaust and genocide studies, and was going to grad school for oceanography before burning out. Which, like, that is such a Renaissance background. I love it.
That is amazing. Yeah, it really is. You're a real polymath there. I think that I was gonna, because I went to, in the UK in university you tend to study only one thing, but I went to university in Australia, and it's kind of more like the US system, in that you do your subject and you also do other subjects as well. And I was thinking of taking a one in climate science, and I looked at like looked at the textbook and I thought, no, thank you. Like there's just like there's so much maths, and it was all so similar to like my actual like engineering coursework. I thought, no, it's too much for me. I ended up doing music production instead.
That's so funny. Okay, we have a couple other folks. Sadfish also ended up with a certificate in communication and now is getting into bra fitting. Manny Rogers says they have a bachelor's and some postgraduate diplomas too, but nothing to do with sewing. None of mine are to do with sewing either. Enchanted Homemaker says they're just getting into bra making. Corsetry is their jam. Dagger Darts has a bachelor's in video editing. And yeah, that's like, I love these backgrounds. Like, I just think it's so interesting.
It's so great. Yeah, because like it's just, for me, like I'm so passionate about learning, educating myself, and it's just really gives my life a lot of substance. It's just something that really drives me, and I don't know, I think something about bra making, it tends to attract the sort of people that like to really get into a subject. It's more involved than a lot of other kind of crafts, and I think that a lot of us seem to have similar kind of that pursuit of knowledge.
Yeah, I think that's really right. Yeah, I'm someone who, like, I don't like to do the same thing all the time. I like to have a lot of things going on and I like to be busy, but I don't want it to all be the same. And so, um, for me, like, bra making really scratches that itch because there's so many different facets to it. So I think you're onto something, that it's a lot of kind of learning and having that love for searching, like Dagger Darts just said, searching for knowledge. I think that that's probably something that a lot of us have. I need to make another donation here. really quick, because I said that if I got less than 80% of the questions right during trivia, that I would donate another $20, and I got like one right. So
Well, thank you for that donation. I still need to put mine in. I think I'll put mine in after the because I was going to do towards the end. I was going to match donations up to a certain point, so I'll calculate all that total up. So if you guys are still here during the last couple of hours, just know I'm going to match your donations up to £150. So you better get your wallets out for that.
lots of people with lots of degrees here.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I need to solve my problems to be satisfied. Yeah, like was when like I said, I'm really not trying to like over egg my engineering thing, because if my time in that industry was extremely brief. But the work that I did there versus the work that I do in bra making, even though there's more maths involved with that, it really is like the same mental process in my brain of like, here's a problem that's not, it's practical and it's mathematical, and then you've got to figure it out in your brain and like have a kind of because that's what I love. I love making those mental models of how it all works and like trying to communicate that to people. That's what really makes me happy. So it's very similar to that for me. Costume design for stage and screen. Oh wow,
Amazing. That, like, if I
yeah.
had lived another life, that's what I would have done. I sometimes think about that. Do you ever think about that? Like, if you weren't doing what you do for a living right now, like, what would you be doing instead?
I mean, I I don't know, because I think so I went through uni. I thought I'm going to do computer science. I'm going to be like a software engineer, or whatever. And then I like sacked that off, and I thought I'll do engineering instead. And I'll like my dream job was to design theme park rides, and like the first job I got was literally designing amusement rides. So like it was I managed to do that, and then I was like, oh, hold on a minute, I'm not like physically well enough to study like to do a 9 to 5 job. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna need to turn this proud making thing into that's gonna have to be what I do, because I was always gonna keep that as a hobby, but I thought, okay, out of necessity, I'm gonna have to pivot.
Yeah.
Well, someone
I
asked me
think
how my ebook's coming. Sorry, go on.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I think that if I was not a lawyer, I think I'd be a florist.
Oh, I've heard that there's a lot of early mornings with florists. Do you think you could do that? Get up and go to the flower markets? Where you
Yeah,
thrive?
I could probably do that.
Hmm.
I don't know if that
It's
would be
funny.
like natural. It wouldn't come naturally to me, but I could do it.
It's
Dagger
funny
Dar says
because
they wanted to be a fashion designer when they were a kid. I also wanted to be a fashion designer for a while as a kid. But actually, there's a funny story about when I was about 4 years old. I had an adult in my life ask me, it was during church, which actually makes it better. Asked me what I wanted to be when I grew up, and I said that I want to be everything. And it gets better. Not just I want to be everything. I want to be everything because I can do it all better than other people. And she,
That's amazing.
which she totally fairly then prayed for me to develop humility. And I have to say, I think I've developed humility. I no longer think I can do everything better than everyone else.
But you need a little bit of that confidence to keep you going. Like, you've got to have like the opposite of imposter syndrome, where you actually are an imposter. You've got to have that.
But then by the time I was in grad school, I had imposter syndrome instead. So it's been a lifelong journey of finding balance. But I still definitely have the like, I kind of want to be everything part of me. Like, if I could just like somehow have like, thousands of hours in a day, I think I would do a lot of different careers.
I think so too, because I've got that. I just like I get focused and obsession about stuff, and so like I do. There are quite a lot of hobbies that I pursue. Like I'm learning how to play the bass, and I like to go bouldering and all that stuff. And so like I just try and accept that my enjoyment of things kind of comes and goes in waves, and I ride the wave. That's kind of how I approach it.
That's interesting. I do want to hear about your ebook, though. Getting back to that
Oh yeah,
question.
so my ebook, in case anyone watching doesn't know, I have an upcoming book about band fitting in particular. And I started writing it last year, and I kind of had like a real spurt kind of at the end of last year, beginning of this year with it. Currently, it is unfortunately slightly on the back burner. It does not have a scheduled like a scheduled kind of release pattern. I don't know, like a I don't have like specific plans for it because I am focusing on releasing a wireless bra pattern currently. But I'm still
When is
working on
that
it.
coming?
Sorry,
When is that coming?
that is coming soon. I'm still kind of alpha testing it at the moment. It's very promising. It's going to be double D to K, so it's large cups exclusively. Well, I guess D is not really large, but and yeah, so that's going very well. I'm very pleased with how that's coming along. Currently the thing that I'm fighting with is just the stretch because it's a wireless bra, you got the neckline, and that is the support structure of the bra because there's no wire to provide tension to that band. And so I made it without any kind of reduction on the neckline for stretch. I put it on my tester and I put it on myself, and it stretched 15%. So I thought,
Oh,
okay,
wow.
I'm gonna and that
Well,
was
and
with
that's on the
stabilization.
bias probably, depending. I mean, I don't know how you cut it,
No,
but a lot of
it's
times.
literally it was stabilized with seam tape and like finished and an extra layer of fabric, and it stretched 15%, and it was on
Wow.
both of us. Yeah, and so I thought, okay, I'll stretch reduce it by 1/15% or what the
Right.
inverse of that.
Right.
And then it stretched 0% because the piece originally had a straight line, now had a curve. I guess that curve is a lot stronger than that straight line.
Oh,
So I'm
interesting.
I'm sort of finding the sweet spot with that. So that's just what I'm fighting with at the moment.
That's really
Just finding that point where it's
You
gonna
think
yeah
spring, summer?
probably yeah. I'm hoping maybe uh I'm hoping kind of late spring. We'll have to see. Just because I wouldn't want to release it until I was like really really happy with it. So
Yeah.
that's where I'm going.
Is that going to be on
Um,
your website? Where is that going to be sold?
So I'm in the middle of launching like a proper website, hugsyourjugs.com rather than the blog spot. So I'm gonna put everything on there, put all my blog posts on there. So that's all gonna be kind of part of that ecosystem. So
I
yeah.
I very much understand that migration process, having just gone through it myself. It's like wild how many things break that you don't anticipate breaking when you migrate everything over to a new website.
I know it's
Like,
awful. I just kind of honestly, sometimes I just feel like getting rid of it all and just starting afresh. But I
I
don't know.
I very momentarily thought about that in moments of rage because like all of the images on So Busty broke when I moved the
Wow.
website over. And so I ended up hiring a contractor to fix all of the basically she had to go into the files of the website and like relink everything. The
Oh,
files were
goodness.
there. They were like in the back end. But anyway,
Mm.
it's that process I hope to never need to do that again because
Yeah.
it was a lot.
Yeah. For me, it's just like a lot of formatting issues.
Mhm.
See, Amy says she'll buy the pattern. Thank you. I appreciate that. I love that more wireless patterns are coming out. As a nursing mum, wireless makes my heart sing by the Enchanted Homemaker. Yeah, I really, I work from home. I lounge around the house a lot, so I want a wireless bra that I want a wireless bra where I can feel like I can put it on in the house, but I can also go out and not have to change. I want it to give me the shape of boob where to a passerby it looks normal, it doesn't look pointy, it's like got it's got like a standard wired brows amount of lift to it. That was really my motivation for that.
Mhm.
So it's quite structured and big, but it's got a good shape to it, in my opinion.
What band
What
sizes? Beth
band
asks, what
sizes?
band?
I've not finalized that yet. It goes down to at least a 28, although I might put in 26 too. And it will go up to at least a 40, but probably more like 44. I want to make sure that it doesn't come out in any sizes that it's not good in, so I'm going to try and get some large man testers just for the kind of the final testing,
Will
and
it
make sure I'm
come? Will
happy with that.
all cup sizes be available in all band sizes?
I mean, I can double checking my grading rules here. I don't want to say anything that's incorrect. Let's open up my spreadsheet for that.
I feel this the grading spreadsheet. We should have asked
Yeah.
Jen about my grading spreadsheet when she was small.
Okay, my largest cut volume that I have on here is 48 double G, but I wasn't going to go up to a 48 band, so that's going to be the largest size. So if you sister size that down, that'll be what it comes in.
So 44 G double H.
Yeah, so
Okay.
that's the biggest cup, and then yeah, sorry, size down from that. Yeah, so I it will be quite big. I like I said, if testers are coming in and it's not working in large sizes, I'm not gonna release it, because I do see patterns come out and in like clothing and in lingerie where it goes up to sizes, and it doesn't really seem to work very well. I just like, and I guess it's kind of two schools of thought on it. Like, right, there's like the person who thinks at least it comes in my size and then I can alter it to make it work. And then there's kind of people who think that it should be well designed in every size that it comes out.
Mhm.
My opinion is that it should be well designed in every size that it comes out in, particularly because the bra is so technical and it's so easy to make a mistake when you're altering it and have it not work. So that's kind of yeah. So it's still quite early
Yeah,
days with that size range.
that makes
What
a
is
lot
the
of sense.
website?
Yeah.
Sorry?
Oh, I just said that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. So how have you found grading your large cut bodice block? Have you had any like issues with large sizes? Like what's kind of like how's it been
Um,
going?
yeah, it's been like a really interesting process because I didn't like going back to the whole industry standard conversation, right? So the industry standard would be that I would have like 3 different blocks and grade up and down, from each of those. And so I'd have one for the smaller sizes, one for like the mid sizes, and one for the larger sizes, because I have 16 sizes, 16 base sizes in my 15 base sizes in my size chart. But as someone who's like often in the middle on size charts and who gets like, I get just really frustrated because it'll be like, okay, well, my upper bust is in the smaller size range, but my waist and hips are in both size ranges, or sometimes only the upper size range. Anyway, so like I don't like that. Like I don't like having that split. Like I understand the reason for the split, but if you think about how grading works, that it's like, this XY axis, right? Like you could get to the new block through math that isn't right. Instead of having different blocks that are graded that are not
You
cohesive
just
with
have
one
like
another.
if you like had a graph, instead of it kind of going up in steps, it was kind of like
Right,
it all
exactly.
went.
It's like it's just more evenly. So I just have an uneven grade essentially. So like most of the time what happens is you have your base size for your smaller size block, and that has like a +2 grade on it at the bust, waist, and hip, right? And then you'll have the base size for the plus size range that will maybe have a 3-inch grade on it for bust, waist, and hip. But between those, like the ratio of bust, waist to hip is going to change between the base or the lower size and the larger size blocks. But like for me, instead of doing that, the grade changes and it doesn't change. So like the grade of the bust is like it's not always 2 or 3 inches. Like it changes at different points, and it doesn't change at the same points necessarily as the waist changes, which doesn't change at the same points necessarily as the hip changes, if that makes any sense. Which is part of why like it's just a much more complex grade than like the industry standard, because like I really wanted it to be one, like one size chart. One, when you get the nest, it'll be one nest of all 16 or 15 sizes. So it's been really interesting. The bust was so it's been alpha tested. The pattern block has been alpha tested, and I'm really happy with where we got to. I think we did 3 rounds of alpha testing. The which I really like that you're using the alpha beta verbiage because I feel like I was the only one doing that, and I'm like pulling it from like the gaming community, but it makes so much more sense. I don't know. Anyway, I like
Yeah.
the language.
If you were to say testing, then like, what does that mean? Does that mean it's promotional, or does that mean you're still doing the design? You know what I mean?
Right,
Like,
right.
yeah.
And so
Um,
so when I was first doing the alpha testing, there was a lot of issue with like the having because of that uneven grade, there was too much at the neckline in the larger sizes. And so I had to go back and look at, okay, well, why is this happening? And it essentially came down to like how I was grading the shoulders. And because that wasn't even with how I was grading the bust. Anyway, it's been fixed now. And but it has been quite a process. It's been really interesting. But I totally agree with what you're saying. I'm really committed to having my patterns come out in a wide and very inclusive size range, but like I'm also very committed to them being high quality in every size. And so having a diversity of testers, who can help provide that feedback and make sure that everything is high quality is, so important to the process.
Yes, I think that it's like if you have someone where like you kind of decide, okay, this design is not really working well on this size, it doesn't mean that this person, if they feel like they want it, they can't, grade the pattern themselves and have it fit the way that they want it. But they just have to understand that they need a certain skill set to do that, which is not something that like you as the designer has. So it's kind of almost like a way of saying like it will take work to get this right, rather than just grade it up anyway and then be like, oh, you can figure it out. I think that it's um and it's like being honest about the work that it will take for it to fit well.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's definitely right. I don't know, testing in like the norms around testing and grading, like it's just such an interesting industry because there's such a diversity of perspectives on this stuff and like what quality is expected. I was just talking the other day to I have a business coach and she was asking me like, did you get on Etsy? How have your Etsy sales been? And I'm like, I got on Etsy and I've had like 1 sale. And in the same amount of time, I've had like way more sales on my website, which I actually like, please keep buying from my website and not from Etsy because it's like, there's
Don't
less
let Etsy hear you said that.
But then she was like, well, why do you think you're not getting a lot of Etsy sales? And like, well, because you go on Etsy and there's like bra patterns for like $3 on Etsy.
Yeah.
But like, who knows what the quality level is on those $3 bra pattern? I mean, I don't know. I'm like almost tempted to like buy one to try it. I'm sure it would be.
Yeah. I'm so curious about the digital mock-ups. Like, have you ever actually physically sewn this together, or have you just rendered it? Like, I want to know.
Yeah, and I don't know how. I mean, that might be a good question for us to ask Trudy when she joins later about like the accuracy of digital mock-ups for lingerie, because like for clothing it's actually pretty accurate. I use the same software that Trudy uses for my for drafting, and as long as your avatar is accurate, like clothing is pretty accurate, which makes sense because like the way that the software is designed is to drape the fabric onto this avatar, right? And like when you wear clothing, like it's generally that's what it's doing, right? It's draping onto your body. But that's not what bras do. Like bras are instead they're
The bra
doing this
molds the body.
right? They're holding up. And so like
Yeah.
I'm really curious about the accuracy of 3D rendering for bras specifically.
I want to ask her about wires. You know how I love my wires and my wire spraying. So I want to see what she has to say about that. Because I'm curious. I'm interested in using that software, but like that holds me back a bit. So it'd be fun to know.
I'm looking forward to that conversation with Trudy later because Yeah, I'm very curious. I mean, I love using Clo for garments, but I haven't tried using it for bras, really. I mean, I graded the jet set pattern in Clo only because but I didn't try to do the 3D rendering. Like, I just did the like, the 2D grading. Um, and yeah, I'm curious how the rendering works with all of that. I don't know. I'm also a little skeptical, if I'm being honest. Like, I just ordered a custom avatar and a custom dress form. The dress form's on its way. I have the avatar, but it's really strange. Maybe I'll show it to y'all later, but it's it's like a
That's really
literal
interesting.
like gray blob version of my body.
Oh
Like
wow.
it's really, so like it's very accurate, right? Because it's from a 3D scan of my body. Um and so that it has been really cool to see the garments
Excuse me.
rendered
Yeah.
onto my 3D body. But like even with, so like unlike the sort of default avatars on Clo, which the boobs like just weren't, my boobs are so skinny. I call them noodle boobs. Like they're
I'm
not
gonna have to see.
omega. They're just like skinny and long.
Mm,
and,
I got
and
the
you
same
don't
one.
and like they don't like there are no noodle boobs on Clo with their like avatar creator, but
Yeah.
they're like my new custom avatar definitely has noodle boobs, and I'm like, cool. At least now I have that much to be like that to have some accuracy with, but I still don't know. I'm still very skeptical. Amy says Etsy's a nightmare. Switch stopped to folksy in the UK, but still not great. Get most of my money from craft fairs. Yeah, I don't know. I'm really like, I'm glad that people know to go to my website. That's all I'm just saying about.
Yeah, I've been thinking about Etsy because the reach on my blog is very small, and so I think that I probably do need another platform to like make some sales. But I've heard so many bad things about Etsy. The thing I've heard of Folksy before, but I guess what I would like to know is do they still have the same issues as Etsy, or is it just a case of like the user base is a lot smaller? Like, is it which is the problem? If you're still around, Amy.
Yeah, I'm really curious about it also.
Mm.
I'm also looking at there's another website called like indiepatterns.com, I think.
All
And I
right.
was
I've not heard
looking
of
at
that.
them recently. I hadn't really either until I started poking around and seeing like, because what was it? There was that other website that just closed down, at least in the US, that used to have a lot of the indie patterns on it. I'm totally blanking on the name of it. But anyway, it just recently shut down. And so I was just poking around, seeing, what other options are there out there. I don't know. I mean, I think that like having my own website be the primary is probably makes sense for the foreseeable future, but
Mm.
I really wish that there was a like I've talked to a few folks in the industry about this, but like I really wish that there was like a collaborative or a collaboration among um like lingerie designers for a lot, because we all have our like information, our like there's courses out there, there's patterns out there, and like but you have to know to go to all these different sources, like, and it would just be really cool to bring that together under an umbrella, but that is
Mm.
beneficial to everyone. I don't know what
Yeah,
that looks like.
I completely agree with you, and I also would like to maybe include like bra fitters in that because like I feel like there's so much knowledge that bra makers could learn from bra fitters and vice versa. That like it would be so like and to have everyone using the same terminology and having the same understanding of things, it would be so good because I feel like everyone now is just kind of learning on their own. They're developing their own like mental systems, and so when you try and talk to someone else about it, it can be really confusing. And they say something, and what they are saying could be completely correct, but they don't have any kind of like way of justifying it to you, so you don't like you might not like internalize it. Or alternatively, it could be completely wrong, but like you don't like know how to refute it in that way. You know, I wish there was just a lot more standardization.
Well, and also I
in that.
think like the terms like everyone uses. I mean, even just like power net versus power mesh, right? Like thinking about like there are some patterns that call for power mesh, but what they really mean is what I would call power net, but like
Mm.
I don't know. I mean, just like
Yeah,
terminology
it's
is
so tricky.
different. Yeah,
Mm.
it's really interesting.
Amy's replied to my question from before. She says that the user base is smaller, so you come up in the searches better. Oh yeah, I'm rubbish at photos, which doesn't help. I understand that I'm the same way with my social media. Folksy is just UK makers. Seems to have loads of support if you want to pay for it. That's really interesting. Yeah.
Hmm.
Like bra school and MSc in bras. I nearly did a master's degree in bras, nearly, and I decided to do an engineering job instead. This was going to be at Portsmouth University. They do um, they have like a sports bra research centre. So I was going to do something about that, and it was potentially going to be in collaboration with De Montfort University. But I decided to not do that because I kind of figured that like that university environment wasn't going to I wasn't going to learn what I needed to learn in that environment, if that makes sense. I was going to learn like one thing and not have a very good holistic understanding of bras. And now here I am, like a few years later, and I feel like what I've learned now, I could potentially do some research and stuff, but like I didn't have the knowledge back then, and then the knowledge has just really come from having a big think about stuff all the time, just sitting down and thinking, entering my mind palace.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Do you think you'll consider that in the future?
Maybe, but probably not, to be honest, because I just feel like it's not respected as like an academic subject, so everything is just kind of rated to industry, and obviously because we're not part of industry, then it's kind of a bit benefiting not a huge number of people, I guess.
Mhm.
I didn't phrase that one very well. Amy says she's seen that at Portsmouth. I wondered if I could volunteer my boobs. I always did a breastfeeding MSc. Oh wow, that would be yeah. I think they take on volunteers kind of sporadically. I don't really remember. Yeah, because they do a lot of testing of like they do sports bra testing a lot of the time, so they tend to have people who are kind of in the smaller size ranges for that because I think they get better results. So that's kind of yeah, that's the majority of the volunteers they need us for slapping an award on a sports bra rather than
Hmm.
doing anything novel.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
They don't.
Yeah, I think that I think that it's still good because they're amassing all this data on different designs of different sports bras and which ones are good, which ones are not so good, because there's really not a lot of solid information out there about like which design elements actually help in sports bras. Like do you go racer back or do you go standard strap? And
You
there's
missed. We
pros
were
and cons.
earlier. I was showing everyone the picture of the first sports bra patent. I'll share it again.
Mm.
Yeah. Are you seeing it here?
I'm seeing it.
Yeah. So it's a crossback here. And it's really interesting. So this is from 1979, and not much has changed as far as like the seam lines. Like you could go to Target and buy this bra, probably.
Absolutely, you really could. Yeah, yeah, definitely seen ones like that around.
Yeah, super
Would
interesting.
you buy that sports bra if it came in your size, Lindsay?
I would need to know more about it. Maybe. I guess I'll say maybe. It depends a lot on the materials. Like I find that the materials are just such an important part of sports bras. It's obviously like the seam lines are important, but probably I would want it to have a higher neckline. It's kind of hard to tell in this picture, but I think that the neckline looks a little lower than I would like in a sports bra. But certainly, like, the biggest thing for me would be, like, what materials are being used. Like, is this a really sturdy Lycra that's being used? Is there foam? Like, I actually really I don't generally like foam in my bras, but I do like foam in my sports bras. Um, I'm a big fan of the Panache sports bra, the wireless one. And
I
that's something oh, sorry.
no, go on. No, I wasn't.
I was just gonna say, I've been thinking about, like, how do I make that but better for my body, because as every ready-to-wear bra is, it's too wide on me, which is part of the reason that, like, I don't use ready-to-wear wired bras, because, like, there's nothing worse than, like, working out and then getting poked in the side because the wire is just, like, way, way, way too wide on you. So, I don't know, I guess is my answer. Would you wear it?
Yeah,
Would you buy it?
the thing is, I have one sports bra. I brought the sports bra. I think when I was about 15, I think I bought it. It's so old, and it's a Panache Sport, but it's like 3 cup sizes too small, so it's like not great. But I've just been thinking a lot about sports bras lately because I want to make one for myself,
Yeah.
and also potentially like it's just any kind of I want to make a pattern for every type of bra out there, and like sports bra is obviously one of them, and yeah, I don't know. I was thinking because the sport that I do is bouldering, and there's no like jumping
Mm,
up and down aspect to that. The main
mhm,
advantage of a sports bra is just actually the compression aspect of your boobs, so that you can then get a little bit closer to the wall and not have your boobs kind of rubbing against it.
mm, mhm,
So for me, a compression sports bra would actually work quite well, but I just don't want my boobs in my armpits. So I'm trying to figure out how to compress them more over my
mhm.
front, even if I do look like a rooster with like a big round, bust. But that's going to be kind of what I'm going to try and do probably in my personal sports bra making. But for like a
That's
running
interesting.
style, I definitely would want completely full coverage. And I'd probably want
Mhm.
a wire in there for myself. I like a wire.
I
Like a wire
I
sports
don't
bra.
think I'd mind a wire if it actually fit me. Like, the problem is that, I wish I had it with me, but, like, if you compare, I think there's on my blog, I have a picture where I pulled a wire out of a ready-to-wear bra that was in my size versus, like, the wire that I use when I make my bras, and it's, like, several sizes too too big, and so, like, it's one thing to wear that on it every day, which still sucks, like, it's not like I wanna wear too big of a wire, like, walking around, but when you're exercising, you're gonna get poked even more than when you're not exercising, so I don't yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
Also,
yeah. Go on.
I was just gonna say, before I had my baby, most of my workouts were pull. I've got my pull for my pole dancing.
I think that was just like a support beam.
No, it's a dude
That's so
pole, and
cool.
so it's a lot of like acrobatics, like upside down stuff, and so that was also really important to me
Mm.
pre-baby, and maybe I'll get back into it at some point. But like having that full coverage, because otherwise you're upside down and your boobs fall out of your bra.
Fair enough. I think that the one thing about the wire for me though is that if you're doing that kind of combination of compression and encapsulation, you do kind of need a little bit of a bigger wire, I think, because otherwise your boobs don't really have anywhere to go. That's kind of my personal experience. It's like I don't mind a bigger wire when I'm in my tiny sports bra because it my boobs
Yeah,
get pushed to the back anyway, so I kind of yeah, I don't
I
experience.
hear that,
But
and I think like I don't know that I'd mind like a little bit bigger of a wire, but let me see if I can find that picture, because you'll see
Yes.
what
While you're doing it, I'll just read out a comment. Sadfish says, I wish there was more sports bra research done in the US. We seem so behind the UK in many bra related ways. I think that you are, and I'm sorry about that. And I think it's a population density thing primarily. But
Yeah.
I
Well,
don't
also
know. Yeah.
I think our like academia is just so different here. I mean, earlier someone was mentioning a breastfeeding master's degree. I've never heard of somebody getting a breastfeeding master's degree. Like I am Maybe it's misogyny. I don't know. I'm a conspiracy theorist and will always go to maybe it's misogyny, but I just like can't even imagine that being, something that a research university would focus on.
Oh, that's so interesting. I feel like over here, I don't know, I hear a lot of stuff about like breastfeeding research and kind of stuff like that. For me, like it seems so unsurprising. So like I guess it is just a different culture.
I mean,
Sad fish-
like breastfeeding research for sure like happens here, but it's usually like within like medical schools or not. It wouldn't be like I don't know that I've heard of it being its own program, which doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It just means I've never heard of that.
I think as long as you can get someone to supervise you, you can pretty much do like a research-based master's in kind of anything. So I think you can just yeah. Sadfish says sports bra wires are so wide in big sizes. They really are. There's wide and then there's like like a Freya sports bra
Like,
wide. Yeah, I agree. There's two different things. I've always wondered
yeah,
about, you got the padded wires. I have that in my sports bra and I like it a lot, but I'm just trying to think about how you would translate that into home sewing.
padded
I've
wires.
always
That's interesting.
Yeah, my panache sport, and I won't get it out to show you because it's all sweaty and gross. But the wire itself there is some kind of padding on top of it, so the wire sits on
Hmm.
like a layer of like foamy stuff.
That's interesting. I mean, I feel like could you just make like channeling almost out of foam?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess that you could. I think that it's like from feeling it, the wire's like on top of it. So like if you felt the bra from the outside, you'd feel the wire like as normal. But then so the padding's only on the inside. So I think that you could just literally have like a
Mm,
channel of foam, like not a
mhm.
channel, but like just like a strip, I guess, underneath it. That could be something to
Yeah,
investigate.
that's really interesting. I'm still trying to find this picture. That's really interesting.
I've been doing some bra pulling apart lately. I've got some bras over here that I've taken apart as part of my research. I've got let's see. Here we go. I've got an Alomi nursing bra. I like to like keep them mostly together
Oh,
so that I don't lose the bits. And then there's
yeah.
an Alomi. And then I got like a panache here. And it's just interesting to see like how the wire's graded and what's
Oh,
going on.
here.
Because
I found the picture.
oh yeah,
Hold
go
on.
on then.
Figure out if I can pause it here. Let me just because of course it was an Instagram story. That's where I have
All
it.
right.
So, but here, I don't know. Okay, if you can see that
Yeah,
where
wow,
the wire
that is very wide. What
that's
bra is
and
that?
that's the panache wired bra on me. That's
Oh
just
wow,
like
goodness.
not like
Yeah,
yeah. That's
yeah.
just ridiculous.
That is ridiculous.
That's
Yeah,
what I mean
you
by
don't need
like
that.
that's why I don't buy wired bra or wired sports bras, especially because like that's like
Mm.
3 inches too far back.
Yeah, that is very wide on you. Yeah.
That's
No,
so
this
interesting.
is
What have you been learning from taking apart those bras?
well, this is what I like. This is an Alomi. This is the Alomi one. And what I really like about this wire is how short the underarm is compared to the gore. So obviously Alomi is known for having quite wide wires, but I really like this kind of ratio where it's only a little bit taller because then you can get a high coverage front without it kind of poking. Um, that's what I like. But what I found most interesting is actually I'll see if I can get my camera to behave. Is the cradle because and this has come about in the past couple of weeks for me mentally, which it should have come about beforehand because I'm literally writing a book on this, but like I'm glad I didn't release it before I learned this. Because I presume you've taken apart bras before, right? And you take the pattern
Mhm.
out of them. But I
I've
was
never
taking
actually
apart
taken
these.
the pattern out of them. I
Okay.
have taken them apart. I've never had a ready to wear bra fit me well enough that I wanted the pattern.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I'm doing it because like I was trying to figure out, the the underlying logic behind their design choices, I guess.
Mhm,
Because I
mhm,
recognize that this brand has wide wires and that works well for some people. It kind of, I feel like it doesn't work for the majority, but like,
mhm,
you know, it's their choice, I guess.
mhm.
I'm just gonna lay this out here. And see if I can. I'm just gonna hold my camera. But this, and if I put the wire on top, actually, so you can see. I apologize for the lack of space on my desk. This is not my normal work environment. There. So you see how wide that cradle has ended up.
Mhm.
And so, like, I used to kind of be of the opinion this is all spring. Like, you put this here, and then that's how much the wire is springing. What I've actually come to realize is that when I was taking bras apart, I was kind of, I was like subconsciously doing this, lifting up this and kind of shortening this to make this
Mhm.
angle kind of reduced. Whereas actually, if you kind of straighten the bra out completely so that the okay, bring that over a bit off. So that
Mhm.
there's no tension in like the fabric at all. So that the fabric is how it's cut. You can see that there is a lot of V-shaping, there's a lot of wing drops. Like this is a lot physically higher up than this. And that's what I was talking about with
Hi, Maddie.
the cradle stretch reduction. Hi, Maddie. I'm just talking about
Hello,
like
give me 1 second.
taking a bra apart. Okay, she needs a minute. And so yeah, incorporating, like if you imagine this was stretching, if it stretches in your bra, then your bra is going to be lifted up, and that's kind of how it ends up fitting. So if you start with this and you make the bra, it ends up stretching, and then you kind of get like this shape. It
Interesting.
goes too far. So taking darts out of this cradle and getting this really wide shape that isn't necessarily from wire spring, this has like been like a real game changer for me in terms of my band design. So having these
Huh.
like bras that look crazy when you compare to how they look on the body, but
Yeah.
it's just kind of how the fabric's behaving.
I'm curious, have you taken apart any bras that are like known for a more narrow route, like
Yeah,
a
I've
diva?
been focusing on large sizes at the moment. I've not taken apart a newer. I've taken apart this is a panache, and it's
Uh-huh.
a similar situation. I'm not physically taking this one apart, but like once you've taken the wire out and you kind of focus on aligning it, it's the same story. So yeah, I recommend doing that because like it's just interesting to see, you know, like what they're doing because yeah, I was having problems with my patterns and with my fitting clients, and I feel like that specifically helped it a lot. So yeah.
Interesting. Well,
All right.
it is 3:01, so we get to welcome Maddie. Hi, Maddie.
Hello, hi.
Awesome. And Sarah, you want to change up the perks that are
Yep.
listed?
I'm
So
just doing
we're
that right now.
doing really super well on our fundraising goals. So our goal
That's
is to
awesome.
raise £1,000 today for women and girls in Afghanistan. And we are currently at 495 pounds. So we're 49.5% of the way there. And we're maybe just now about halfway through the day. So I think we're right on pace for what we need.
I
So
think we can do it.
yeah, I think we totally can do it. And folks who donate over the next hour while Maddie's here remind me what your perk is, Maddie.
10% off. I didn't think about that
10%
for a second.
off of Maddie
Yeah.
of orders from Maddie's website from Madeline.
Yeah.
So that's really exciting. I'm gonna so the fun activity that we chose for this hour is that I'm going to make a Ray bra, which is Maddie's underwire bra pattern. I'm actually wearing one right now, so I'm just gonna make another one. And actually this morning, so we did a knickers race where we raced to see who could sew the fastest. Jen from Porcelain, of course, won because she's super fast at sewing. She's like so fast at sewing. She sewed a pair of panties in what was it, like not even 15 minutes?
It was and it was like like a good pair. Like the ones that I made are like like they're not wearable. The elastic's on the outside, it's a little wonky.
I took
That's
much
okay.
longer. I was the loser, Maddie. I was the slowest sewer, which I'm sure doesn't even surprise you.
No, it doesn't. I know you, Lindsay. It doesn't. But yeah,
But I've
yeah.
got, but I used this lovely fabric from you for these knickers, and I think I'm
Yeah.
gonna make the Ray match.
Perfect.
So I'll have a cute little matching set.
I first want to start off by saying thank you for including me in this event. So to both Sarah and Lindsay, means a lot so that I could support this. And I'm really happy that you're halfway there. And I think that you can definitely get it. I'm definitely going to post too a link of this live and where people can donate. Question: can people donate after the event ends?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
The donations will close in like a week's time, so there's plenty of time to donate still. I just want to say thank you for donating your time as well for to help us with our fundraising.
Yeah, I'm glad.
So I think while I cut and sew, we will just chat. I mean, that's what we've been doing for the last hour. Sarah was just showing us she's been taking apart a bunch of bras to see how the industry is doing things.
When I joined in, there was something about stretch fabrics and something moving this way. Was that something that you were doing before I hopped in? About ready-made, or did I just imagine that? I could have just imagined that. Somebody had a bra that was flat and the underwire was.
Oh yeah. So I was talking about even though this fabric isn't stretch, it is still stretching. So I guess the mental leap that I was taking was recognizing that there's no such thing as like a rigid bra. Everything stretches to some degree, especially in these large sizes. So kind of working that into my designs was really helping me a lot.
Kind of like a mechanical stretch type of thing?
Yeah, so like this is the fabric that I was using, and this is I mean I actually sliced into it when I was taking it apart, but this is like laminated fabric. It's really, really rigid. You can't see it on here, but like when I look at this, it feels like it's like bonded and it's like plasticky and it's hard. But even this, like the edge of it, is still like stretching. I guess because it's not give in the middle, but like because it's got an edge to it. So yeah, that was kind of for me the missing link in my kind of understanding of pattern drafting for the bands. So yeah, working with large sizes, you can't take things for granted.
Yeah, I like I've taken apart a couple of bras. Well, many, but I like actually. So every single ready-to-wear bra that I have taken apart, there's no wire spring.
Wow.
There's no wire spring. And from companies that are very well known for larger sizes, which as a bra pattern designer, you always build in that wire spring. But almost every single ready-to-wear bra that I've taken apart, no wire spring. None.
That's
so interesting. Yeah.
Really, it's
the
because
ones that I've taken apart, they have had it. So like it's like I guess it's just different brands.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like you're taught a certain way, and I'm not in that company, and I'm not part of that like pattern making team. So I'm just thinking of like the thinking behind having no wire spring. But I know that there are some patterns, some Madeline patterns included, that don't have wire spring. So it's just like it's something that you when you're drafting a pattern decide to put in it or not put in it, but there should be a reason why.
I'm curious, do you know what brands you've taken apart that haven't had spring?
Olomi, Panache, Curvy Kate, those three ones are like
that's really interesting. Just because yeah.
I know we've talked about this before, but I don't like spring. I'm in the no spring camp. I played with it after Sarah has challenged me to play with it, and I've played with it, and I still, I've added spring into some of my patterns and just haven't. I've still come out saying I don't like these as much as the ones that don't have spring.
Yeah,
I don't have like a scientific reason for it. They're more comfortable when they don't have spring. I don't know.
Keep showing the other things quick. Yeah.
My response to that is just because I've learned this thing about the cradle stretching recently. Like I would say that like my recommendation to just add spring was not complete, and I think that
But
that's kind of the just doing that. I've since realized doesn't actually help everything. You need to kind of integrate the other things as well. That's been my own experience with getting tension in the band, but
but
So
here
oh,
here's
sorry.
a question. Here's a question, and this just goes to like how confusing bras are. Is that and I wasn't part of the whole conversation about the band stretching out, but does that only apply to larger sizes? Like in a
so
smaller size, so like someone like a 30C like I am, would that still apply? Would that stretching still apply? Because I don't have as much tension on it as somebody with a larger chest, so would that still apply? And I'm only just like brainstorming and like thinking about this out loud.
Really quick before you answer that question, or we have a question in the chat that is, what is wire spring? And I feel like that's an important thing to answer before we keep debating wire spring.
Yeah.
Okay. I've got my wires out, so I'll show it on here because I've just got this out still.
Yeah.
So wire spring is normally defined as building in distance in your pattern from the cradle to the tip. So this here is kind of called wire spring, although what I was talking about now, it's kind of more like this much is wire spring, and then the rest of this is a stretch reduction on here, is what I've realized. Because if you actually physically open the wire, the bottom shape ends up kind of flat. That's been so this is more from preventing this stretching than from specifically the wire spring. So yeah, that's kind of been so that's
I just think it's an interesting conversation, like, but in bra makers, nobody except us would understand or geek out about it as much as we.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like you're going to Nordstrom buying a bra and being like, well, how much spring does this bra have in it? Like, I don't think anyone is thinking about that when they're purchasing bras.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah, you're good. I am this bra. So I did a lot of alterations to the Ray when I made it because of my, I don't know, omega but not omega. Everyone wants to say that if you have more volume to your IMF or to your wire size, that's an omega, and like I really don't think I'm omega. I'm just noodle.
I mean, I did a whole blog post on it. One of my rants, like, I don't think you're omega. You're probably just projected. That's kind of my
right. Well, but the adjustment is still called the omega adjustment.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's like the terminology is still there. I've kind of
So I had to do quite an omega adjustment to this bra pattern. And so you'll see, like, although then I realized I had actually done too much of an omega adjustment, so I had to add some back because I had done my math. Well, like I had like doubled what I needed to do. I think is what happened. But you can see here, like, I mean, that much that I added originally it was that far out. Even further.
Well, that's good because you don't want to be taking too much off, because the more you take off, the more you risk kind of making things go a bit awry.
Right.
Yeah, that's
okay. Maddie, I had muted you while you were away because we were hearing sewing machines.
Oh yeah, we're sewing. We're getting our March collection together.
Sadfish says when you Google wire spring, you get this sentence in an article. What is wire spring, and why does the mention of it start a war between pattern makers, experts, and sewers? Is that from your blog, Sarah?
No, it's not, but like it could be. Certainly could be. I feel like I couldn't say that though because I was under. I'm. This is one thing that I'm quite heavily opinionated about. So like, I feel like it'd be unfair about calling it a war when I'm one of the participants in that.
I am also quite heavily opinionated in the opposite direction of you.
Yeah.
We can still be friends though.
No, exactly.
We can disagree
like-
and still be friends.
Yeah. I just think, it's coming at it from different experiences and different backgrounds, and ultimately we wear the things that feel best on our bodies. So like that's kind of the result of our experiences, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's 100% true. I'm really curious if anybody has done, like, I'm curious why some people feel better with spring and why some people feel worse with spring. Like,
I'm wondering, I'm just talking out loud here. Does the gauge have anything to do with it? So like if a underwire that's a heavier gauge and doesn't spring as much as a underwire that isn't as heavy gauge,
Right.
won't spring as much.
Right.
I think
I
I
mean,
think that the gauge, I think it has an impact. My thinking as well is the neckline, because if your neckline's tight, then you don't need the, because my approach to spring and why I feel strongly about it is that the tension that's provided when you open that wire provides tension through that band. But if you have a neckline that is providing that for you, you don't need to be doing that. So
And I do build a lot of tension into my neckline. So maybe that's part of it.
Yeah.
Because
that could
I
be.
do oftentimes, this pattern is actually an exception. No, it's not. Anyway, I wish I had a pattern to show you, but I oftentimes will take darts out of the neckline of patterns. Almost always, almost on every pattern I make, I will take darts out of the neckline. So maybe that's part of it. I like a nice tight neckline. And in my bra pattern in the jet set, that's like the neckline is quite like granted, that's not a wired pattern, it's wireless,
But that's a very successful pattern, the jet set. I think it's good. It's got a good amount of lift to it, and it like provides that like good shaping kind of like the kind of slightly retro, but still kind of supported a nice shape. It's kind of
right. Have you made it yet?
I've not made it. No.
I'll send it
Have
to
you
you.
made one, Maddie?
What?
I was just asking Maddie if she's made one. Have you made a jet set?
The jet set? No. But we did kits for the jet set for Lindsay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You still have kits?
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely.
Folks, go buy some kits.
Yeah, we sell some kits. And
you can use 10% off to get your jet set kit.
Oh yeah.
There we go. 10%.
This is totally unrelated, but I'm trying to avoid the sun at all costs. But no matter what way I put this, I am like blinded. So if you give me like 30 minutes, the sun won't be behind me. But right now it's just like whoo, unplanned.
That's all right.
Well, I'm jealous. It looks like you've got a lovely sunny day.
It looks sunny, but it is cold out. It is cold out.
Oh no.
So it's deceiving. It's deceiving.
It's not as cold as it's been though.
I'm looking forward to springing forward tonight. Because that's like mentally to me, like that's like, all right, we've made it through the hump of like winter. Warmer weather is here. Like I am all about that. Winter is very hard for me.
What about sleep though?
I mean, that's secondary.
You don't have a 2-year-old who's going to wake you up at 4:30 in the morning.
That's true. That is very true. I do have cats though, and they definitely wake me up in the morning.
Goodness.
Somehow, like they land right up here on my head. I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing here?
Maddie and I live about 20 minutes away from each other, so we're in the same planet.
Yeah.
Our daylight saving isn't for ages yet, so I'm just kind of living through you guys. I can't wait till we get into the summertime rather than the winter time.
I live for the summer. I am a summer person. I am not.
Well, you're from Florida, right?
Yeah, and I really struggle January and February. Like I really struggle when it's like, and especially this, because I feel like the past 2 or 3 winters, we've been very lucky as far as like it hasn't been too cold, but like this winter was
This year
cold.
was real cold, yeah, and long. I had to fire my psychiatrist. This is related, I promise.
Okay. I was like, this is not a therapy session, Lindsay. This is not a
No.
therapy session.
I had to fire my psychiatrist because he winters in Florida, which like that's fine, whatever. But he came back and he's like, it's still cold. This is the longest winter ever. I guess we need to like burn more fossil fuels to warm up the atmosphere. And I was like, wait. Like, but climate change goes in both ways.
Yeah.
And then he was like, oh, you're one of those sheeple who listens to leftist propaganda. And I was like, okay, you're not my psychiatrist anymore.
Did he call you a sheeple?
I feel like that's not a good therapist.
Wow. Yeah.
No. Yeah.
I mean, I feel like in this therapy, but directly in
I feel like
then later in the session, I mean, this is just med management. He's not my therapist. He's just the psychiatrist.
Okay.
But he later made a suicide joke in the same session. And I was like, okay, like if the sheeple comment didn't do enough, like we're really done now.
Yeah, we need to break up for sure.
We have broken up. I am in search of a new psychiatrist. So if anybody has recommendations for psychiatrists licensed in the state of New Jersey, hit me up.
Well, fortunately and unfortunately, Sarah and I are not taking new patients. So you were out of luck with that one. And if we did, we would charge to the 9. So we would charge a lot.
No, I wouldn't charge a lot, but I would make you put wire spring in your bras. So you
yeah, there you go. Payment would be in wire spring.
I have put wire spring. Okay, I'm trying to remember which bra was it that I put wire spring in, and I was just like, I hate this. I'm sorry, Sarah. I just hate this.
That's fair because I mean, like I said, it was not the whole story. But even if it was the whole story, you're very entitled to have your own feelings. However you want.
Sadfish says, okay, actually no. Hold on. Going back, Amy said that wire spring. She thinks wire spring is more important on larger sizes because the weight of the bra changes everything so much. But I
agree with that. I agree with that.
I'm a 32 double J, and I'm sitting here saying I hate wire spring, so I don't know.
Let me see here. Where can I go to chat? Toggle the chat.
So if you go to you have to go to the to YouTube to see the chat.
Oh, okay.
I'm
like, where's this chat? Like, where's this chat?
Yeah, then we have
where do I go on YouTube?
Talking about the weather, lots of different climates here. Sadfish had a chemistry professor in undergrad who was anti-climate change. He had been tenured for decades. Yeah.
Wait, where do I go on
YouTube? The link is in my stories.
I can send you the link in the cool chat if you would like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll do that right now.
Free or low cost access to it. Yeah, I also have free access through Teledoc. So I'm gonna see if I can find a new psychiatrist on Teledoc because I have my employer has a really sweet plan where we pay $15 or $10 a month for our whole family, for me, my husband, and my kid to have access to
I can't
psychiatrists, all kinds of stuff. What?
All right, I had to mute that. I was like, wait, what? There are 2 people talking right now.
Oh, because of your gap.
Yeah. Okay. I'm back though.
Hi. I have the upper cups cut out.
Very nice. Very nice. The thing is, with climate change is my dad worked for a long time in the gas industry, and he kind of fully believes the things that they say, and I wouldn't, and he's also quite pro fracking as well. So sometimes having conversations with him about the climate can be difficult. I try to avoid it as best as I can.
Yeah, I think politics I try to avoid as best. Any conversation about politics I try to avoid as best as I can, unless you are very aware of that person's political
I
opinions
work
that
in free speech, so there's no avoiding, in my work, there's no avoiding this discussion about politics.
yeah, I guess so. I'm
From
just like,
all sides. I will say my husband and I are politically different. Like, I very much respect
I
his.
see. I've always wondered because my husband and I are very aligned in our political beliefs. I always wonder if like, how would that be living or being married to somebody who is like completely on the other side of like your political beliefs?
Yeah.
I'm too stubborn. I couldn't do it.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know if I could. I'm like, it would bother me a lot. It would just be a topic that we don't discuss. And
We
as
are pretty aligned on like our base values. It's just, I don't know. Anyway. Yeah, it's
hey,
interesting.
it seems like you make it work. So
For
Exactly.
sure.
You've got to live the lifestyle that works best for you.
yeah.
I'm trying to figure out. Okay, so clearly I should have planned this bra better. Okay, so I've got my upper cups cut out. Look how cute.
Oh, that's cute.
Okay, but I don't know what fabric to use for the lower cups. And like, I thought I had some.
Do you have how much of that lace do you have?
I have a lot, so I may just use the lace. I may just use.
Well, here, can I show you this? Can I show you this variation that we did?
Yeah. Manny says they've almost finished the bra. They finished sewing on this live, which I love that.
Oh, cute. What bra are you making, Manny?
Me?
Also, we're now at
Manny,
55.4.
sorry.
We're now
Wait,
no Manny. Yeah. We're now at 55.4% of our goal.
Oh, nice! Awesome. Okay, so this right here, I'm gonna put it up.
Girlfriend,
I like
that
that, like the contrast cradle.
can't
That's
see it.
cute.
Hey, can you chat that to me on Instagram?
Yeah. Yeah.
I really
then I
like
can
your sorry, go on.
Then I can put it up for folks to see, and then I will actually be able to see it.
I really like your brand aesthetics, Maddie. I think that like you have like this kind of like quite joyful, I would say, take on like the fabrics that you use and stuff. Like where does that come from, your inspiration?
So it all starts with color. So we like start with a color that we want to do, and just like a sneak peek for this spring, we're doing mocha mousse. So that's like the Pantone color of the year. So like we'll start with the color, and then we'll usually do the elastics. So then we're like, all right, let's get the elastics dyed for that. And then we go on just like around and just see like what patterns that we like. Sometimes it's like a dress pattern. Sometimes it's something that we see on Pinterest, something that we see on Instagram. And then we actually work with like an illustrator, designer, to make our patterns. Like we like this, but we want these colors changed, or we want this flower in it, or something like that. And then once we have the design ready, then we send it to the printer, and then they print it on the fabrics, which is usually like a mesh.
Oh, I like this. Sorry,
or
I'm watching the
lycra.
video.
That's all good. And then actually the last is the lace. So then like this lace right here, we had dyed to match the orange flowers that were in the pattern. And it's funny that you say it, because like whenever we do our photo shoots, you know, like models and like they always think that like they need to be like sexy. I'm like, no, I want you to be like fun and like flirty and like you love this set. Like I don't want like this sexy like sultry, like you're trying to seduce whoever is like looking at you. Like I want this to be like about, it's fun, it's flirty, you're really loving wearing this, versus like you're trying to like be sexy or something for somebody else.
Yeah, I think that's such a like you know, there's just it's just hard to find like different style aesthetics and brands. There's a lot of brands that do like they'll do like maybe like an interesting lace, but then they'll just have like strappy backs because they can't get like a power net that kind of matches their fabric. But you guys have like such like a strong like, you know, style, and you make sure to put that in every kind of element in your lingerie. So like that's something that's really cool.
Can I give you a little sneak peek of what is coming next?
Oh yeah,
So
absolutely.
I was on mute and said, yes, please.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do what you did on that. I'm gonna do full lace. I like that. I'm not usually a full lace type of girl, but today we're gonna try new
I'm
things.
always full lace. I love a full lace.
So the theme of our next one is bows.
Yes!
But like
Oh my gosh!
not cute bows. Like we want to do like really sexy. So it's like a really sneak peek.
Okay.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
So here it is. But we had these made.
Wow.
Those are so cute. I love that.
I am just so jealous of like the freedom that you guys have in terms of like I want this design, so we're gonna get it printed on the PowerNet and stuff like that, and I'm just like, oh, I'm so jealous.
Yeah.
But, you know.
We have some more. We have some other laces coming too that have bows. But like I was very careful because like I don't want cute bows. I want like sophisticated, like somebody who's older to wear, not like a teenager.
I love bows, and because you know that I said in my I like posted on Instagram for my birthday. I have that bow top that I made, and like I've declared it the year of the bows.
Here,
and so I'm that you're doing that.
Look.
For me.
Oh, lovely. That's really nice. Yeah.
That is so cute. I love it.
Mm.
I love.
And then wait, hold on. We had.
How many products?
This one too.
Ooh, that's cool. Yeah.
Oh, I like that a lot. I love that.
I like the color combination.
Yeah, it has like a little bit of, so it's the black and it has like pink and baby blue and green in it. You can't really see it because of the light, but it is really pretty.
I'm excited.
Yeah, I like a little tiny like pop of color with like a kind of black. Yeah. Right. Oh, Manny Rogers replied, and she said she's making a vertical seam version of the Black Beauty. No power bar, as it's uncomfortable. It's in a light lavender color. That sounds really nice. I love a good vertically seamed bra. I think they'd like it. Create a really nice shape.
I love a vertical seam bra. I really want someone to come out with a vertical seam bra that works really well for large cups.
How many like seams? Like a four-part cup?
I don't know, 3, 4. Actually, Lily is working on one, so I think that might be the answer to my prayers.
Would you be open to doing a foam one? That's kind of been my understanding of those styles, is that because there's so little support in the middle, the foam really helps give a lift. Or are you
Sure.
fabric only type of person?
La Perla had like a really awesome cage bra like a long time ago. That was a vertical. I don't know if it was actual seams or just like strips. Let me pull it up.
Was it like this, like on top, like kind of like a harnessy thing on top?
No, I have it on my Pinterest. I'll show you.
Oh yeah.
If you send me the link, Maddie, I can show it for the audience too.
Okay.
Okay. I'm just gonna quickly sew this lace together. I'm gonna mute myself so you don't hear my machine.
Okay. All right. Lindsay Runkle has said that she's taken apart an Eva Mihalek, but she hasn't photographed it yet, so she'll share that when she has. So that might be of interest to you.
I'm really excited to see that, Lindsay. Also, I love that we both spell our names immediately.
Because I've been talking to you a lot, Lindsay, and I've also been talking to Lindsay Runkle, and I'm just like sometimes like I've been just making sure I get the right spelling for the right person.
I don't get offended if you misspell, for me at least.
I think the only thing you guys have in common is like an L, and N, and an S. The rest is just kind of. It's nice though. I like the variation spelling. I think it adds variety is the spice of life, after all. Grimoire Noir says, I would love a good vertical seam bra with at least 4 seams. I really want to try the AP Exquisite and Beware's Angie's Twin. Yeah, I've seen the exquisite around. I think that's cute. The thing that like I always see with Angie's twin is it's
No.
very high coverage, and like I'm not a high coverage kind of a gal. I prefer something that's got like a higher gore, but then like a lower coverage. So I don't mind a high wire, but I like a low coverage because I've got a lot of upper fullness, and I don't like anything kind of cutting in on that. So it's not on my radar for that personal reason.
Yeah, both of those, I think I'm not within the size range.
Mm.
Can you see that, or do you want me to send it to you?
Send it to me and I'll put it so everyone can see.
How are you doing, Lindsay? Are you good for your energy levels? Because you've been on here for a long time. Is everything good? Or?
I'm great. I'm just sewing along over here. You can't. My sewing
Fabulous.
machine is working here. But now I'm looking at the size range on the AFI Exquisite to tell you if I'm correct. Yeah. So they have UK cups up to G, which is not big enough for me. Like maybe I could okay, here's the thing. Could I sister size? Like sometimes these patterns that don't come in my size. Like could I sister size and like make it work? Yes. Do I want to? Not really.
Yeah.
Like, or I could just use my sloper to draft something similar. That's like always
Hmm.
kind of the like in the back of my mind.
If you're making that kinds of adjustments anyway, you kind of may as well just draft it yourself. Like that's kind of
Ooh, this is really fun. Okay, I'm gonna share this picture that Maddie sent me.
It was part of the La Perla Graphite collection.
right. Yes. Oh, I've seen that. I thought that was so cool and like so interesting. Yeah.
So
I definitely don't think it seams. It's just like top applied.
Yeah.
Mm.
Also, it looks super uncomfortable.
Is it
Yeah.
boning or is it just like
It's
That's
both.
what it looks
decorative?
like, right? It's bones.
I've
Yeah.
never seen it in person, but the way that it's sticking up, it seems like there would be some like plastic boning in there.
Yeah, I think so.
Mm.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's like if you took like a corset and then you like intensified it and then shortened it. It's cool. I
Yeah.
like it.
I mean, they had other styles, but that was the one that caught my eye in that collection.
Yeah, that's super cool. I mean, it's like a really cool like bedroom bra, I guess.
It'd be really nice to like wear under something low cut because like
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or something sheer. Something sheer.
Yeah, that's true. Wearing it more as like something that you would want seen though. I don't think you're wearing that under a t-shirt.
No.
I'm just imagining like having these little like pokey up bits under a t-shirt and then everyone like being like, what do you have under there? The hedgehog? Like what's going
I
on?
might be Captain Obvious for saying that, but whatever.
Grimoire Noir has made a comment. I'm sorry I can't say your name very well. It says, interesting. I feel like the vertical seams make it easier for beginners to adjust the curvature for projection and lower cup volume.
Yeah, I think that's
interesting
probably,
thought.
yeah, but harder to adjust for inner fullness. Much harder, right? Because you don't have any seams there to play with. So I think it depends on where your fullness is and where your fit issues are. Like I could totally see that. If you're someone who really struggles with projection, then yeah. But like for me, I struggle both with projection and inner fullness. So I think
it's so easy to have like a center, like an inner cup collapse in that style that like, and unless you are, and I also just kind of feel like because you don't have any kind of horizontal or diagonal support system, it can just be difficult to kind of, if something's going wrong, it can be harder to kind of maybe figure out exactly what's going wrong because it's just like the cup shaping is like quite different to how most bra like information is kind of disseminated, I guess.
Pre-baby, I had drafted a vertical cup bra that I really liked. Maybe I need to go back to it.
I think I haven't had one for ages. The last one I had was an Eva Mahalik, and it's just, yeah, it was nice, but I just kind of grew out of it, and then I never got another one.
Yeah, that's like the same. I drafted this one from my sloper. I haven't gotten my bra like my current sloper quite perfect yet though. And like I don't want to do variations on my sloper till I like am really confident in the sloper itself, if that makes sense. I've had just so many body changes in the last couple of years that it's hard to keep up. You want to
So,
maybe oh sorry, go on.
no, I was just going to say, Maddie, we had a little conversation before about seam finishes, what we like to do on the inside of our bras. What are your preferred ways of finishing
I know
things off?
Lindsay's who doesn't like a serger. I know you like when you came here, you're like, no serging. I don't have a serger.
Wait, okay, I've been reformed, Maddie. I bought because like I got this
I think I
beautiful-
saw it. Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah,
that you
and
got
now
that.
I like my serger. She and I are friends. But on a bra, I mean, you're not going to serge a bra.
I would say we don't use the serger a lot at all. Well, we do a lot of things that are exposed. So a perfect example is, hold on one second.
Well, she's getting that. This was my vertical seam cup that I drafted.
Yeah.
Oh, I like it.
I know there's ruffles. It was also a bedroom bra, not something you can really wear under things because the ruffles like show. Anyway, yeah.
So
You
for
could put the ruffles in a different place and kind of keep the design if you wanted to wear it out.
100%. You could just leave out the ruffles and have something you could definitely.
Nah, don't leave out the ruffles. Keep the ruffles.
Maddie, what were you saying?
So like for seam finishes, like a lot of times we have things that are exposed, like right here. So it's going to be wrong sides together, and then we top apply it with the channeling. So we do that a lot. So like on the inside, it actually is already clean finished.
Do you do the sandwich method? Well, how do you do the cup seams?
It's all clean finished.
So you do like the sandwich method?
Yeah.
Or do you do, yeah, okay. I do like the sandwich method.
The sandwiching.
Because especially on a cup, if you serge it, a lot of people, it's irritating on like the nipple.
Ruhi told us we shouldn't say that word on YouTube, apparently. Which after I said it 3 times, she was like, Lindsay, stop. You're going to get us banned. I wonder if that's true or not. I don't know.
I'm like, people have nipples, males. I should probably not say it, but it's like human anatomy.
Yeah, there's nothing inappropriate about that.
No.
Well, one time I made a bra and I bagged it out, so I sewed 2 separate cups and then I joined them together. And because the stretch on the outer fabric was different to the stretch of the lining, the seams just ended up going like this. Like it had like 2 seams, and then
I know. I never bag bras for that reason. It always just goes slightly askew. And I also find, Sarah, have you played with ways of? I know one thing that Maddie really likes to do is putting a stretch layer, it's a fashion layer over the non-stretch, which I find is really difficult at larger
Other
sizes.
way around. So we usually do a non-stretch cup and then a stretch cup lining.
Oh, interesting.
Because I always like, no matter how many times, like, it's always a struggle that when I have a non-stretch cup and a non-stretch lining, if something doesn't line up, it will just cause drag lines. So a lot of times we'll have just like a non-stretch cup and then line it with a stretch lining, and then it allows for kind of like the non-stretch to like, it allows for the non-stretch to like, kind of like say who's boss. And then the stretch lining can just like stretch to it. If there's anything that is off, you know, the better way to say it is like, if anything is off in the way that everything's aligned, the stretch fabric has a little bit of wiggle room where it won't cause drag lines.
Y'all should play like a donations game where like once I lick my lips a certain number of times, people need to donate more because it's like a drinking game, but it's a donation because I lick my lips constantly while I sew.
Listen, I already did my Peloton ride this morning, and they do that. They're like, every time it's like, so and so, go up a number or something, like go up a cadence. What's that?
This is
Up there.
this is a bra that I made that has that printed fabric, that's a power mesh. And then it's stable cut fabric and power net on the inside.
Talk to me about how you didn't end up with like ripples. I've done this especially with swim, right? Where like I want the swim fabric, but I need I want the stable fabric for the support, but then they just don't mesh well.
Yeah. I mean, so what I did with this one is I cut every piece a little bit smaller, which I really don't recommend doing because the power mesh doesn't stretch evenly. Like it has more mechanical stretch one way, more elastic stretch the other way. So don't do that. But fortunately, it'll stretch you enough so that despite the slight differences, it's ended up okay. So I don't think I'm the person to ask about how to get it to work.
I tried that method and struggled with it. Maddie, what's your method?
So
if
when
you spray based, I'm gonna spray based on you.
Yeah, you can spray based me on all you want. I'll love it. I should have a sponsorship from Otis by this point. I should have a blush pink Otis 505 contract by now. That's how much we use it. But when we have our patterns printed on mesh and we get it, we block fuse it to a layer. So we block fuse it to a layer of stabilized sheer cup lining, and then we use it as just a regular layer fabric.
So, okay, I've done that also, and I use fuse, like permanent, what's supposed to be permanent fuse. But what I found is after swimming several times, something with the chlorine, I guess maybe, caused that permanent fuse to unfuse.
Well, we usually do it mostly for bras and bras.
Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe that's the problem. Is maybe it's that I'm trying to do a swim.
If you try with bras, I'm confident that it would be successful.
Okay, good to know.
So how do you with the spray base? Because I looked at it before and I was worried I'm going to get it everywhere and it's going to be a real hassle to clean up. What's your workflow like with using that?
Well, so for the average home sewer, there are some people that save their dry cleaning bags, their big plastic dry cleaning bags, and they put it over their cutting mat, and then they'll use that to spray base and then take the plastic bag off so that it doesn't gum up on their table or their cutting mat. We cut so much, we just cut so much that putting a plastic wrap around our cutting mat every single time just wouldn't be feasible. So I would say twice a year, we have to get a new cutting mat because no matter how much we clean it, it just gums up. But it does not gum up on our needle or our sewing machine. It's just when we spray it, and a lot of it depends on how opaque that fabric is. If I lay down a Lycra, it's not going to get underneath it. But if I lay down a sheer open mesh lace, it's going to get on my cutting mat. So it's really, being really cognizant to clean your mat after every time you cut, or using something to cover your cutting mat when you're cutting.
All right, yeah, no, that's really interesting. The opaqueness affecting how much goes through. I guess that makes a lot of sense. Have you ever used other methods of stabilizing things? Have you ever experimented with that, or do you just kind of stick with what works?
The only reason why I would, because I know that there's some bond diffuse that you can use, but our ironing board is really small, so
yes,
it would just take forever to do a big piece of fabric when we're cutting out things. So that really isn't feasible. So the Otis is just super quick, and we also use it for different other things too. A lot of my students struggle sewing on a hook and eye. So I'm just spray a little bit of Otis in there and then put it on, and you don't have to use pins. It's just on there. So
see, I use a glue stick for that. I am a big.
It's the same concept.
I love a glue stick. Yeah, it's the same concept.
Especially for new sewers that really struggle with just those sewing those little finer things. It makes it a little bit easier.
Well, on my jet set pattern, there's that cutout, and you have to
Yeah.
like fold it under and like top stitch without the fold coming. And so like my instructions even are like, use a glue stick. Don't try to like, either you're gonna do like 5 bazillion pins or you just use a freaking glue stick.
I think it's easier, like Otis. But I know some people are like, no, I don't like it, but we love
I don't
it.
like it.
I tell you what, that's given me a good idea because I have some Wonder tape. So that's like it's just like soluble double-sided tape, and then I was like, what am I going to use this for? And I can use it for my hook and eyes. And I just never thought about doing that before.
Yeah. It's really, I mean, I really like, I have this, it's like a sewing glue stick. Like it's the Sew Line brand. Have you heard of Sew Line? It's a Japanese brand of sewing notions. I love them. They have this, that's the glue stick. And then they have this that I really like, which is like a chalk mechanical pencil, but it has 3 different colors.
Oh,
So it's
wow.
like one of those old school, you
That's
know,
so
like
cool.
back in middle school when you would have
Oh,
one
I
of
love
those.
that.
So it has pink,
Mhm.
white, and black. So like depending on what color your material is, you can, you know, just switch up what color lead you're using. So I really like that brand of notions just in general. All right, this bra is going to take me forever. I'm not finishing this while you're on, Maddie.
There's no pressure. There's never any pressure.
No, I
Hold on 1 second.
Oh God.
Amy's commented. She said that she's tried bagging out a cup and a lining before, and it all went nip nops up. I wonder if YouTube will pick up on that word. And then she also said that it's a good idea for hook and eye sewing. As a quilter, I use spray-based loads, but also use a glue stick for pattern matching fabric for things like curtain making. Yeah, so I guess we're all learning good tips.
Yeah,
All right.
great tips.
How's that look?
We have hot tips here. What other hot tips do you have, Sarah?
What tips do I have? Goodness. Oh, I like my big pattern weight. I saw Jennifer use this in one of her videos for cutting out things, and it's just this big honking great weight, and you just slam it down, and then you cut, and you don't have to worry about little tiny weights that don't really work. I love this. Love this thing.
Do you feel like it gets in the way, like when you're trying to cut, like with like little curves and stuff?
Not really, because I don't know. I put it so like it's covering up one edge, and then I cut like the other 3 or whatever, and then I kind of move it. So.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
How about you, Maddie? Any hot tips?
I will say that I was just watching you sew, and you do lick your lips a lot.
I know, it's so embarrassing. I should just turn my camera off so y'all can't watch me sew. That now everyone who's like, why do you only ever do written tutorials? Why, or like whenever you do videos, it's just your hands. This is why, because I'm embarrassing.
I was like, wow, like she does. That was a very accurate statement. Any hot tips for me for like sewing?
Yeah.
This might seem really silly and very like little, but like I always keep a cup next to my sewing machine where like I put my thread tails, because like in our studio, like we have rugs and carpets only because it's an old warehouse. So it actually has train tracks in the floor. So I have to have rugs that cover it. And so like I don't like rugs because they just like suck up thread, like just thread and lint and all that stuff. So I always keep a cup by my sewing machine so that every time like I sew, like I'll just do a little thread tail in there. And then when I'm done, I don't really have to clean up the floor. I just kind of like pick everything up out of the cup and throw it away.
I have adopted that. I've got my boobs mug here.
Yeah.
For my thread tails. I love this mug because like how accurate is this? Like all the different boobs.
Absolutely. I can see him in the middle.
It is definitely
I always try and keep my area neat and tidy, and I always put my threads in the bin, and then my dog just comes in, and whenever I put stuff in that bin, she will take stuff out of the bin because she thinks that it will get me to chase around, and she loves nothing more than being chased around.
See, I don't have any sewing stuff at home. I live 2 blocks from the studio. But even when I did have my stuff at my house, my cats did not touch any of my sewing stuff. None. They were just like
Wow,
unbothered
that's
by it, which thankfully.
amazing.
Mhm.
Angel
That's
cats. Wow. My dog
My
lives
dogs
to destroy
love to
things.
come and get into my fabric. They love it. They'll like, if I have any, like sometimes I'll have some in like a bag that I've just bought and I haven't put it away yet. And they'll like dig it out of the bag and like make a little nest and like curl in, and I'll come find them napping in my fabric.
No.
That's so cute.
I have it on my website, which I don't really sell fabric, but I did those kits, those like limited edition kits for the jet set, and I put in the product listing, I was like, I have dogs. Like, please wash your fabric. I'm sorry, like I can't. I don't know. Don't buy this if you're allergic to dogs. Sorry.
Do either of you guys have either of you guys bought like a gadget or a thing that you thought this is going to be
Still
so
stretch.
useful, I'm going to use this all the time, and then like you never ended up really using it?
Okay. Hmm.
I've definitely. I think one is my sleeve ham. I never use my sleeve ham. It's just so like little. It's like
Repurpose
really
it as a draft excluder. Yeah, it doesn't seem like the curvature's quite right for like a sleeve.
It's just really, really narrow. And then it's probably my fault. I probably should have bought. They had like a small or a large, and I chose the small. And I don't use the sleeve ham. I use my other two hams. I have a boob ham and just a regular tailor's ham, and I use those two all the time. But this one I don't use nearly as much as I thought I was going to.
I don't know. I'm sure there's something, but I don't know. I would say pins because I never pin things.
That's
I like
interesting.
never-
We were just talking about this
Andy
earlier.
pin.
I like never pin.
That's so interesting.
You ever find like do you ever like encounter any issues with that, or is it just like a case of like I just don't like you just find it easy and like you just like everything kind of works itself out?
The seams are just so short, and like even when I'm sewing like bra cups to a frame, I usually need like 3 pins. But I definitely like don't use a lot of like when you're sewing the frame to the back band, that side seam, like you don't need pins on that. So I rarely use pins.
That's interesting. I really like my flathead pins. I definitely have. I got those. Yeah, I like these. I
like
feel like I'm like a
clips.
medium pinner.
That's interesting.
I like clips. Yeah, I do like clips.
I've got clips and pins. I do a bit of both. Sometimes I'll use both on one seam, which probably adds to my lack of speed.
I've never tried clips. Maybe I should try clips.
I like clips.
I really like them for straps and strap elastic and bulky things like that.
Interesting.
And also like when we cut out, because we're usually cutting out like multiple things at a time, like I like flipping like one bra together, other bra together, other bra together. And we do have like the little bins, but I just feel like I do like clipping it better.
I might
see.
Ugh.
I tell you what, I don't really use my flexi curve. I bought a flexi curve and I thought I'm going to use this all the time. But like honestly, I prefer using my measuring tape than measuring seams because I find that the flexi curve it's too like firm and rigid to like go around the seams of like a small like lingerie pattern piece. I'm sure it'd be more useful in a larger capacity.
I really want to buy. They have these little tools that are used in I don't know some sort of something but they're like for hardware. They're like sold at hardware stores where it's like a little like you see the street like the people who do the surveying of streets and they've got that.
Oh yeah, like the wheel, like a measuring.
Like I kind of want to buy one, but they're really expensive for tracing seams. I mean, it like would digitally tell you like how long that seam was that you just traced.
Okay, what are we talking about?
What I really want like a big set of calipers so I can measure wire width on the body. But I've looked into it and like I feel like I can't find the sort of thing that I want that's got a big enough kind of distance, like between the calipers and the handle. That's
I
been my
am not. Okay, so I need to decide if like I'm gonna have to cut this slightly off grain.
Let me see.
I don't have enough fabric quite. Can you see that?
tricky. That's tricky.
I just have just barely not enough. I think it's very slight. And this, I'm gonna line this with sheer cut.
I think if you line it, it'll be okay.
I think it'll be okay. I'm gonna do it. Also, you know, the other thing is like, this is something that I've really learned is that like grains like are just as much of an art as a science. Like, especially in Sarah's smiling and I'm sure she's going to tell me why I'm totally wrong, but I feel like it's not.
I'm just laughing because like I kind of feel that way as well. So
like I don't think that this grain is like maybe half a centimeter off. Like I've probably given how big of a area we're talking about, that's probably not going to be. I don't know.
it's so difficult with grain. Because I feel like I make an experiment and then it's like, I don't know. I feel like it's hard to get any results from testing, and I just feel like I never know where I'm coming or going with it.
Well, I mean, even if you look at like drafting books, right? They like talk about grain and they'll be like, your grain should be like roughly blah blah blah. But it's not like anyone is like the grain is exactly this. Like, I don't know. I'm curious, have you noticed any pattern, any like trends with grain in the bras that you both have taken apart?
I'm usually looking at the underwires.
Yeah.
And like the wire shape and stuff like that versus like the grain.
Yeah.
The things that I've noticed with grain is nothing is ever cut like wonky. Like sometimes you'll see on like a bra pattern the grain is I often find parallel to like at least one of the seams or like the parallel to like an average of the seam. You'll never find like parallel,
not perpendicular.
Like so like you know this I mean parallel or perpendicular. What I don't mean is what I mean is not on the wonk. Like this is like a middle cut piece of you can't see on the camera, but like just trust me that there's a power bar and then there's an upper cup and then there's a lower inner cup and lower middle cup. And on like the Josie pattern, you'll see the grain is diagonal like this, like from this outer Y line to the apex. And like I've never seen that. I've only ever seen it be like, you know, straight down and across. So like I've never that's how I've always seen things be kind of straight, I guess. It just makes sense. All right, so we have our new guest here, Madison.
Hi.
Hello.
Nice to see you guys.
So it's lovely to have you come and join us.
Thank you for inviting me. I'm excited.
Cool.
I'm currently making a bra.
Oh. That's exciting.
Every time a new guest joins, they're always like muted for me, and I have to fix that on my end.
Do you want to, Sarah? Do you want to talk a little bit about where we're at with fundraising?
I will in 1 second. I'm just sorting out some technical issues at the moment.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize.
Right. Sorry about that. How do I turn this up?
So we're going to talk about trends in bras and just like, you know, what do real people want in their bras for the next hour. I'm excited to have this conversation because
yay.
Yeah, I mean, I think that like, you know, folks like us, like we're so nerdy about it, right? That like sometimes I don't know, we're like, I think more like we get so creative that like maybe we lose touch with like what people have in their actual
drawers. So like I'm excited to chat about this. And Maddie, like if you want to stay with us, and I know you have a lot of thoughts about trends and what real people are putting in their lingerie drawers. So I think that it could be a really fun conversation.
Yeah, I'm happy to start. Where did Lindsay go?
Oh goodness, I accidentally disconnected her. I thought I disconnected something else. I'm so sorry.
We lost her.
Is she back? Lindsay, I'm so sorry. I thought I was disconnecting something else.
I can text her to tell her. Oh, she. Okay.
Oh, there
yeah.
she is.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Can you wait? I
I
got
muted you
momentarily
by accident.
but I'm back.
I'm so sorry.
She's back.
I thought I was disabling like a screen share, and I just that was you.
Oh no, sorry.
So sorry.
No, it's okay. You're good. Okay, cool. So well, I'm gonna maybe we'll let Sarah to talk a little bit more about our funding goals and where we're at with that, and then we can start chatting about trends that we're seeing.
Yeah, that's great. So we are 61% of the way to our goal. So we've got to still keep donating, and we've got to still keep working at it. You know, we're not there yet. And so yeah, we got our 3 charities that we're fundraising for. We've got the Begum Organization for Women, we've got Rakshana Media, and we've got Zan Times, and all 3 are very important. Begum Organization for Women, they host radio shows and they have a radio channel and TV channels and an online academy that provide educational resources to girls and women who have been denied an education past the 6th grade. So obviously they need all the help we can get because they are being restricted by the Taliban currently. They've been told they can't have their radio show anymore. And they are also being affected by changes to the US aid that have happened recently. So please keep donating. It's a really worthy cause. We also have Zan Times and Rakshana Media, who are they are both media outlets. They're run by women, and they are primarily telling women's stories in Afghanistan. And it's such dangerous work. Like a lot of their journalists will be writing under pseudonyms because they're like not allowed to do what they're doing, but they're still doing it anyway. And both of the websites, they have the news stories are just so like heart-wrenching because you hear all these tales of resistance of women starting schools and teaching other women how to drive and trying to, make money and run businesses. And yet you also hear about how they've been forced into marriages and they're being prevented from doing all these things. So it's an amazing testament to the resilience of these women, as well as a sign that they need all the help that they can get from the outside world.
Madison, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I can introduce. Also, can I get a new link because I opened it this morning and it's sending me to like a not. I don't think it's the right page. Is it sending me to for the donation link?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that'd be great. It sent me to something that said we can't find the page.
Yeah, there was a typo in a link that went out.
Okay.
So we got that corrected, but Sarah, can you
Sorry
set
about
that?
that.
Just like read it. Yeah, because I was opening. Okay, thank you.
I'm so sorry.
I'm Madison Alexandra. I don't know, I've done many worn many different hats, I feel like in bra world. I originally went very accidentally viral during COVID for just sharing tips that I had learned from many more fabulous women than me that were teaching online bra education. And so I did a series called Bra School on TikTok that went really randomly viral and kind of got thrown into the bra world for a few years doing influencing and teaching about, how your bra should fit differently than how you usually get fit in a store. Was very fortunate to work with many big brands and also small brands, and also have gotten more into the like the home sewist community a little bit. My intro to that was probably meeting Madeline. Actually, you're probably my intro to that. So I found all the bra nerdy people, and then I worked with custom bras for me, and I kind of got a little bit more into just meeting people kind of behind the scenes of actual brand making, which is really interesting to me. And then more lately, I've been doing a lot of like spokes modeling for the Fit Focus brands, or like advocacy work, so panels and things just talking about like the need for size range expansion, and trying to work with brands behind the scenes that are new and up and coming, who really want to do things right in terms of fitting and sizing. And so I'm more behind the scenes now, but I love all aspects of bras, so that's kind of me.
That's awesome. I'm curious if like there are, so you wanted to talk about like what's in real people's lingerie drawers. Is there like one thing that you like have noticed through all of this experience that you bring that like real people want in for their lingerie?
Yeah, I think that the constant tug of war is the difference between, like going for the holy grail of the perfect fit versus I really want something that's like really comfy. Like that's always like the battle. Because I think people they want the lift, they want the security, they want to feel that like custom like body fit. And then on the other hand, they're not always prepared for sometimes how that can feel, and how there's a break-in period, and there's like a whole learning curve with learning your body, and like how to tailor the bra to yourself, and actually how to go through the rigmarole of making something that's quote unquote perfect actually really comfortable for everyday wear, and how much you have to adjust your life for that. And so usually what happens is people get into close enough to the right size, and they're like, well, it's tight, or well, it's this, and I'm not used to it, and I just want something that is super plushy and comfy and just easy. And I'm like, well, sometimes those aren't the same thing, or sometimes it takes a little bit of tweaking to really get that quote unquote perfect fit to actually be perfect enough for you, that is super comfy for your body. So that's always the tug of war, where they're like, I want to like this, but it's not quite as cushy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's such a good point, and like one reason why I'm really glad I'm not a custom bra maker. I'm curious, Maddie, if you have thoughts on that, because like I have made bras for some of my like friends and family, but I don't do it professionally. And I mean, there's a lot of reasons for that. Number one is I'm an attorney and I really like my job, but but like part of it too is though the few folks that I have made bras for, and I'm curious also from Sarah, like the few folks I have made bras for, like they're like, well, I just don't like the way that, I don't know, like there's people are so used to wearing bands that are too big.
Yeah.
And like, taking the wires out of wired bras and wearing them without the wires, and like things like that like even like a wireless bra that fits correctly doesn't feel good because it's not what they're used to. So I'm like just so curious, like how do you handle that when you're dealing with clients, Sarah and Maddie?
When I have like a custom fitting or a bra fitting, usually, or if like I fit one of my students and I'm just teaching about how a bra should fit, I'm like, the thing that I tell them is like, technically, if you go back to your like classic how a bra should fit, you should only be able to pull it off your back a little bit. It should be really snug, as if you haven't seen your best friend in 10 years and you just go give them like a huge bear hug. Right. It should feel like that. And it's more important for bigger busts and plus size. Now, the thing is, because of the pandemic, because of Lycra, because of oversized garments, we are not used to that fit. So when we actually get something with that fit, like if somebody actually wears a Victorian corset, it is not comfortable. It is like your breath is like short. Like it's, you can only breathe, like bending over is very hard, but like everybody loves like, oh, I'm wearing a Victorian corset, or I'm wearing this like, custom bra. And so I'm like, that's how it should fit textbook wise. But at the end of the day, you are the one that has to wear it. And if it is uncomfortable for you, you can make it looser. I was like, but the thing you want to keep in mind is that it should be level all the way around. And if it is riding up in the back, then it's too loose. So I will make this band bigger than what it should be until the point that the back band is riding up. Because I don't want you to wear this and then it is the way that it should fit, but you want to rip it off at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So that's kind of like how I fit people as far as like a custom bra, is that I will put them in the correct size, but if they don't like how tight that is, I'm like, we will make it looser for you. But just know that is, I want to educate you on how a bra should fit. Whether you do that or not is your choice.
Yeah, I think
That's kind
that's
of how
really
I go about
important
it.
because like you have people don't know if they like it and they haven't had a chance to try it, right? So giving them the opportunity to try that, and then maybe they like it, maybe they don't like it. But if they were just going to a shop and buying something, then they wouldn't have the opportunity to feel that physically on their bodies. Because I used to think my bras were fine when they were all loose and they didn't support anything, and then I tried on a bra. I went from like a 32D to a 28 double F, and I was like, oh, that's how it's supposed to feel, and I never looked back. So like, if no one gave me that opportunity, then I wouldn't have known.
Yeah, that's fair. I think giving people like as much information as possible. I think one thing that I tried to do, I don't do as much like bra education as I used to, but towards the end, I was trying to teach people, okay, well, if you do this loose band, this is how this affects the rest of the bra, and how you can maybe work with the rest of the bra, kind of make it work. Just kind of teaching them about like, why is it tight, and how do the other elements work, and how
Really
can you
quick, sorry to interrupt. I'm gonna mute you, Maddie, because the sewing machines are really loud when you're not talking.
Our sewing machine. I can mute.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I was just having trouble hearing Madison.
Oh no, you're fine.
Yeah, you can mute me. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Maddie.
It's like, I'm sorry, I'm the problem. You're fine. Anyways, I agree with Maddie, like kind of educating people as to why things are made a certain way, and then I've tried to be like, okay, if you do this, then it's going to make the frame of the bra wider, and that might cause this, and here's how you might be able to fix that, and with like one of those connector things at the back, like just trying to give people tips and tricks as to like how to adjust the fit to their body by educating them as to why the bra is rigged and engineered that way. But almost everyone I've talked to has been like, oh my gosh, it's tight, and I don't know how I feel about it. And that can be so hard because I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. Like it's just gonna be firm if you want it to be that look that everyone is looking for. But I also think, Sarah, you're right too. Like sometimes it's good to give people the opportunity just to like feel the difference, and like because they feel like 32 double D is going to be like their perfect fit, and then getting them in the 28 double F, even though they initially feel scared to go down, just like letting them feel it and like wear it around for maybe a couple days and like break it in and like get used to it, and then be like, well, now how do you feel versus how you feel in that 32, right? Can also be a change maker. So I know it's hard. It's really hard.
Something that I'm interested in, Madison, is because I've seen your because obviously we connected because of your viral videos, and I kind of been following you since then, and you've gone from being a bra educator, and now you're doing more sort of like bodybuilding and stuff like that. And I'm wondering if your experience with that has changed your approach to bra fitting, or if your fit philosophy has kind of evolved since in the past, like, was it 5 years?
Yeah, it's been
so.
I went I was lifting before I was bra fitting, right? So I've been bodybuilding for a long time. It's just never been part of my content. I think the biggest thing for me has been, because I do very drastic bulking and cutting, not so much anymore, but I would like put on like 30 pounds and I lost 30 pounds. And so my weight has changed so much. And for me, that a lot of that happens in my boobs. So when I was on TikTok, and then a couple months after that, I was still bulking, I got up to the biggest cup size I have been, right? And then now I have lost so much of that weight, and I'm probably closer to the smaller end. And so it's really showed me a lot about, how fitting can really change based on the breast size, like the heaviness of the boob, right? because I felt way more comfortable in that like really, really, really tight fit, you know, closer to the top end. And now that I'm much lighter, like sometimes it doesn't, like I could probably get into a smaller band. Like I could probably go down, but I'm like, do I need to go down as much? So just that whole conversation of like, is the perfect fit, is the way to perfectly fit everyone, is the way to fit people perfect for each type of body, right? Based on like the breast size. So I learned a lot about that with bodybuilding, because your weight changes so much and you're like, wow, this felt way better when it was tighter 30 pounds ago than it does now, right? And so yes, it has changed. Yeah.
That's
That's really interesting because, you know, when you're a person that doesn't do this, doesn't bodybuild or anything, you don't go through the changes you go through are unintentional and you might not notice them, or you know, or they're a lot slower, and so like you don't really have as much of like a critical eye on like, are my preferences changing? Is my body changing? Like what's going on? Um, I started like when I started going climbing regularly, I started building like a lot more of my lats and stuff like that, and so um and I started noticing that the band of my bras was fitting differently, but like it wasn't enough for me to like desire any changes to my patterns. But obviously, if I'd done more, then who knows, maybe that would have happened. So it's nice to know if somebody has been through that.
The lat growth is a big deal. I've posted about it a little bit, and I saw that you did something on like how the J hooks and the do bras really need to be raised back like that. At some point, I saw you do something on that, but I've noticed that as my lats have grown, I've been noticing like I wish there were more fuller bust options for people with that anatomy where the top of the back is so much bigger than the band, right? Because it really, as my lats grew, but my rib cage didn't, it was like painful. I felt like the bra was too narrow all the way up. And I was like, well, the rest of me hasn't grown, but now this is like fighting against the top of my body and it really hurts. And there's so many options for that, for smaller busts, lighter busts that I squeeze into now because I'm not as heavy, even though I'm still fuller bust, right? But the fuller bust bras, I'm not seeing as much of that back flexibility because there's such a demand for structure. I wish there could be a solution for that, right? So,
did you find that mostly in sports bras or regular bras, or a bit both?
Both, honestly, because I mean, I don't need as much lat space when I'm not lifting, right? So I noticed it mostly in sports bras, but even a lot of the like fuller bust bras, obviously they have like really big wings, right? They're higher. They're not like skinny a lot of the time, obviously for more support. And so, you know, especially when I get down to a band size that I think actually is supportive, it cuts in during the day where I feel like it's just like digging into that back structure more. And so that for me makes me not want to wear my right size, because it just like it grates on me and it causes me to get headaches because like the whole bra just feels like it's constricting on the top. But then if I size up in the band, it's big in the band, right? So so I try to post about that because I feel like there are people out there that are maybe naturally have wider backs on the top and narrower backs on the bottom, or are growing those muscles. And brands may not have just gotten that, you know, request yet, right? But I would love to see more flexible back or adjustable back sports bras on like the lat area would be nice, right?
Yeah.
So anyways, that was
really interesting. I think yeah, what you said about kind of like that adjustability, you know, like thinking from a design perspective, do you think like, Madeline, do you think that like, have you ever thought about adding additional flexibilities into your bras that are, rather than just like in the standard straps and hooks and eyes? Is that ever kind of, have you ever thought about that?
Oh, she's muted.
Oh, hang on, you're muted.
You
Oh, you've been muted by Lindsay. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I muted her. Sorry.
She's still muted.
I'm still muted.
I unmuted her. I unmuted her. I thought you could do it, Sarah.
Okay. Sorry, yes. Okay,
Okay.
well,
We can hear you now, I think, Maddie.
Can
I
you hear
think
me?
so,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
cool. Can you rephrase the question? Because I don't really understand. I want to answer this correctly, so I just want to hear
Yeah.
the question
No,
again.
it's just kind of like an open-ended thought, like, because Madison was talking about like having potentially adjustability, potentially, I guess, just like a range of options, just where, just because of, talking about discomfort with her lats, but there's other kind of body differences as well that can come into bra fitting. And obviously, like a bra is only adjustable with like the hooks and eyes and like the straps. Have you ever like just thought about like where could we go from here? Is there any other room for adjustability, or do you kind of feel like it's more just for like offering a different range of styles and then people could pick from that?
I mean, personally, like, I think that it kind of like goes back to jeans, and that, there's not one perfect pair of jeans for everybody. I hate myself in skinny jeans.
Me
And
too.
yeah, I hate skinny jeans. I am not on the low rise trend. And then kind of like the same thing with like bras is that, not every style is going to fit everybody. And you can't build in all the adjustability into one bra. So you just have to have different styles that work differently for different bodies. And especially like perfect example is like somebody who has really close set breasts and they really struggle with that center gore tacking. And their breasts literally sit like right next to each other. Which the Galena, which Madison knows about that side, was so great in that because the gore sat lower and then it had those straps that allowed you to lift and separate. But again, the Galena doesn't always work for everybody. And so if that wasn't for your body to have different styles to fit that body, I think that is like the best way to go about, trying to fit different body shapes, whether you're muscular, whether you're a little bit more fleshy or plus size or petite or really bony or, whatever your frame is like, just to have different styles to accommodate that.
I think that's such a good point, and one that I feel like the sewing community often misses, that like just because a pattern doesn't fit you perfectly doesn't mean it's necessarily a bad pattern, right? Like you wouldn't go to like Bravissimo, try on a bra in your size, have it not fit you perfectly and be like, oh, well, that's a bad bra, right? Like, or jeans, right? Like you wouldn't go to a store, try on, like I have huge calves. So like I love a skinny jean, but I have to be like, there's only certain skinny jeans. I know. I love a skinny jean. I'm a millennial. Take my skinny jeans out of my club.
If they look good for you, that's great. That's great.
I love a skinny jean, but like I have to, but only certain brand skinny jeans work because I have big old calves. So like they can't be that skinny because like they have to get over my calves. So like, but I don't go to a store and put on a pair of skinny jeans, have them not fit over my calves and go, okay, well, that's a poorly drafted skinny jean. No, it's just not drafted for my particular body shape. And so like, I think that that's one thing that folks really need to recognize. And I fell into this 100% when I first started bra making. Like if you had talked to me about this 4 years ago, I would have been like, pinup girls patterns suck. They don't fit right. But it's not that they don't fit right. They don't fit me right because they're drafted for a shallower, wider shape. And I've said this multiple times during this stream now. So Sarah's heard it, but like I have what I call noodle boobs. Like they're really skinny and long. And they're not like, they're not wide and shallow, right? So like, but that doesn't mean pinup girls patterns are bad. They're just bad for me. And so like, I think a lot of sewing pattern or sewing bras, but also buying bras is finding the designers or the brands that jive with your particular body.
Yeah, I agree. And that's a long-term effort. I try to tell people that too. I'm like, it's just gonna take time to find what works. I did see one, just to answer Sarah's question. One of the Mari bras that she had me review, she did have like an adjustable lat section on the back. So I've never seen it before. I was like, oh my gosh, like send me 20. So it was a mesh panel across the back, and then it had basically a strap that looked like a bra strap, and it made it wider and smaller. So I liked that, but obviously, she only went up to, I think she actually went up to a double H. I think she was 28 through 34 double H, but at some point that kind of meshy, the meshy back with the thin straps, she was running into issues, I think, probably making that more structured for heavier busts. I could just see this in my mind, right? And the bra was wireless. It just was made for a certain kind of boob and weight of boob, but I liked that I saw the innovation with that. I had never seen someone try to make the back like adjustable across that area, and it was very
That's
comfortable.
really cool.
Yeah, I'd never seen that. So I hope to see more of that, right? Just differences to accommodate for, just like we're talking about different kind of boobs, like different kind of back structures, right? Shoulder widths like we do with the J hooks. So yeah. So
The only time I feel like I've seen other adjustable things on bras, it's like you can get some wireless bras that have got like they're like a crop top fit, so they're kind of like compressive and they've got like elastic down the middle and you can tighten that in, that will gather the elastic in. But that's
yes.
like I feel like there's more to be explored there. I don't know, I feel like there could be more going on.
Yeah, it's an engineering feat. It's like how can you futz with it more and not, when someone futzes with it, does it throw off the whole bra, right? I'm like, oh, can we get removable wires and like switch them out? I'm like, probably not, but in my head I'm like, that would be awesome to be like, your bra comes with 3 different like depths for different kinds of boobs, and I'm like, in my head, cool. In actuality, I don't know. So, yeah.
My pet peeve is when people ask for half cup sizes and it's like you probably don't need the half cup size, you probably just need a different cup size altogether.
Yeah.
Do you
Yeah.
have any pet peeves, Madeline, about that? Is there anything that grinds your gears?
Well, for the half size, I know Third Love is known for like their half size, but my response to that is like, bra sizing is confusing already. Why throw in half sizes? Like, why make it like more confusing? Like, we already have like 80 sizes. Why make like 80 more? Like, what was your thinking there? I don't know. That's my thinking. I'm like, why would you have half sizes?
What else do people usually ask for that's typically not offered? Like,
For me,
yeah, just I'm wondering like what people come in and ask for when they come to you that you're like, oh, that's weird. I've never did that.
no, it's not weird. I understand it. Almost everybody who comes to us for like a custom bra, I can find bras in my size, but like I can't find them in cute colors. I can't find them in cute patterns. I can find, like your beige, black, and white bra, but like I want cute laces. I want fun patterns. Like I don't want what normal stores buy, and that's why they come to us.
Yeah.
100%.
You have the fun pattern.
Yeah, I love a good accessory. I love a good like pattern. I love a good lace. So that's almost the reason why people find us. Like, oh my god, I love this. Like these are patterns that I can't find in stores. Or if I can, it's from Victoria's Secret or For Love and Lemons, and they don't have my size.
Yeah, they have like 10 sizes. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Anything else, Sarah, that people come to you and it feels like strange? I guess you're like, well, I don't know if I can do that, or that's not something that's possible, right?
I mean, yeah, because I work like with like people who are sewing patterns for themselves. Mostly people are just like, I just want this pattern to fit me. They don't really ask for anything that I feel. The only thing that they kind of sometimes want is like a balconette style bra with really centered straps. And I have to be like, the more you bring your straps in, the more you have to convert that to like a full cup style, because otherwise the strap like lifts, it creates a crease in the breast tissue in large breasts. You need to
Right.
have the strap be on the outside of the breast, or you kind of bring it over so you don't get that kind of cutting in. That's the only thing that I feel I get a bit of pushback on.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's really interesting. Also, I just realized that I don't have a hook and eye that match this.
Oh no.
Horrible. What color?
That's why I've just been running around my sewing room trying to find like what hook and eye is gonna work, or what alternative design option can I do that will still be cute. So that's where I'm at right now.
I'm sorry.
What colors do
What
you
are your
have?
options?
Really just the basics. Like I have hold on, I'll show you.
I feel like a black would go along with that.
I feel like I don't like this is probably the closest, but I feel like the contrast is like so much.
Do you have a black?
Yeah.
You know what I think? But you know what I think I'm gonna do? I don't want to do black, Maddie. I will. That's a great suggestion. No.
Okay. All right.
You know,
Like
you know,
veto.
I don't really like. I don't do a lot of black. Like if I'm gonna do black, I do like all. I don't know. I don't want to add like because I feel
love
like
black.
the overall feel is like very like coppery. Anyway,
Yeah.
so this is what I'm thinking. I might. So I have some of this from you.
The pleated.
Yeah, but like, is there any reason why I couldn't just use this in the back and throw in a J hook?
I mean, you can. Hook and eye is non-stretch, and you're incorporating something that's stretched into it. So
Yeah. So I need to reduce the length for the stretch.
I mean, my motto is when there's a will, there's a way. I mean, it can be done for sure, like your jet set bra, but it might affect the fit a little bit, but it would be a cute little detail.
Ugh, I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna like noodle over this with my noodle boobs
What's your
and
new-
come up with something.
I like the your spirit of invention. I think you should go for it.
I mean, I think you should try it. If not, it's something you can take out.
You can always go back and put the black.
Yeah,
know,
that's good. I mean, the hook and eye is the last thing you sew, so you can take it off.
I would sew the rest of the bra and then noodle on how you're gonna finish it.
Yeah, I
Since
think
the hook and
that's a
eye
good idea.
is like the last
The last
step.
thing. I thought there was a hook and eye in this lace and trimmings kit, but there's not.
That's a shame.
I'm sorry.
I feel. Did you buy that in store? Like I forget when you got that.
No, I think I bought it during your 12 days of Christmas sale.
She's like,
yeah,
there's
that was.
definitely not one in there.
That 12 days of Christmas sale was 2 years ago. So I'm like, I don't
No,
remember.
was it really?
Yeah. Yeah, it was like 2 years ago.
I'm a fabric sorter, y'all. Like I've got so much random stuff in my stash.
That was 2023.
Oh my god. Okay,
Yeah.
that's funny.
I mean, I think it did come with it, but you may have used the hook and eye for something
I
else.
may have. That's totally possible. But now that you said it was 2 years ago, it's totally possible that I just have used it.
Yeah. Do you have
our charities
anything that
kits-
you can poach from?
I don't know if I have anything in the right color scheme. That's what I was looking at. I have a lot of pinks.
I love poaching. I'm a real poacher. Like, there's nothing that I make that I don't like. If I can make something I don't wear it, then I'm like taking it apart. Like, I don't keep it for sentimental reasons. I'm very cheap when it comes to my findings and elastics.
That makes sense. I've torn apart so many bras. I don't even sew bras, and I tear them apart all the time. I'm like, can this work on this? And then I never end up doing it because I'm trying to learn how to actually sew and work with bras, and it's just so intimidating to me that I'm like, I've started so many projects that I get angry and I just give up. Like, I wish I knew how, but maybe one day I will get into it.
Madeline, you got a book about sewing like bras that's aimed at sort of beginners, isn't it? Or
Yeah. I think the Brooklyn Bralette is a great place to start. But then also like Madison, if you ever like in the area for one of our retreats,
I'll just come over.
like I'm telling you, you will learn so much at one of our retreats. Like it is.
Wait, Madison, where are you?
Right now, I'm in Dallas, but I'm from here. I'm visiting at home because I had a medical procedure that I'm recovering from. But I'm typically in Arizona. That's where I'm based.
Okay, that's what I said. Okay, actually, I think I found the winner. I forgot I had this color.
Oh yeah, that works.
yeah.
Nice. I like it. So yeah, when I come back to New York, I will come to a retreat, and you can tell me how bad I am at sewing. So.
Oh no, it's. I mean, we have people who come. I mean, usually you have to have experience, but like if you're there and you're like, listen, I've had students who are like, I'm not a good sewer, but like I just want to learn. I just want to
Yeah.
learn this. I'm not here for perfection. I'm like, as
No.
long as you're okay with that, then I'm fine with that. It's when somebody who is new at sewing expects perfection, and I'm like, no.
No, I just want to know enough to like I have ideas of how to like modify my own stuff, and I'm bad at like basics. Like I just want to sew like a piece of fabric on the inside of a band, and I'm like I can't do that. It's stuff like that where I don't need perfection in terms of actually making a whole bra, right? That kind of stuff.
And then also with the retreats, what I love is that there's a community aspect. So
Yeah.
like they find their sewing friend there. Like they just like talk about sewing patterns and just help each other out and stuff like that. I really love that about the sewing retreats. Is that they swap Instagram handles and they keep in touch. And there's somebody right now they're doing like a challenge because they buy a lot of Madeline kits. So like they'll sew the Madeline kits together.
Yeah.
So I'm like, oh, I love that. I love the community aspect of it. But yeah, you're more than welcome to come to any of our retreats if you're like in the area. I would love it. I would love it.
I would
You
love to
should
come to that.
You should definitely do that. They're
Lindsay's
really
been to
fun.
one.
I have. They're really fun. Just like I think sewing retreats in general are so fun because like you don't get as much sewing done as you would if you weren't socializing. But like I mean, it's such an isolating hobby oftentimes that it's like just really nice to have that community in a non-Instagram form. Like I love me some Instagram, right? But it's really nice to actually like talk to people face to face.
Face to face, yeah. Yeah. Cool. Well, I will definitely have to come because now I'm inspired by all of you who are sewing. I'm like not sewing. So.
But you also have a lot of knowledge. Like I feel like a lot of sewers who come to the retreats, they don't have that knowledge. They have the sewing knowledge, not the fitting knowledge. So the fact that you have that fitting knowledge versus the sewing, I think it would be very interesting to see how. I think you would do very well.
Thank you. I would hope so. I've tried to study as much as I can without actually getting my hands on it. But there's a certain point where like there's only so much you can know until you actually get your hands on the materials and like work with the actual product, right? And so I would love to do that at some point just to study more. Bras are so fun.
I agree that you do great. You would do great.
Thanks. Thank you. Okay.
The thing I think is really good is the prevalence of kits nowadays, and I guess go to a retreat where the kits are provided for you as well. You know that material you're going to be able to use it to make that bra.
Right.
You're not like there's no weirdness going on. Like, oh, I don't have enough elastic. I don't have enough. This is my fabric wrong. When I started bra making, like the kits were not really around. There were a couple, but they were kind of not really suited to a larger cup size.
Mm-hmm.
So like I guess the availability and of things like that in the bra making community has really come a long way. I think in the past 5 years or so, I think it's easier than ever to start making bras.
This is such an insight into my bra sewing. I don't know. Because like here I am now, I'm like, oh shit, I don't think I have enough fabric for my back.
Did you? I feel like you're like, I'm just going as I'm going.
That's like pretty accurate. I mean, if we're being real, like that's very accurate.
It's gotta make it work.
It's gonna be fine. I always make it work. But like it'll be an adventure along the way.
It's one of those things where like it's fine, everything's fine, I'm fine, I'll work it out.
The world is like burning, and you're like, I'm fine.
Yeah, I'm fine. The house is burning, I'm fine. Everything's fine.
The problem is that like I made the panties first and now I've like, I don't know.
Do you have any like beige mesh or power net that'll go with your back bands?
Kind of, but you know what I'm thinking? I'm like thinking about making it just a strappy back instead.
You can do that.
I don't know. We'll see. There's we'll see what comes out of this. This bra is not getting finished today.
Like my husband says to me all the time, You do you, boo. However you want to do it.
You
Listen, you're the one that has to wear it, so you do you.
I 100% will do me. You know I'll do me.
And that's why I love you, because you do. You
like
are
every time
exactly
I go
you.
to one of y'all's retreats, like your retreat, when I'm sewing with Jen, when I went to Lily's retreat, like all three of you are like, Lindsay, you should do X, Y, Z, and I'm like, nah, no. And
But that's why I love you.
I'm sorry, I just have my own ways.
Yep,
You gotta experiment with things. Yeah.
You are uniquely you.
I am uniquely. Okay, I think I just barely actually can get this on here. Maybe we'll see. We'll see. Not on grain though.
Perfection's overrated.
We're just cutting everything off grain. It's fine.
It's fine. Everything's
this is
fine.
the lycra that's going over the power net. So like the power net will be on grain. I think it'll be okay if the lycra is slightly off grain.
Christina's asking what pattern you're sewing.
I'm sewing the Ray. The Madeline Ray bra.
It's from the my book, So Lingerie.
Yeah.
Right. I think we went past grain a long time ago. You know, there's there's degrees of perfection in making a bra, and you've got kind of like you've sort of been slowly kind of ticking down.
We're already past it. I'm wearing my Ray right now, so
good.
We're making another one of these.
That is impressive.
Madison, I'm curious, because you know you made this TikTok, and it obviously went viral, and then you had continued success after that, posting more information about bras. What do you think about like the way you messaged it, like got through to people? Like, what do you think was the magic ingredient?
I mean, I think a lot of it had to do with the fact that people were sitting around on their phones during quarantine looking for controversial things to talk about, right? I think anytime you tell someone that what they've been doing for their whole life is wrong, they're like, oh, right. I think it was juicy for the time, right? But I also think, I don't know, making bras, I don't know, but I think making bras not what they've been marketed as, and more as like this whole like cool sciencey engineering device that you can find your perfect fit yourself. Like because at least with what I've seen growing up, like all it's been is Victoria's Secret, and all bras have been are like, this is going to make you sexy, right? And this is like how to get cleavage. And I think I really tried to take it as this is a garment that is engineered to lift and support, like kind of taking it out of the sexy realm and more into like this cool engineered device that's supposed to like, you know, lift you. I think people liked that because people kept asking me more and more detailed questions about like the structural engineering of the bra and why are things done this way, and why is there a wire, and why are they wide, and why are they narrow, and how does that work with my boob? I think people were really interested in like a bra as like a structural garment, and I think they were into that because also remember at the time, like on TikTok at least, like corsets were really trending, so people were into like the Victorian corset thing, and I think they liked that bras were kind of a modern version of that. I'm only guessing that because that's the kind of questions I got. So that was fun, and that's why I did it with like vintage music, right? I was trying to kind of make it like, I don't know. I was trying to make it kind of like the modern day corset where people are like, this is like this cool structured garment, right? That is part of the woman's life, right? That's what I wanted to sell it as. I think as like, because it was only successful as long as the algorithm wasn't my favor, right? A few years, like 2 years ago, like I used to get maybe 100,000 likes per video, and then I promise you guys, like overnight, I went from 100,000 likes per video to like 500. It was like overnight because the algorithms changed, and it was crazy. But the other formula that really worked was I did a series on fixing your bra pain, right? And so people really liked the well, if I'm having this underwire pain here, what are all the reasons that could be causing that? So empowering them with the knowledge to like troubleshoot their own fit instead of what I had done before, which is this is how to find your perfect fit. So once people got past the perfect fit thing, they were like, okay, but how do I make this like custom to me, right? And so that was another series that did really well, was kind of empowering them to then take it into their own homes and figure out how do I make this work for me. So
Madison, remind me
but
what your
quarantine, guys, people, I promise you, people are just like sitting around like waiting for waiting for content, and then it just happened to do well, and I was just as shocked as everyone else, and it was a crazy time, and I'm so glad I got to do it. But yeah, it was a lot. I felt
what's
really
your
pressured to learn, like become more educated very quickly, because I had so many eyeballs on me, and so many questions, and I had so many magazine interviews. I was like, oh my gosh, I wonder if this is going to become like, if this is the thing that's going to make, you know, a different kind of fit more mainstream, like in this country. Like I didn't know if I was going to be that person or not. And so I was like, I really have to learn my stuff. So I really tried really hard to learn as much as I could. Oh, sorry. That's Siri. I don't know why Siri's on. Hold on, guys. Wait, why is Siri on? Anyways,
Madison?
Yeah.
What's your pre-bra making or your non-bra making background?
Oh, music. I was mainly, I got on TikTok because I had just finished like my first EP, and I was just trying to build a following to release my music to. But I was also modeling at the time, and I think what I was doing, I was doing modeling for Curvy Kate. I was like an American ambassador for them, because I learned most of what I learned from bra fitting from Katie Weir. Like, and I always say that I'm like, Katie Weir was like bra whisperer is like what I learned all of my bra fitting tips from initially. And so it was honestly like on a slow day when I did not want to make music content, I was like, well, I also do this other bra thing. I might as well just throw up some bra fitting tips to get followers. Like, and then that was the day that it went viral. And then I think I got 700,000 people in 1 week. It was crazy on this one topic. So it was like a complete life shift. And so I felt a deep responsibility to try to learn as much as I could, right? Really quickly.
I think the first time that we met, you were a model at Curvy Kate at Evolution, weren't you?
I was, yes. Curvy Kate had brought me in basically as an influencer model at that point, right? Because I had done some campaign work for them just as like, you know, I'm just sending them pictures during quarantine to post in their stuff. And then I kind of became a big face of Curvy Kate in America because they were like the first brand to send me stuff. So they brought me in as like an influencer model, right? To do content for them and to model their stuff.
And I think that was that first trade show where I met Satara.
Yes. And so that was so fun. So Satara, like, how did I meet? She started posting content. I think it was maybe it was a few months after I did, and she had a very small account, and I saw her, and I was coming to work for Perfected in New York, and I think Curvy Kate as well, and I was like, you have to bring this other girl because I think she's awesome. Like, I would love to have her like model Perfected. That's how we
I was at Curve.
Yeah.
In the entrance, and I was like walking through.
Yeah.
Like the way that Satara and I met was very like random. I was literally like at a trade show, and I was talking to somebody, and Satara walked by, and the woman was like, "Oh, I should introduce you to," and I was like, "Hi, like hello, who are you?" And honestly, it was just like we literally were in passing, and that's how we met. And I think that was the same trade show, yeah.
I think that was the same trade show because I think she may have been working a different, but I don't know, but we were at the same thing because we were modeling for Perfected that weekend, right?
Yeah.
So it's crazy how people meet in this space. It really is. So, but anyways, yeah, it's been a weird ride, guys. Like I literally had no bra background, other than me being nerdy and trying to figure stuff out on my own, going through my own fitting journey, right? So
that's been such a theme today, though. We were talking about that earlier, just like how, I don't know, just how nerdy bra makers and people who are into this space tend to be. Like, we're just really curious people, I think, in general.
yeah, just want to figure it out. It's like a puzzle. It's an endless
Right.
puzzle.
I still remember that day you went viral because I woke up and I had like 50 messages on like Discord or Facebook being like, Sarah, this woman's like posted your calculator on TikTok and you've gone
Yes.
viral and it's crashed. And I was like, I don't know how to deal with this. I don't know what's going on.
Yes, I was like, I used the
Oh.
calculator so much, like those first few videos, and those are the ones that went massively viral, right?
Yeah.
And I tried to use it as much as possible. That's what I had used, right? To kind of, so yeah, I wish I had like known, because I was just using that calculator with no knowledge of like really who had done it. Like I was like, and then I think at some point like Frida messaged me.
Yeah,
Was
that's
Frida?
me. That's
Oh, that's you.
like,
You
but,
messaged
yeah.
me. Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
See, like I don't even know, right?
So yeah, I was originally because it was on Reddit, and like on Reddit the kind of the thing is that you don't really use your name, you don't use your real name and stuff like that. So I was kind of like, my username's got Frida in it, I will be Frida. And like I wasn't thinking about pursuing it as like a job at the time. So I was like, yeah, sure, I'll be Frida. But then like I was actually like, okay, this is kind of my job and I need to be the face of it, and my name is actually Sarah. So like I need to pivot to that a
See,
bit.
I didn't even know that you guys are the same person. Yeah, I wish like, because as soon as I knew that, I remember, because I started posting stories and being like, this person made this calculator. But I wish I had known more, like when things would have been viral, because I just was posting and I'm like, I wish I knew who made these things. I'm just tagging a bra that fits and hoping that someone.
Yeah.
You need to be more public about that, though, Sarah, because I think even like in the bra making community, I don't think a lot of people know that your connection with the calculator.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. I just like, do you know what it is? I made that calculator, and then like I kind of left the About Fits community a few years after that point, and then like, and I kind of pivoted out of lingerie a bit. I was focusing more on studying because 2020 I was finishing up my degree, and like at that time I was just like, oh, I've just kind of felt like emotionally quite disconnected from it. And so like now I kind of feel like this was this whole like before me, and I almost feel like that was a skill I developed for fitting ready-to-wear bras, and I kind of feel like the skill base I have now is very different. And so I don't know, it almost feels like it wasn't me in a way, even though it was.
You're like iconic though. I feel like that needs to be, people need to know. Like if I don't know, like that's crazy that I did not know that until just now. Like,
that's true. I'm also just horrendous at social media. Like I just don't like, I'm a real lurker. I love to lurk, and I like to like post comments on things, but I don't really like posting my own stuff. So maybe I should, just to get a bit bolder.
Yes, you should, because you're trying to like sell patterns and your services, and like this is your full-time job.
Well, I guess it is. I don't know. It's just weird. It's just weird. It doesn't come naturally to me, as I'm sure you can tell. I just want to be like the little person behind the scenes, squirreling away at like some sewing or pattern making, and I don't want to be the face. But I have to be the face because it's the only face that I have.
You know who's really good at this is Maddie.
Maddie is really good at it.
Maddie, you're so
You
good at
are.
marketing.
You really are.
Oh, she's muted.
Hold
Is she
on.
muted?
There, I'm back. Thank you. I don't think I am, but I guess I am. I don't know.
You are.
Oh, definitely,
know.
definitely.
I'm
What are
just-
some tips you can give someone who's awful?
I think that, so my strength comes from, I worked for Urban Outfitters and Throw Free People, Terrain Beholden, that whole brand, or URBN, for 7.5 years. And I was the blogger for them. And I think a lot of people are scared to put themselves out there, because when you do, you kind of put yourself out there for the praise, but then also the criticism. And that no matter big or small, you are going to get criticism, and there are going to be people who don't agree with you and accuse you of things, and you're just going to have to do that. That's going to be a part of the job. But when I was doing it for urban, I learned very quickly that to separate myself from it. So you can post online, but you need to have that wall that if somebody comes for praise or for criticism, that it doesn't like get to your core. That this is a business, and you need to be very like practical and pragmatic and professional about it, so that when those things come up, like I'm not doing it. I think a lot of people get like trapped into like they're in it for their own personal gain. And I think those are the people that really are in it for the wrong reasons. And so like when I'm, helping people with social media, is that like, think of it as just like a business. So like whatever you put out there, like try to separate yourself from it, and you're kind of putting your business out there. So they're not looking at Sarah, they're looking at your business. I think that's very helpful, if that does help.
Yeah,
Make
just
sure
like
That's definitely something to
don't make
stew
it
on.
personal.
don't take
Yeah.
it personal, and like just kind of phrase it as like, I'm not putting myself out there, I'm putting my business out there. Because
Yeah,
if you
I
think that you're putting yourself out there, you're like a little bit more nervous to do it. Like, oh my God, what if somebody like doesn't like it? Or like, what if I don't get any sales? Or like whatever. Like, I'm just putting my business out there. It's not me, it's my business.
Yeah, I think the thing that I find difficult, I think, is this whole like, I don't know, I try to post stuff that's interesting that I would find interesting, but by the time I found it like by the time I thought about it and I've kind of created like the idea in my mind, I'm then bored of it and I don't want to do it anymore. And so like I kind of come up with ideas of stuff to post, and then I'm tired of it before it's even come out, And I think I need to approach it a little bit differently maybe, and think about it more as
Also
emotion rather than stuff in my brain.
what was really helpful for me was that like when I was doing urban, and like I had multiple brands to manage, and you get in that trap. You have so much to do, and you're like, when you get to that point, like you're kind of bored of it. Dedicate 30 minutes or an hour to posting for your business a day. So that way you get in the habit of promoting yourself. But then you put it out there, and then you step away and you go to do your business. So like that way I do feel like with social media, consistency is very important. So having that dedicated 30 minutes a day, I'm going to post something. It gets you in that habit of just promoting yourself and your business.
Thank you. That's very helpful, and I'm going to try my best to implement that.
30 minutes. It's just 30 minutes.
Just post
That's
though,
very
because
true.
sometimes you can get in your head about your own content. I'm guilty of that too. I will like overthink the content, and then I will have like 10,000 drafts, 5 videos that I posted. So just put it out there, right? Because you are going to be so much more knowledgeable of everything. You're going to be so knowledgeable that you're going to get bored very quickly of the things that you're trying to teach and show, right? Because you're going to be like, well, duh, like I already know this. I've done this for like ever, right? But I think like just put it out there so that you have the content, right? So that you have something to show for it. And then also to tag along with Maddie's point, like, right, because I know we're running into the next hour, I think that it's good to have that wall, right, and not take it too personally. But on the other side, when you're figuring out, how to present yourself, I think like keeping a wall between your personal feelings and the people is good, but also like developing the persona that you want to show people. Just make sure that it's not based on what you think people want to see. Like there does have to be it has to be you, just like the side of you that you want to show. Because I ran into that a lot. I was like, oh, I posted this video like this, so I have to have this persona that I built from this one video, and that's not really me. I was just kind of being a gimmick, and it took me years to like actually whittle that away and transition to the person that I actually am. And it was like exhausting trying to like be something that I wasn't, because I thought that's what people wanted to see, right? So
also I think people really value that like transparent, like they want to know you. So
yeah, as much as you want to show them, right?
Yeah, right, of course, yeah, with boundaries. But
It is. So Trudy has joined us. Hi, Trudy.
Hi, guys.
It is 5:02. I'm going to hop off for my break. And I think Madison and Maddie, I know you all are both off the clock now too. Thank you so much for your generosity, donating your time and the fabulous perks that you donated. Also, Maddie, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, it's been
Thank
really
you
great
for
having you.
inviting. And please, when you have a chance, resend the link so that I can share the donation link today.
Sorry,
Tomorrow.
I put the link in the room that we're in. But
Is it
in the chat of the room? Yeah, I did it a little while ago.
Oh,
So
perfect. Great. Okay,
yeah, so
awesome.
if you
I
have
will
that,
go
that
ahead
should
and
work.
keep sharing that this weekend. All right, sounds good,
Yeah.
guys.
Thank you
Thanks,
both. Happy
Madison.
International
Bye,
Women's
Maddie.
Day.
Bye.
And have a good evening.
All right, I'm going to go to enjoy.
Bye,
Although
Lindsay.
I might come back before the full hour because I really want to hear, like, we were talking about you earlier, Trudy. I don't know if you tuned in at all, but we were talking about like the accuracy of like renderings. And anyway, I am so curious to pick your brain, but I also need to go feed my kids.
Yes,
So
go eat. Go eat.
bye, everyone.
I'll
See
see you
ya.
later, Lindsay. All right. If you just hang on with me, Trudy, I'm just going to change the perks just so that we have the current thing up. So thank you for being here. Oh, hold on 1 second. I realize every time someone joins, I always have them muted, and I don't realize for ages. Okay,
Am I
I'll
good? Can you hear me?
Yes, you're good. Sorry about that.
Awesome.
Hi, Judy.
Yeah, cool. No, thanks for inviting me. This is a really cool initiative that you guys took on, and I'm really happy to be part of it.
Yeah. So while I just type these things up, do you mind just sort of telling the audience kind of what you do in terms of 3D design and like what your work is and what you're focusing on at the moment?
Yeah. So what I do is I work in Clo3D, which is a program that does both pattern drafting and 3D simulation of the garment that you're drafting. And I specialize in intimate apparel, which is why I'm part of this community.
I think you bring such like an interesting and fresh perspective, and you bring so many like such interesting content, even for people that don't I've never used Code 3D, but like the way you talk about it makes me think that maybe I should. And I just think that like even when I like don't feel like I want to use it, I always look at your videos because I think it's such an interesting design method and like it's such an interesting bit of software, and I'd like to see what you can do with it.
I know I've been trying to corner you so that we could get some time together to sort of play around in the program. So hopefully at some point we can make that happen. But
That'd be great.
since I discovered this program, I have been so obsessed with it because I come from a place. Okay, so I'll tell you my whole background for people who don't know me. I was actually a military pilot for 12 years in the Canadian military. I flew search and rescue and transport in the Arctic. And I retired from that in 2019. I was a stay-at-home mom, or I still am a stay-at-home mom. And when I retired, I picked up sewing as a hobby, and I kind of started like I sewed baby clothes, and I kind of sewed that, like kind of just sold those as a side hustle type of thing. But I loved pattern drafting. I like since the beginning, I love the pattern. I love the idea. It's like you guys were talking about earlier. It's like this never-ending puzzle of how this 2D shape translates into a 3D form. And whether you're doing that on paper, drafting by hand on paper, or you're doing it in a 3D program, you're doing the idea is the same. And so when I first, like after I got into drafting a little bit and I learned to make my own bras eventually, I decided like I wanted to pursue that as like something that I could do, like a you know the next career that I could have. And I took a fashion design program online and we did a little bit of drafting. It was just like your standard, like the drafting that we learned was just how to draft for a standard size 6 based on measurements. You take them, you apply them, and then you sew it up. But we never really learned fitting. And so I wanted to continue with digital pattern drafting. So when I graduated from that, I was like, what tools are available out there to me? And there was like Gerber, which is just not accessible for like a small freelancer. And then there's Illustrator, which a lot of people are making work as a pattern drafting program, but it's not specifically made for pattern drafting. And then there were the 3D programs. There's Optitex and Clo and Browseware. I was like, what? What is this thing where you can like draft the pattern and then also see a simulation of that draft that you just made, like immediately, like in the same program? How is this not like the main way that we're drafting? And I just like launched myself into it, and I just never stopped. So I focused on Clo because it was the most accessible. Like you can just go to their website, you can see what it costs, there's lots of like YouTube videos on how to use it, and you could just like, it was accessible. Whereas like Browseware, there's this indie program and you could get access to it, and it was free for a little bit, but you never knew how much it was going to cost. So I did learn Browseware as well, but I decided to focus on Clo. And so now I work with clients who come to me looking for, most clients that come to me are looking for 3D renders of garments that they already have made. What I really want to get into is product development, where we're using the program to make patterns and develop products before going into like the final 3D renders. And this is what I did with Kristen. I was very lucky to work with Kristen Anderson, who's a design agency, and she wanted to bring 3D development into her design process. And so on that team, I got to work with the designer and the technical designer and bring Clo into their program to see how it fits into the product development process. And so I can launch into that if you're curious a little bit about it.
Absolutely. I'm just sitting here like, this is so interesting. Yeah.
I know I could go on and on. Like, this is something I'm so interested in. So with Kristen Anderson, and what I think, this is the way I think it's most valuable to use 3D simulation software in a pattern drafting setting. So the creative designer would come up with the designs of what we were going to make for that season. And then that would go to the factory, who would then create the patterns for those designs. And then normally, like in a normal process, those patterns would also turn into physical samples, which would come back to the United States, and we would try them on fitting models and make the changes. So the difference with 3D modeling is that those initial patterns are brought into 3D first, and we are able to create 3D models of those patterns. And when I say 3D models, I mean we have an avatar that is has the exact measurements of the fit model that we're working with. We have the pattern that we're using from the factory, and we have materials that are representative of the physical materials that the garment will be made out of. And so when we bring that initial 3D model now can be, instead of a physical sample, you have a 3D model. And so the head designer can look at that, Kristen in this case, can look at that, and we can sit down as a team and decide if the fit's looking okay, if it's hitting the design intent that we're trying to achieve. And then next we go to a physical, like once that's all approved, if we make any changes to the pattern, that can be done. And that new pattern will go to the factory. The factory would make a physical sample, and that comes back to us, and we try it on a fitting model. Now, after we do our fitting, we decide what changes need to be made to that garment, and we bring that back into Clo 3D, make those changes, and then the new pattern can be sent to the factory until this garment is approved. And the benefit is that when you do a physical sample and then you do the changes in 3D, you really develop your eye for how the physical garment translates into the 3D garment. And when you make a change in 3D, it gives you confidence to know that that change is going to translate into the physical change that you want to see.
Yeah, I think that's so interesting, because whenever I've followed, drafting tutorials, drafting blogs, even for bodices and for bras and stuff like that. It's all about, like, I guess the kind of, there's like the thought that you have before you learn how to do it, and then there's the thought you have after you do it. Before you learn how to do it, you think to yourself, I'm going to learn how to represent this 3D shape that I want to represent on flat. But then after you learn how to do it, you think, no, actually what I've learned is someone's perception of what that 3D shape really is and how they translate it into the flat. And so there's this real disconnect between, like, the shape that you want versus the shape that like you actually get from your drafting method. So like I guess working so closely in 3D, making a change, looking at how it fits, I guess that really helps to just, yeah, like you said, to develop your eye and learn how to work with that more. Because I think that's so difficult because there's so many variables um when you're fitting clothing, especially with bras, that having something like that, it just seems really invaluable.
Oh yeah, it's huge. It's huge. And it's developed something that I've said more than once is that it's really developed my understanding of pattern making is like you said. So when you initially draft, like those, they never work out. Though they like those initial drafts that are just based on measurements, it's somebody's conception of how the 3D shapes translates into a 2D shape. And like bodies are just so variable and there's just so many differences. Like that method probably works for a very specific size and shape of person that original drafter had created. And so we always have to take that initial draft and then modify it to the shape that we are trying to achieve for the body that we're working with. And so in Clo, you're able to go through so many variations of how you would change that pattern. And you're really able to see like if when you're taking away fullness or adding fullness or just changing the length of a particular line, where like it's not just changing that one particular part on the pattern that you think it's changing in 2D. It's changing like all these other seam lines as well. And you can see that. You can see that in Clo, like where those other changes are happening.
Definitely. I think when with bras in particular, it suggested you make certain alterations and you make the alteration and you might not realize that you're actually having a negative impact somewhere else and you're not actually making the alteration that you intended to make. So being able to do that in 3 dimensions and being like, oh, this piece that I thought would now be shaped like this is now kind of shaped like this. And that must be really useful. I remember once I posted a blog post about making a single darted cut bra, and I said, from this pattern, what happens if we keep everything the same and we change the dart? And I had to like go and draft the pattern myself, and I printed it out in paper, and you just like mocked it up instantly in
I
Clo.
remember I was at the airport and these are the things like it's irresistible for me to like want to understand. Yeah, like what does happen, right? Like what does happen if you change like the width of that dart? Like, and as soon as I did it in 3D, and this would have been apparent to you on paper as well, like it has to affect one of the other seam lines. You have to pick another seam line that it's going to affect somewhere, right?
Yeah.
And so it was pretty cool to be able to see that.
Yeah, I just thought, okay, I was like, okay, I really see the value of this software now. I've been working on my own bra pattern recently, and I initially tried to do it by drafting based on mathematics. So I wasn't following any of the drafting methods. I was trying to take I was drawing the curve that I wanted, and I was splitting up into conic sections, and I was trying to create seam lines of that. And what I realized is it's really, really hard to do that because there's just lots of numbers involved and there's lots of things that can go wrong. And anytime you make an incorrect assumption about what shape is going to occur, like that error just kind of gets proliferated through. So I ended up starting off by making literally like getting some modeling clay and making that the breast shape that I wanted, and then taking a pattern off that and then scaling up and adjusting that. So I think that trying to go through that process where you recognize that the drafts are lacking, but they're not having any other good solution, having to go to like a children's toy is not the best thing. So yeah, so what was your kind of um was there anything like that that kind of motivated you to try the 3D, or were you just kind of like, oh, 3D's on this software, so I may as well try it?
Yeah, that's really interesting because like the patterns that work in 3D are not they're not drafted in 3D. They're not like, how do I explain that? Like the patterns that I've found that work in 3D are tested in real life. Like I know they work because they work in real life. And then I also see them work in 3D. And so it's like, so I still cannot draft a pattern from scratch and get a very accurate result from that initial draft. Like, despite, like, I don't know, what it is. Like, I don't know what I'm missing. Like, and even all the other experienced pattern makers I know, they work from blocks. They work from something that already they know works. And the way that they've gotten to those blocks that work is through trial and error. Usually, like, and it has to go through the physical process at some point. It's not like I'm I can't speak for everybody in the world, but from my experience, like, I haven't been able to start in 3D and then move on to a perfect physical sample.
Mm.
So that's the limitation of it. Like, I can, like, once I know what works in the real world, then I can work with that in 3D. Like, we've done a lot of, like, it's dramatically reduced the amount of sampling that happens in, like, in the commercial world of of broad development, but it definitely hasn't eliminated it.
Mm. Yeah, but I mean, there's no perfect simulation, I guess, but reducing that sampling is, that's, I'm sure that it speeds up the iterative process so you
Yeah,
can
yeah,
try,
exactly. Yeah.
5 or 6 different alterations in the time it maybe take you to do one.
Exactly. Like, I can simulate a cup with no, actually, this was something that Ruhi actually reached out to me for. She must have been on here earlier today, I
Yes,
think.
yes, she was our first guest, actually.
So
Yeah.
when they were developing the Sahara pattern, in the first version, I wasn't working in Clo 3D yet, but for the second version, where they were revising it, they did a few sessions with me where we would just, like, bring the pattern into Clo and see what was happening when we made these changes. Like, there's a curve at the upper cup. Like, how much does that curve need to be curved? You know what I mean? And, like, how much on a larger size versus a smaller size.
Hmm.
And, like, what does that look like in the simulation? So it's those kind of, like, very nuanced details that you can have a look at, and you can go through 5, like you said, you can go through, like, in an hour, you can go through, like, 10 different versions of what you wanna see.
This seems uh, so much easier than the traditional way.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what are the limitations of using 3D software for bras in particular? Like, obviously a bra functions very differently to most other clothing. Do you encounter any problems with that?
Yeah, that's a good question. So first of all, there's, like, some general limitations. Cost, like, it's not free and it's not that cheap. It's like $500 a year for a subscription. You have to have a computer that can run the simulation, and something fairly new will work, but it still has to be, like, it has to meet certain specs. Um and then talking about bras specifically, they're very structured garments. So there is soft body simulation. It's fairly limited in what it can actually do. It's kind of like a foam, maybe slightly better than, like, so avatars in general are like hard surfaces. Like, when you try something on it, it's like trying it on a physical hard dress form. And then when Chloe introduced soft body, it's kind of like they added, like, a pillow kind of around it. So it's not really, there's no, like,
Right.
gravity to the breasts,
It's like a
and there's
soft
no,
mannequin, like a padded
yeah,
dress
exactly.
form.
It's like
Right.
a
Okay.
mannequin with foam on it. So, you can make a corset and have, like, a little bit of compression applied to it, but it won't be the same. It won't give you the same results as what that corset would do in real life. So let's say you wanted to make a corset, your avatar would already have to be in the shape that you want the resulting garment to be. So the avatar is a limitation. The Clo avatars themselves are fairly limited to a very, like, industry standard sizing. So once you start going beyond those sizes, especially for larger busts, you get unrealistic shapes. You can go into other programs like DAZ 3D to get slightly more realistic avatars, but then that's another software you have to learn. The learning curve of the program, you have to spend some time. You have to kind of stop doing everything else and just learn the program for a little while before you can really get the most benefits out of it. Um, And underwires are not they don't so it's Clo 3D is a soft cloth simulation program. So it can the best it can do is like a very firm fabric. So my approach to doing underwires is to take a very firm fabric. I don't freeze it because I still want it to be able to like I want the whole garment to be able to move. But for like the underbrand of a bra, for example, I'll make that all firm, kind of like how we would in real life. It would be all firm, and then it would be the wire that I make is in the splayed position on the avatar,
Right.
if
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Mm.
So it's not like I
Mhm.
can't take the physics of an underwire and splay it and see how the fabric reacts to that splay. The best I can
Right.
do is have it in the position where I expect the splay to be, and then we can kind of evaluate if there's any like wrinkles happening in the wrong place, or if there's
Mhm.
like if we can see any tension in clo that we wouldn't expect to see.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think although there are limitations, it kind of sounds like it's when you're drafting a bra by hand, you have the wire, yes, and you can open it, but you don't know how it's going to be on the body. So you're kind of doing the same thing really, where you're best predicting the open shape,
Yeah,
trying
exactly.
out, is it working, is it not working? So it's, it's not like it doesn't fix your problems for you, but it doesn't make them any worse, I guess, with the
Yeah.
wires.
Yeah.
Mm.
Exactly. And like that's the thing. Like I've gotten now a lot of experience working on these standard sizes and seeing how like a standard size translates onto a standard size avatars, but I haven't had a lot of experience being able to do fuller bust specifically is what I'm interested in, because like I have a fuller bust, but I've only just recently started like taking time to work on garments for myself again.
Mm.
So more to come, more to come on this whole experience of like what happens with a fuller bust. One thing I think I expect is that actually I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on this. Um, I think for a fuller bust, you kind of need the avatar to be slightly bigger than what you have in real life to mimic how the weight would affect the garment. I'm not sure if this is correct or not, but I have a bra that I made for myself. This is all like I'm doing a YouTube video about it, so I don't want to give too many
Okay.
spoilers.
Okay.
But it's a sports bra that I'm working on that I made for myself. I drafted it in clo. And then I sewed it up, and it's too small.
Right.
And
Mhm.
I don't I don't know if it's my pattern drafting method or if it
Mm.
like I don't know what, but it was too small, so I need to add projection to the cup. I needed to add fullness to the cup. And when I did that in clo, for the amount that I expected that I needed to change based on my physical fit, when I made those changes in clo, now the cup looks too big on her. So now I'm like, do I
Wow.
trust do I trust my instincts on like what I thought the pattern changes need to be, or how much do I trust the simulation? You know what I mean? Like maybe I went too
Yeah,
far.
no, that's really
Maybe I went too
interesting.
far.
Maybe it's the soft body thing. Maybe it's because a bra compresses you and digs in slightly. It's actually sitting physically like
Mm,
smaller on you.
yeah.
Therefore,
Yeah.
maybe it's that. I don't know.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah.
Just to interrupt our thoughts. So Busty has been watching, and Lindsay has been watching, and she's been saying that for her 3D simulation has been super close to the real wear, because she's
Oh,
talking
cool.
about her dress her Rittenhouse pattern, I think. And she'd like to work with you, Trudy. She's
Oh,
super
amazing.
interested in
Yes, we
working
should
on this.
totally talk. We should totally talk. Um, so for like physical, what's the word I'm looking, ready to wear more style garments, Clo 3D is exceptionally like much better when there's a little bit of ease involved. Like I actually made a YouTube video about this where I took the cashmerette, like a cashmerette pattern, and I went through the whole series of like trying it on the avatar, making the amendments on the avatar. I made a muslin for myself. I decided the muslin was pretty close to what was happening in 3D. Then I made like a few adjustments to it in 3D. And then the final garment is very similar to what happened in 3D. So, Lindsay, I'm
Wow.
super curious, like if you're talking about bras or more like outerwear garments. We'll have to connect.
Yeah, we'll have to. Yeah, that's. I think. Well, she's asked if you've experimented with 3D scans for the avatar because she said that she just had a avatar made for herself.
Yes. So in that video, I was using my 3D body scan, which is awesome. It's really cool. But like, there's a few limitations with that. And one is that I was wearing a very specific bra that day, which is like slightly small for me, and it's like cutting into my breast tissue. And it's like there's this whole story about how like I went to Montreal to get this done. I was visiting family and I planned this like scan in that day, and I had my bra set aside for what I wanted to wear, and then I forgot to pack it, and so I had the wrong bra, but I had to deal with what I had. And so it's also very high, like it pulls my bust up very high. So the dress that I made, I can only wear with that specific bra because my bust is in like a very specific position. Yeah, I would love to know more about body scanning.
But I just because I bought it and I'm just wearing a specific bra and that's the only bra I can wear it with.
Exactly.
Lindsay is saying that she's just been doing it with garments. She hasn't tried bras yet, and she's gonna join back soon, I guess, because she's excited to talk to you.
Yeah, totally.
I think the thing that I'm interested in is large bust design because that's fine. I also have a large bust, and I find it interesting just because I feel like as a community, it's in the information that is out there is for small busts, and when you get into a large bust, the physical job of the bra is just so much more intense, and things just go wrong.
So many
very
things
easily.
change. So many things change, right?
Yeah,
Hi, little guy.
exactly.
Nice to see you. Who's this little one, Lindsay? Oh, he's leaving.
Sarita just asked, is it easy to find places to get a scan for an avatar?
So I'll talk about mine. I haven't found anywhere that does body scanning specifically for like creating avatars with them. Well, there was one place in Montreal,
He
but
is going off to get his.
Oh, he's going off to bed.
Oh, I just.
Hang on, Lindsay's muted. Let me just. Right. Okay. Sorry, I can hear you now. Oh no, wait. Sorry, you are still muted.
I'm so sorry. I thought
Okay.
I like feel like I have 5 different audios going.
Okay, no, we can hear you now. I can hear you now at least.
That was my little one. He'll be back. He's gonna go get a quick diaper change first.
Well, it was a nice little cameo.
I had to join back because I've been just so like interested in all of this conversation. Yeah.
So, okay, I was just finishing. I want to hear about your body scanning experience, and I'll just finish talking about mine. It's not that interesting. The place that got it done was a place that normally does 3D printing. So they had like a handheld scanner, and they walked around my body, and they did the scan, and it's fairly accurate to my body measurements, but it needs work. Like I needed to bring it into Blender and then remesh it. It had holes in it, and it's okay. Like I've been able to like use it to make garments, but I don't know. I still feel I don't know if I have 100% confidence in its fidelity to my body. And then our bodies are changing over time. Like I had that done like 3 years ago now. So it's hard to even say, But Lindsay, I want to hear about yours. Like what was your experience with it?
I just got it done and I've just started playing with it. So I can't like go into full detail yet about how well it's working. I actually found someone on Etsy who makes dress forms based on your 3D scan. And I was like, hey, you're making an OBJ file anyway. Can you like make an avatar for me?
Sure. Yeah.
And I just paid her a little bit more to like clean up the avatar. So she did all that cleanup that you talked about because I have too many other things on my plate. I don't need to learn Blender.
I know it's nonstop, right?
All that right now. Anyway, so she made this 3D avatar for me, and it's really interesting because it has no skin, so it's like this weird like gray blob of my body.
It's really weird. Isn't it such a weird experience to see it for the first time? You're so like weird. To see your body in 3D. Like we look in mirrors, but mirrors are still 2D. You know what I mean?
Right. I was like, wow, is that what I look like? And then I like showed my husband, he's like, yeah, that's very
Yeah,
accurate.
that's right. That's
Like,
what you look like.
okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah.
But like, so I've been using Clo to draft my upcoming pattern, which is a dress pattern. I haven't used it at all for lingerie. So the dress pattern, the written house that's coming out next month, I used Clo, and I have now like, draped or simulated that pattern onto my new avatar that's based on this 3D scan. And like it looks exactly the way it looks on my body, like in
Yeah.
real life. So it's
Yeah.
really like that's really cool because
It's really cool.
with the avatar, like what you were saying about the full bust just not being right. Like I've said this multiple times during the stream, so people are gonna get tired of hearing it, but I have what I call noodle boobs, where they're just like very like skinny and long.
Daddy, mommy.
And this like Chloe's boobs are not that, right? Like they're very round and shapely and like, sort of like what you
Oh wait,
like
so
the,
your body scan was done with a bra on? Like the bra that you would know, like that you would wear with that garment.
Yes,
Mommy,
that's right.
mommy,
Yeah.
mommy, that's owie.
Yes, that is owie. That's right. Yeah, so it's been really, I don't know, it's been really cool. The way that mine was done was with an app. So it's just my phone. My husband walked around me a bazillion times, filming a video with my phone.
Right.
And
Do you know what the app was called?
Kiri Scan. Kiri.
And was it an Apple? Did you have to have an iPhone to do it?
I have an iPhone, so I don't know for sure.
I know I've hit that limitation where like it's something about the iPhone that I forget the IR, like it has an IR scanner that's more like you can use it for scanning. So like I just know I've hit that limitation because I have a Google Pixel and it couldn't work with a lot of apps.
I have a Pixel and I scan not a body, but I have scanned 3D objects with it, and it seemed to work quite well. Although I don't know how well it would do in a larger
Like a
thing
full
because I've just been
body.
scanning like little
Yeah,
things.
The hardest part was standing still for like 5 minutes and not moving.
Yeah. And then you have to were you standing like this and your shoulders?
Yeah, I was right, and my arms like it's like numb, and I'm like, okay, where's the silver yet?
It's like a shoulder exercise.
Well,
Yeah.
and then the scan, because it gives you like a preview of the OBJ file, and it like my body was not in it, like it was just the room, and I was like, so I sent it to this person who's making all this stuff for me. Which I'll be like posting more about this whole process once I have the address form also. So like look forward for those watching, look forward to, hearing more about this process. But I sent it to her and I was like, I'll try again tomorrow. Like, I don't know what the hell happened. And then she emails me back. She's like, oh no, it's great. Here's like, here's a picture of your skin. Skin, and I was like, oh, okay. I don't know how you got that because like literally all you could see in the preview was like the window and the floor.
Yeah.
But okay.
Yeah. It's magic, right? It's this kind of stuff where it's like, okay, I believe that this is happening.
One thing that I'm curious about is the ability to sculpt, I guess, an avatar for Clo 3D in the sense that I'm not trying to make, like, if I wanted to make a bra for an alien and I, like I wanted specifically a specific shape of boob, you know what I mean? Like, would that be possible within, if I had some other 3D software and then I create an object for that, or is it kind of the thing that like a professional sort of has to do it?
Sculpting is a whole thing. It's a whole there's a whole side of 3D artists that just do sculpting. So it's possible. The skills take a long time to learn, I think. Like I've tried it with my own body scan and unsuccessfully, right? Like the amount of time that I've spent trying to learn it, it's not excessive, but it's not easy. It's not like you just open the software and you resculpt. I've done it with DAZ 3D. Like there's you have sliders where you can be like fuller bust or less full bust, and then you're just limited to what the sliders give you. So there's a few options out there.
Okay, that's interesting.
There's also, I will say, there's like a lot of folks on Fiverr. I haven't like hired any of them, so I don't have any particular folks that I recommend, but like it's really amazing how the internet has like connected us as a global community, and like there's a lot of people who do like I would want to interrogate like how well the skills translate, because a lot of these folks are coming from like a gaming background, but like
Yeah.
I don't know, like I'd be curious to know, like I like in my mind I'm like, if you can like sculpt a like 3D monster, like you could probably sculpt a boob, right? I don't
Exactly.
know.
Yeah, for sure. I want to just like when you say just when you said that a lot of people are coming from gaming, I just want to take a second because this is like a point of contention for me. There's a lot of people working in Clo who make garments for gaming, and the patterns that they're making they don't translate into physical garments. And that's okay. That's a side of Clo. Like actually, like I get really worked up about it because like it makes people believe that Clo cannot be used for pattern drafting or fitting or garment development. And I just want to put it out there that's not true. Like Clo is completely capable of doing technical design, pattern making, and fitting. It's just not the majority of what you see it's not being used for that. Have you found that, Lindsay? Like if you like as in your exploration of Clo, like I found that there was like a lot of distrust for what Clo was capable of because of the whole
Oh
gaming
yeah.
side of it.
A lot of people are like, oh, well, that's cool that that's on your 3D avatar, but how does that translate? And like, I have alpha tested my pattern block across a really wide range of sizes. And like, I can't share those images because that's the agreement that I came to with my testers, like that I wasn't going to share those images. But like, it works. Like it's the same, it's like a very similar fit to what I've shown you in a 3D avatar on a real human being. Yeah, there's a lot of, I think it makes sense, right? It's a new technology. It's kind of like a new thing that people are seeing. Like distrust makes sense, but I 100% think that like I am a true believer.
Yeah. I'm curious for so you've tested your pattern across the size range. Are you using the Clo avatars for that?
I have used, for like the very beginning, I used the avatars for that, for the Clo avatars for that. Yeah, and we've talked about this, I know, on Instagram a little bit, but like the way that fat displacement works on Clo is like so wild. Like,
yeah,
I don't know. It like doesn't believe in apron bellies, for example, which like as you get like that's like a pretty normal way for your like fat to displace as you get larger. Anyway, so that's been frustrating, but so like there are little things like that, right? That where the avatars don't quite work. And I would love for someone to come out with avatars that like are actually more accurate.
I know even the Alvanon avatars, which are like supposed to be they've got like 10,000 scans of bodies and translate them into these standard size avatars. Like especially the plus size ones they're just like
where are their
form.
apron bellies? Where are their like arm
exactly.
flat? Like that's hilarious too. It's like I was talking to Ruby from Spokes and Stitches. She also uses Clo for a lot of her drafting. And she describes it as, and I think this is really accurate, that like it's like you put a body into water. And like that's what Clo gives you when you size it up into plus sizes. It's like the fat is floating instead of falling.
Yeah.
To have a small interruption, we have reached 70% of our goal. We're at £700 out of a possible 1,000. So thank you all for donating. Please keep going. £300 left. And remember, in the last couple of hours, I will be matching donations up to £150. So make sure to donate during that time as well. All right. So
that was
really design.
Lindsay, I really liked your post about when you like about this event and the way that we as women are so privileged in what we've been able to do with our lives, and we don't even think about it, right? Like we can come online and have this conversation about our boobs. Like we're all used to like talking about that, but we forget that there's places in the world where women aren't even allowed to show, you know what I mean, like to even have an opinion in public about anything. So it's I'm grateful for you guys for putting on this event and bringing awareness.
Well, thank you for your participation. And yeah, just to our viewers, it is illegal in Afghanistan for a woman to have her voice heard in public, and that's even by a passerby. So women are quite literally completely silenced outside of the home and oftentimes within the home as well. So it is very upsetting, and we need to do what we can to help them out. Yeah, it's so Trudy, so you're saying you're kind of getting into like the larger busts with lingerie and clothes. Have you like I just wonder, I don't really know how much you've done, but like what sort of fit issues have you encountered that maybe you haven't
So,
with smaller
like I was
busts?
saying earlier, it's pretty consistently. So I've done a few, like a handful of full bust bras onto avatars that I've created. So like the brands needed full bust avatars. They had the patterns that were already made, and then I put them on the fuller bust models that I made. And pretty consistently the patterns are slightly bigger than the models. So I think it has to do with weight. It's just the weight, because like when you're like the model that I make just looks like what the avatar would look like what the person looks like already wearing the bra. But imagine like the weight of your boob isn't in there. So that's the only thing like that I can think of. So I do like I'll just like solidify the pattern to take out the wrinkles. Like it's not that much. It's a little bit. It's a little bit of extra wrinkles. Like if you saw it on a body, you'd pinch it out and be like, this is how much I would take out of the pattern. And it's small enough that I can like just apply there's a tool in Clo. It's not solidify, it's the other one it's not solid. It kind of makes it like plastic. Like it just smooths out any wrinkles. So like that's the amount of fit like difference that I see between like in the fuller bust sizing.
So when you like have you like compared the fit on the avatars to the fit on people, or have you not had the
Yeah,
opportunity?
so in that case, the garments were finished. Like they were like already released to the public. So like the images that I was referencing were like the website images to create the 3D models from them.
Right.
And so yeah, those are the patterns that were used for production. So yeah, so the patterns worked out pretty closely. And then in my own personal experience on the thing that I'm working on right now, the sports bra, more to come on that. But like I so where I'm at right now is that I tried on the bra, it was too small. I made the adjustments. It looks too big in Clo. I'm gonna dial back a little bit the adjustments that I made, and then I'll sew it up, and you guys will find out in 5 months or whatever when I actually sew the next sample. It takes me so long to actually sew one thing these days.
I'm really excited to see the sports bra.
Yeah, I am excited as well. I feel like we need more sports bra patterns out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, will you grade it and make it a pattern?
Well, I'll show you. This is where I'm at with it right now. So originally it was this Champion underwire sports bra that I owned, and I loved it. It's an underwire. It has no band, so it's a partial band bra with like a fairly small bridge. Like you wouldn't even think. There it is.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't even kind of call that a sports bra, but I think because of like how much like width there is up here on top, like I get a lot of support out of that. And then because it's so like minimalist underneath, like I don't know, like it works for me. So I don't know if other people would enjoy that. Like the Champion bra was discontinued, so maybe it's not a style that people like. But it's something that I like and I miss, and I'm excited about how it's going to work out for me.
I mean, I think it's a really interesting design. It's not something that we see a lot in the home sewing community, even like if it was just a regular bra, even like compared to a sports bra. So
yeah, there's
I
so
don't-
much pretty. There's so many pretty bras, and those are cool. But like, I would love to see like just like minimalist, full support. You know?
Yeah, yeah. I don't think there's, at least within full bust patterns, I don't think there's a wired sports bra pattern
No,
out
I don't
there
think there
right now.
is.
No, yeah. I
Food
tell
for
you
thought.
what. Sorry, go on.
I just said food for thought.
Yeah,
Food for thought, absolutely.
we'll see.
I was complaining to Lindsay earlier on about when I was working on my pattern, which is a wireless pattern. Even like I found that even the rigid fabrics, they stretch considerably when you're like along the neckline because there's no wire in there, so the neckline's doing a lot of the support. But the thing that I was wrestling with was how much to take out because the neckline, like without any stretch reduction, was stretching 15%. But then if I take the inverse of that out of the neckline, suddenly it doesn't stretch at all because the shape is so different and it becomes a lot more rigid. So I guess in Clo having that kind of the fabric simulation, it would be a lot easier to tell how much stretch reduction to remove. Have you found that? It's like working with stretch with that.
Yeah, this is really interesting actually. I did a this whole underwear series where I drafted an underwear and then sewed like it took me 4 videos. They're like an hour each. Like there was like so much in it. But so I drafted the underwear. So I created an avatar. I created digital fabric. I drafted the underwear in Clo, and then I sewed it up, and then I tried it on, and it was too big. It stretched out. the elastic had stretched out. When I measured the garment, it stretched like it was like 1.5 inches larger than what my pattern, like what I had drafted in my pattern. So what happened exactly? I love that your face is like this. So what happened was that when I sewed it, the tension, the stitch tension that I used on my sewing machine was stretching out the elastic, and I could test that, right? So I took like a 10-inch piece of fabric. I used the exact same a 10-inch piece of elastic. I used the exact same stitch that I used to stitch my garment. I sewed it up, and yeah, it increased by like 15% the stretch on it. So then I went through a series of like trying different stitches and different elastic lengths to find out the cut length of my elastic and the stitch that I needed to use to equal the resulting pattern measurement that I had drafted for. And once I got that dialed in, the pattern fit perfectly. I love these underwear. So Clo can account for that. It can't figure out what tension I need to use on my sewing machine to result in the measurement that I'm looking for. So those are the things that you won't get out of Clo.
Yeah, I really find that like you're talking about the stitch tension, like when I'm working with fitting clients, minor alterations in technique can really have a big impact on the finished measurement. And like recently I've been I've realized that a lot of people when they sew their lower band elastic, and in a home pattern where it has a full elastic allowance, they'll sew it on, they'll fold it, they won't trim it, they'll fold it up and they'll sew it on again. And I realized like, well, you need to actually trim it off because when you have that double layer of fabric, that kind of tightens up the lower curve under the gore, like under here. But then the fabric above that doesn't have that, so you get like weird tension issues. So like, things like that you do just have to have like a actual sample sewn up and a bit of a practical understanding. But you're not going to get that in. You can't expect a computer to know that sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Trudy, I need to go watch your videos, but what stitch were you using? Like, I'm so serious.
It's like, it's pretty. So it's just a zigzag, just a regular zigzag stitch. I think I started, it was like the length and width that's all that like affected it.
You just
So
changed the length and width.
yeah,
Oh, wow.
yeah, exactly. And you'll see that in the video. Like I started with whatever. What did I it was specific, like the thing that affected it the most was the width of my zigzag. So I was originally using a more narrow zigzag, and because that needle is going into the fabric closer together, the fabric isn't moving under the sewing machine, so it's stretching out because the stitches are so close together. The elastic is stretching out as it's going under the sewing machine. So I ended up having to use a width of 4 and then a length of 4 as well.
That's what I usually use.
Sorry, when I said so, I was saying length, but I meant length. Length is specifically what I'm talking about, right? Like the distance between each stitch is what matters. Not the width so much, but the length.
So the length was, you had been using a smaller length?
A smaller length, exactly.
Yeah,
So
that makes a lot of
tighter.
sense.
Yeah, right. So
yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me.
Do you think that's the kind of thing that, like, I don't know what the equipment you have, but the kind of thing like an even feed foot might compensate for?
Yeah, maybe
or
like a
is it just
walking foot would have helped out with that. Like in this case, I just messed around with the stitch settings until I found something that worked. But there's, you know how it is, like in sewing pattern drafting, there's always different ways you can attack a problem and get to the solution you're looking for.
Yeah, I have a FOF machine, so it has a built-in walking foot, and I think that I've noticed that even with the built-in, like even with the walking foot, that like if you have a really narrow, or not narrow, but like short, I guess.
Yeah.
No,
When the stitches are closer together and the fabric's not moving as much underneath.
Which makes sense because it's almost becoming more of a satin stitch at that point.
Yeah, exactly.
Than a zigzag, right? So
Yeah.
like that makes sense that it would have more tension in the stitch.
Yeah.
Like
And
I
that's the
often use that for my hooks and eyes. I'll use a really close together.
Yeah, because your hook and eye is stable, so it's not going to stretch, right?
Exactly. So that's fine. But I don't think, but it would reduce the stretch of an elastic, I think, and stretch it out probably.
Yeah. And so what was interesting about that is that, so in technical design, when you receive the pattern or when you receive the sample from the factory, the first thing you do is measure it. Because when you send your tech pack to the factory, you expect all of the seam lines and all of your like edges of the garment to match a certain, like whatever you sent to them. When you're working like in clo, you'll take that off the pattern, right? So like I expect the neckline to measure this distance. I expect like the underband to measure this distance. And so if it's off of that distance, then it's hard to evaluate the sample. Like even in my underwear sample case, like I can't evaluate the fit of this garment if it's not matching the pattern that it was intended to be made with.
I'm laughing just because like I'm just thinking back to fitting clients, and you know, I'll get them. They'll send me a picture of them wearing the bra, and I'll be like, okay, when you're wearing the bra, take these measurements, and we'll see how it matches up to the pattern. And if it doesn't match up to the pattern, I'll be like, okay, take the bra off, take the wires out, let's see. So really nailed. And if it's a sewing error, I'll just be like, sew it again, or like, and if they go, I'm not sure, something else is going wrong, then we kind of delve a bit deeper into that technique. But like it is, that's a lesson that I kind of learned the hard way. I kind of just assumed that it would all be fine. It's like, no, it's not fine. You need to double check these things because
exactly.
so many little issues can slip in.
This happens on the support like Facebook groups and stuff a lot too, where like you look at a pattern and you're like, well, I think you maybe like your inner and outer cup pieces are just flipped. Like, and you're like, no, I promise I sewed it right. And you're like, I really think you need to double check.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's hard.
If the sample doesn't match the pattern, then you can't modify the pattern and expect the sample to result in the changes that you were trying to make.
And I think people like, which makes sense because people are busy and this isn't most people's full-time job. Like it's not even my full-time job, but like people get really impatient, right? And they like, you know, they want to move, they want to move on. They want to try something new because this didn't work. And so it's hard to go, oh, well, the reason, or at least maybe the reason that it didn't work is like, you know, something your seam allowances weren't right,
Yeah.
or
Yeah, yeah.
you know, your pattern pieces are flipped or whatever it is. So that I get why that's hard to hear sometimes, but it's one, you know, it's one type of sewing where like an eighth of an inch makes such a big
Huge, a
difference.
huge difference.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Are you too prone to sewing mistakes? What sort of mistakes do you tend to make, if any? Or are you like really good at planning and like sort of you don't tend to?
Oh my God, I can't sew a garment without unpicking at least 3 seams, like at least throughout that process. For this one, actually, this bra that I was working on, I just got a projector. I'm super excited about that.
Oh, that's good.
I'm very excited about it. There it is.
Ooh, very fancy.
Yeah. And I was in such a rush. Well, not a rush, but I was so excited to test out the projector that when I sent this bra, another benefit of Clo 3D, actually, this is really cool. You can, in Clo, you can just let it run a thing where it will like just put all your pattern pieces on a piece of fabric in the most efficient layout with like grain line, like taking into account of grain lines and all that. So I did that in Clo. I exported it and I sent it to the projector. And then when it was on the projector, I cut it all out. And then I realized that I used like 3/4 of an inch seam allowances instead of 1/4 inch seam allowances.
No. Oh no.
I know, but I had the seam allowances were still on the pattern. So I just took like a Crayola marker and then drew in the actual seam allowances. And then when I was sewing the bra, I realized like how I was probably before now super inaccurate with my sewing, like when I was actually having to follow sew lines like on the bra. So that was an interesting exercise all around.
I often find myself, I don't really work from patterns. And when I do work from a pattern, I don't follow the instructions. I do in like every other area of my life, I follow the instructions. But with sewing, I pretend that they don't exist. I think it's just because I'm bored of reading by that point. I just want to get to cutting. But like, so often I will be making a bra and I'll be like, oh wait, shoot, how am I going to finish this neckline? Like,
Yeah. I did that a
and
lot.
I'm gonna like
Yeah.
find something, unpick it a little bit, fix it up. Fold over elastic is usually the lifesaver, but I'm
Yeah,
always
you can always default to fold over elastic. Yeah. That I definitely did that a lot before I got into Clo. But that was just part of the reason. Before I got into Clo, I was doing technical illustrations. Like this is how I learned how to use Illustrator. And I was doing technical illustrations of intimate apparel specifically. Like a lot of the patterns that you guys have seen, like I did the illustrations for them, like in between the period of like 2020 and like 2023. Like I was doing like the illustrations. And part of the reason why I really liked doing that was because I would always mess up, like when I was doing my own draft or sewing my own thing or trying to like remix a bra, like forget how I finished the neckline or forget like to add which elastic I'm going to use for, the underarm or the underband, that kind of stuff. So that's a part of the reason why I really like technical design is I really like thinking through the whole garment and like what you need to do, and Clo is just like crack for that. like where do I need to add seam allowances, like what's happening on the neckline here, you have the 3D model right beside you to see like, oh yeah, that's going to be fold over elastic, or no, I was planning on having like a galloon edge there, so I any of that kind of stuff, because you have the actual. And it's so much better than illustration because you can be like, how did I plan to finish the upper edge of the front bridge? Like you can like turn it inside out and see like what you did there.
Oh, that's cool. I never like thought about that before.
Yeah.
Lindsay, what mistakes do you tend to make, or are you just
I make a lot of mistakes. I mean, you've been sitting here watching me make this bra, and 3 times now I've been like, crap, I don't have enough fabric. How am I going to make this work? So, like, that's pretty representative of how my sewing goes a lot of the time.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, like I sit here and like say, oh, well, there's people who put things together backwards or whatever. But like, I definitely do that. I just usually notice when I've done it.
Yeah.
And I have to unpick. Like, sewing something in upside down or backwards, like, yeah, I 100% do that. The worst though, and this is, I hate pattern matching, and I generally will not do it unless it's like a really obvious pattern where like it's going to be really, really noticeable, like stripes, right? Like you have to pattern match stripes. Or
Okay, yeah.
I have that, like, I
Yeah,
have
no, I
made a
don't care about
romper.
pattern matching either. I'll like intentionally like
Right.
change the design so that the pattern drafting
Right.
won't matter.
I made a romper over the summer out of this like pineapple print fabric, and like I had to pattern match because like you were gonna, like, it was gonna be really obvious at the crotch if like I have a pineapple that's like, you know. So, but part of the reason I don't, this is my least favorite mistake to make, but part of the reason I don't pattern match very often is because when I do, I always end up cutting two of the same side of the pants or
Yeah,
whatever
I
it
do
is.
that. I've done
'Cause
it
I
a
get so
lot.
like
Yeah.
in my head about the pattern and like matching and making sure that that works,
Yeah.
that like
Yeah.
I forget to flip the freaking pattern
Yeah.
over.
Man,
And like,
Lindsay, you got to use clo. Use clo for that. Measure out your fabric, measure it, put it in clo,
yeah,
put it into the what's it called? The fabric, the print layout mode is what it's called. Print layout
right.
mode. Measure
Yeah,
fabric,
yeah.
bring it in there. Tell clo to like figure it out, and then it's going to give you the exact layout of like how to cut out your fabric in
I
the most
need to do
efficient way.
that. I haven't played around with the like custom fabrics and stuff.
Yeah.
I've really just been using clo for the pattern making, but
Even if you
that's
don't bring the print in, even if you didn't bring, well, I guess you need to bring the print in this case.
if I'm
Yeah.
pattern matching. But normally I just avoid it.
Yeah. Yeah. What about you?
Right.
What about you, Sarah? Mistakes. Are you a
Well,
mistake
yeah,
maker, or
so
are you?
oh, absolutely. But I've never attempted pattern matching because I've only ever made lingerie, so like you can't really do it with that. But yeah, it's the not planning the finishing. I just I make mistakes. Um, Sometimes as well, I'm quite bad at just sewing on the elastic. I think part of it's on my machine. I don't wish I'm not trying to be like the person that finds their tools, but my machine is very basic, and I do get a lot of skip stitches no matter what I do, like thread wise and needle wise and all that stuff.
Mm.
But I think I've got a handle on. I don't normally have to re-sew elastic now. Normally, I'm quite good at getting the right tension and make sure the stitches stay kind of even, they're not slipping off the edge. That's something that I really struggled with when I first started making bras, is that it would just come off the edge of the elastic so easily. And I've
I know,
realized if
it's
you sew
so
it
like
on the
it's
other
either
side.
like right on, like it's so hard to get right on the edge of the elastic and not too far over onto your fabric and not like off
Mhm.
the edge of the elastic. But it's so satisfying when you get it like just right.
Yeah, I sewed the second part of the elastic from the right side, and that like changed everything for me. Like I've heard people say to sew it from the wrong side, but like because you can feel like when you're working with brown making fabric, you can feel where the elastic is, so you don't
Feel
need
it.
to like
And
physically
then you
see
can
it.
just see on the top that it looks nice on top. I
Yeah,
find that the
exactly.
stitch underneath my sewing machine just looks a little less, just doesn't look as nice for whatever reason. I don't know
Yeah,
exactly why.
I find that too with mine actually. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
right. Okay.
What's going on? I know I was only scheduled till 7 o'clock today. Do you
Yeah,
guys have
yeah, my
what's up
goodness,
next?
I've
Is
been
it
not losing track of the time. So what we were going to do, I'm going to double check the schedule. I think I know, but I'm going to confirm. I don't want to say anything wrong. Um, doo-doo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo-doo.
I think the rest of the day is just like you and I, girlfriend.
Yeah, I think we were just gonna do some party games, to be honest. So you're very welcome to, yes, okay. I'm just checking we didn't have anything else. So you're very welcome to stay, or you can take your leave if you need to get on with stuff. I
I'll
mean,
hang out with
it's
you guys
lovely
for another
having you.
30 minutes. I have and then I got to put my kiddo to bed, but yeah,
Absolutely.
I can start
Um,
off a game or
I kind of
something.
need to. No, I need to pee, so I all right, just like yourselves, and I will be back in a minute.
Please go.
Lindsay, have you like published anything about your pattern yet, or is it top secret
Yeah,
for now?
it's available for pre-order.
Oh, cool.
So if you go on sewbusty.com/shop, you'll see the clo
Oh, I'm going to check it out right
simulations
now.
of it, as well as like the versions, some of the initial samples that I did on myself. Jennifer from Porcelain is grading it.
Oh, nice.
right now. She's almost done, so I'm gonna be doing a beta tester call here soon, which I'm really excited. So we should hopefully, knock on wood, unless there's some crazy things come up during testing, it should be able to come out in April, which is the intention.
I don't see it yet. Where is it? It's on your site somewhere?
Yeah, so if you go to sobusty.com/shop, and then it's the first, I think it's the first one, the Rittenhouse dress pattern. So you'll see the sample is the first thing that shows up. And then
Oh, very cool. Very cool.
yeah, these are
Oh, the Chloe, you use the technical design. Nobody uses this, and I'm like, why?
It's
That
so
is so
easy. It's so
cool.
easy.
Yeah, exactly.
It's so easy. I mean, I also like drew my own, but I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
that
No,
one
it's
is like
so interesting because it shows you the style lines, which is like another point of contention I have with like patterns. Your technical drawing should show the style lines of the garment. You know what I
right.
mean? Like it should show
Yeah.
the details of what's happening with the garment.
Yeah.
Some people like stylize it a lot, and it's like, that's great.
But it
now I
doesn't
don't
tell
know
you.
what, yeah, you've taken
Yeah.
away the information that I need. That's
No,
really cool.
100%. Yeah, the one big change that's happening from this sample is we decided that the side bodice needed eased in more. So you'll see like we went through a lot of like experimentation because you'll see the extra the kind of wrinkles across the bust. And like usually, you think of that as like, oh, well, that means it's too small there. But that wasn't the issue. And like at first I thought, okay, I need to add more ease at the bust. But the issue ended up being actually that it just like it needed more, to be shorter. The center front needed to be shorter to have more ease, to have the curve of the side front eased in
Oh,
more.
interesting. Yeah, and that's
Yeah.
the kind of stuff you can look for in Chloe, right? Like, I don't know if you discovered that in Chloe or if it was
No,
like in
actually, that was one of the things Chloe didn't show me.
Okay. Yeah, yeah,
I had to make
yeah.
the sample. So like
Okay.
this was my first sample of the dress from Chloe. So like the fit was just, I mean, a smidge different, but of course this was on the Chloe avatar. So once I pulled in that 3D rendered avatar or that 3D scan avatar, like it's much closer.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really interesting.
And I think
And
that's like the bust shape is just so different.
yeah, exactly. It's pretty limited, especially for full bust in what you can do in Chloe. And I don't know how recently you made that avatar, but they revamped their ability to modify the bust size and shape in Chloe probably within I want to say like the past 6 months.
Yeah, it was after that.
It was after that. Yeah.
Yeah, which like I was really, because when I had first gotten into Chloe, it was right before it was like a few months before they did that. So I was really glad.
It's like, and then when you were changing the bust size, like the whole thing was just getting bigger,
I
like
know.
evenly spread out
I
across.
know.
Yeah.
I think part of the issue is that, again, it's the roundness. So like Chloe thinks, even with like the more teardrop shape, like Chloe thinks that I have more roundness here. And so you'll see like with this sample, one of the other things that I needed to change was the like there's a little bit too much at the arm side, right? Like I needed to pick out some at the arm side because like the Chloe avatar has more of a more roundness in her bust, right? Like where it meets the arm side than my actual body does. But like,
I know that's interesting, right? It's like Chloe is getting it right for that avatar, but that avatar is not you exactly. So
right.
Those are the limitations that we hit. And especially like we've been saying for fuller bust, like there are like, it's super useful. It is like, it's it doesn't mean like it's not useful when you want to use it for fuller bust, but there's more limitations that you have to just like understand that they're going to be there.
Well, and going from using Illustrator for pattern drafting and grading
Is that what you're
to
using before? Yeah. Well, night and day, right? Like, yeah.
And even I was using a mix of Illustrator and Seamly previously, which is like an open source software that it's a CAD software, but it's like very different from any other CAD software. And like, yeah, it's totally night and day. I mean, the grading even. Like, I know that it's not like Gerber, right? Like, there are obviously programs that would be better, but like you were saying, accessibility wise, like I'm,
Yeah.
not a big company. Like
Yeah,
I
it's
can't afford
possible. Like I
Gerber.
know a lot of people who are doing grading in Clo, like freelancers who are doing it for clients. Like it's possible, and I've done it, but and I've never used Gerber, so I can't compare it. But
Yeah.
comparing it to like working in Illustrator or by hand, like
Yeah.
it's super
100%.
way
Like
more efficient.
my bra pattern, the Jet Set bra, I originally graded it in Illustrator, and then I needed to make a tweak after some testing, and making that tweak across the whole size range is just so freaking frustrating.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
so I was like, "You know what? Let me try out this clothing that I just downloaded." Like, I was in the free trial at
yeah,
the time, and I, like, pulled it in, and I'm like, "Oh my god, this is so much easier."
yeah, yeah, for
I
sure.
mean,
Like, you don't want to know the length of a line, you just click it. Like as opposed to
right.
Illustrator, you're like you have to go find
Well,
that
and if
like
you wanna change the grade across the sizes, you just, like, put it
click.
in once, and it
Yeah,
just does it
exactly.
for you.
Yeah, it's really cool. Yeah.
It's
I know,
so
and
much
then you
easier.
might find that it's not, like, perfect with your other so this is what I'm curious, I don't know if Gerber does this because you change the grade on one, seam line, it's matching seam line, you have to go and fix the grade on that, and if they're different angles, it might be harder to get them to be perfect, but
Yeah.
and then it takes a little bit of, like, finagling to make it work, so I'm curious if Gerber, like, is more efficient in that, like, if
I
it'll
don't know. I
fix it
mean,
for
I've never
you.
used Gerber
Yeah,
either. Uh, I've decided that after having done that, I liked grading in Clo more than I liked grading in Illustrator,
for sure.
but I decided that I don't like grading.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
It's a
that's why
lot.
Jen is
Yeah,
grading my pattern now.
yeah. That's why grading is its own whole job. Like, there are
Right,
people out there
right,
that just do grading.
right, right.
So,
Yeah.
I'm curious, how was your experience learning Clo? Was it easy, hard? Like, what was the learning curve like?
I went through their YouTube, like,
That's
they
what I
have that
did too.
course on
Mhm.
YouTube. That's like, it's so great. I mean,
Yeah.
it's awesome that they have that available just, for
I
anyone to
know, and
watch.
it's old now too, like, those videos are, like, 5 years old, but, like, the tools are generally like, if just to
Yeah,
get started in Clo, like, how do I use this program?
right.
Like, it's enough, like, that'll get you started, it'll get you going.
Yeah, there were some hiccups where, like, things had moved, and so I'd have to, like,
Okay, yeah.
go on
Yeah, yeah.
forums and try to figure out, "Okay, like, where is this?" Like, I
Yeah.
cannot find this tool.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
not where it is in the video, but, like, that was really useful, and then at a certain point, I have to be honest, I didn't finish the course because at a certain point, I felt like it was, like, getting a little redundant.
Boring, yeah, it's very
And
boring, it's not an
so
easy like, they're not entertaining.
no,
And it's,
so,
like,
like
a different project every time, so, like, you're
yeah,
never really
right,
you don't get that satisfaction of, like, completing
right.
anything.
Right. So I decided, well, let me just play around. Like, I have this sloper pattern that I've been working on. Let me just like see like what happens if I bring it in
Yeah.
and start playing with it. I mean, I am not like your level of expertise. I use your videos.
Yeah, it's amazing.
I'll be like, oh, how do I do this? Oh, Trudy's got a video. Great.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So,
Cool.
like, I'm certainly not, I mean, this is also not my full-time job. And so, like, I am I'm not an expert by any means, but I have found it to be like pretty user friendly if you're someone who's fairly tech savvy.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. It's interesting to hear. My when I first started using Clo, when I first opened the program, so I was saying to this, talking about this earlier, I was like, how do we have this 3D software that's capable of like both pattern drafting and simulating the pattern? And it's not like everybody's using it. Like I didn't learn it in my like fashion design program. I actually
Yeah.
asked my instructor about like what kinds of digital pattern drafting software was out there. And then I discovered Clo and I asked him about it and he was like, "Oh, I've never heard of that." That's like a pretty cool. This is like 2020. And so I started learning it and I was like, "Oh my god, this is so hard." This like it would crash all the time. I was using my MacBook and I don't know, just like things like I remember I was trying to pull in a pattern, a PDF pattern, And in hindsight, I was trying to pull it in at this gigantic scale, so it kept crashing every time I tried to pull it in, and I didn't know why, and it was just super frustrating. Like, I didn't know why things weren't working the way they were supposed to, and after a month, I was like, "This program sucks. No one's using it. Like, I'm gonna stop using it." And then for some reason, like, I kept using it. Like, I kept coming back to it, and, like, little by little, I got used to, like, what the flaws were, and even now, like, it crashes sometimes, or something that should happen a certain way is just not
Yeah.
happening because of a
Yeah.
bug. But now I know
Sometimes
that
you
it's
have
a
to, like,
bug.
close the program and reopen it because,
For sure.
like,
Oh, yeah.
the line, like, I click on the line and nothing, like, it nothing
Exactly. Like, why?
happens. I'm
That's
like,
just
"Okay,
clicking
I'll
on the
close
line.
it."
Like, exactly. Yeah, no, it's
Whoopee.
still a little bit buggy. Who's this guy?
This is Mona. She's poodle, but I have to she's in here with me now, but I have to keep her off the sofa. She doesn't really realise that she can't go on every sofa because she goes on the sofa in the other room. So I'm her on my lap for a little bit, but I'm gonna put her down soon
She
because
looks
she's sort of
she looks happy where
pushing
she is
away.
now.
She does look
She's
real
not
happy.
happy at all. Come on, let's put her down
I
soon.
see this comment from Carissa who says, "Thanks for explaining the Rittenhouse ease over the bust and wrinkles. It was something I noticed and wondered about." Yeah, there's going to be updated pictures. Like, I'm trying to share pictures as we go through this process. I promise I'm not going to put out a pattern that, like, doesn't fit at the bust.
Yeah.
Like, it will be, by the time it comes out, it will be perfect. I will be, hopefully, I think so. Jennifer, I think, is gonna finish grading on, like, sometime this week. So hopefully I'll get to do a new sample in the next couple weeks,
Oh, nice. How long have you been working on this pattern for?
It depends on what you mean by working on this
Yeah.
pattern.
You're like, for the past 15
So
years since I started sewing?
yeah, I started by right. When I was no. I started by creating a pattern block. And so, and because I wanted to have, like, just that basic block. And I've talked about this a little bit earlier today, but, like, my philosophy is very anti-industry. And, like, I have one size chart. I don't have two blocks. I have one block that goes across my very wide size range, and just uses a very uneven grade to get down to the lowest and the highest sizes.
Appreciate that.
I do too. And I talked to a few graders before I decided for sure to go with Jen. And, like, several of them were like, "This is not how we do it in the industry. This is not right." And I was like, "Well, I don't really care." Like, the industry has failed a lot of people.
Yeah, no, for
So
sure. And I've seen it. Like, so I've done a few, like, I've been hired to use Chloe to sample the garment across their size range. And the ones where I've seen a very large size range, like, is just like a standard grade, or there might have been a few jump grades in there, but it was it fit very differently on the smallest and the largest sizes because of the grading. And it's like they're like, "That's fine." They'll just leave it. And it's like, it was cool that in Chloe you could see it, you know?
yeah, that's really interesting. So I don't know. So I feel like that was part of the process of creating this dress, was, like, creating that pattern block first. And so that was, I don't know, August maybe that I started
Okay,
working on that.
okay. That's not too bad. Yeah.
And then I did a series of alpha testing, like, on real bodies with people who, like, actually sewed up that pattern block. We went through, like, 3 rounds of testing. And then I took that finalized block and made it into the Rittenhouse dress. So yeah, it's been since, like, September, and I think we finished. It was, like, early January that we finished the alpha testing of the block. So it's really not. I mean, it's been pretty. Yeah, for like having a full-time job and a part-time job and doing
And being a mom, having that little one. Yeah.
Right, exactly. I feel like it's gone great.
No, for sure. Yeah, I'm far less productive. Like once I get into Clo, like even trying to do like social media, YouTube, as soon as there's like a client project that comes up, like everything else gets put like I can't do anything else until like
Yeah.
that's done, and then I can get back into like whatever else I'm trying to make for myself.
I totally
Well,
feel
I
that
kind of
though. Like,
yeah. I use a similar thing as I always find it like procrastination. If I have a fitting client, then I'm like, I've got to address a fitting client because they're like, a paying client and everything else is not
Yeah.
immediately giving me money. And so
Yeah.
I use it as a way of putting up the big projects that
Yeah.
I need to do to develop myself as a business.
yeah,
I
it's
know I
really
had a
hard.
conversation with a good friend of mine about this specific thing. Like we'll put aside our own personal projects so easily, like once the paying project comes up. But those personal projects where we're trying to build businesses around this, like they deserve time and attention, because if they don't get it, they're never going to grow.
Yeah. My little one just brought me this pattern grading for women's outsizes book and said, mommy, you book. I have you book. This is a very interesting, but it's like the only book I've been able to find on plus size grading.
And it's good. Do you like it?
Not really, but
No.
I don't think I'd recommend it. Also, it's out of print and it's like $130.
I know,
No.
there is just not a lot of information out there in general about like pattern making. Part of it is because what we were talking about, Sarah, is that like it's not easy. You can't to turn your flat pattern making into a process that will translate universally. It just doesn't work. Like there's no flat pattern making process that I've followed that has resulted in something that's usable. So
Yeah.
like it is a first sample which you can then tweak to get to where you want it to be. But that's the same as like taking any pattern and starting with any pattern and then tweaking it. So I don't know if I believe in like flat pattern drafting per se.
Yeah, Jen from Porcelain has a book that is launching this spring, I think. That's her own sloper drafting, flat pattern making method.
Yeah.
And I will say that I like highly, and like I don't say this just because like Jen's my buddy, but like I highly recommend people check it out because it is the most accurate flat pattern drafting method I've ever and I've used a lot.
Interesting.
Like
Yeah.
I've done blog posts about like here are the 5 different methods I tried and how like they're all shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially for full bust, like because
Right,
I think they
especially
never
for
really
full-
take into account like
they don't.
they're all based on
They-
B cup sizes.
Right.
Yeah,
But
they
hers
almost
does,
never increase the dart
hers
intake, like hardly ever.
yeah, hers does it like it has a stupid number of measurements. That's like the downside is like it's not like it seems probably really daunting when you walk into it and like there's a whole worksheet of like here are the like bazillion. I mean, I don't know off the top of my head, but I want to like the number I want to throw out, but don't quote me on this is like 60 measurements. Like
Wow.
it's a lot of measurements
That you have
but
to on your body before.
Right.
Okay.
but then you have like I mean a lot of them are bust related or like you know
what'd
where
be
you're
so interesting? Do that in Clo, use your body scan and just take those measurements on the scan in Clo. It'd be so much faster.
That's super interesting.
And more accurate. And then you have a record of exactly where those measurements are taken. So like if something's off, you can be like, okay, is that because I didn't measure correctly? Or is it just
so
because
smart.
it's not working?
I will say that part of the reason I got the
becoming useful.
Hi,
in lots of
Nikki.
different ways.
Nikki just joined.
Nikki.
Yeah, a part of the reason I did the scan is because, like you were saying, like our bodies change so much, and right now my body is essentially my base size in my patterns, and like I don't like I want to be able to make samples, and like if I have another kid, right? Like I want to have something that I can still see, like okay, this is how it fits on this body. So that's why having the avatar and the dress form
A
made.
standard. You
right.
have a standard. I know.
Right,
It's
getting the standard
useful
as I am now.
Yeah.
That's why it's useful for like kids too, because kids are always growing. So it's like it's hard to like use the same kid to like when you're developing a product.
Yeah. Right. Super interesting. So we're at 70% of our goal.
Still at 70%, and
Amazing.
I'm matching
Amazing.
donations now, so you better donate. So, because if
That's
we get
incredible.
£150 donated and I match it, then we'll be at our goal.
We'll be
So
over our goal.
Amazing.
please donate. I will match. So everything gets doubled from now on.
You guys, I had so much fun talking to you. We need to connect more like this. I
Yes.
really appreciated
Yes,
it.
absolutely.
I love
Thank
what
you
you
for
guys are
coming
doing.
along. Yeah.
And if you ever want to talk about Chloe, I'm available.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna hit up your DMs so much that you're gonna be like, okay, Lindsay, that's too much. Bye.
No, never too much. All right, you guys, good luck with the rest of the goal, and I'll catch you next time.
Thanks for your
Thank you so much.
time.
Yes, for your time and for your perk. So hopefully some people will take advantage of that. And yeah, we'll see you in the future, I guess.
All right, have a good night, guys.
You too.
Bye. Good
Bye-bye.
night. Whew, this is
Right,
a
and then number
marathon,
two.
my friend.
It is. It is. How are you feeling? How are you doing?
I'm tired, but I'm okay.
Okay, all right. That's good because we gotta stick together. But if you want to take a break, then I understand that, and I can just eat crisps on the stream and annoy everyone.
Okay, we have on the screen, it says design tech chat with
Yes,
Trudy.
I'm turning that off now.
Okay, got it. Okay,
So I'm just gonna put chilling and party games. So I'm writing.
Hey, Nikki, you should have joined us as a guest. You'd be the perfect guest right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna change the dark as well. Okay.
I may have to go make a cup of coffee. That may be like something, but I can
Absolutely.
take you with me. I'm just gonna take you with me.
Okay, that's fine. I know I was gonna say something about pattern drafting. Oh yeah. So I was trying to draft my own Butters block like about a year or so ago, maybe 2 years ago. And yeah, I was encountering that issue, right? Everything, all of the guides and all of the books that I read, every dart is just like a set dart intake pretty much. And I was like, I'm really busty. I know for a fact this isn't gonna work. So I was like, what do I do? And then what I ended up taking was a measurement that was in my between my breasts down here, so from the collarbone point down to the thing, and that's not something that I had seen any guides, and I guess because like on a mannequin you can't take that measurement because the bust is a bit more like the bust is kind of one.
Not on the one that I'm having made.
Oh,
that's part of why I'm so excited about it.
And I did that, and then I was like, and I did like some maths thing with like cones and like bust projection, and like it ended up like pretty good for like attempts that I'd never done before. Obviously, it needed some things, but like the thing that got me is how do you calculate how much dart intake you need? Like that's kind of the I feel like that's like the main difficulty for a large bust, because it's not just dependent on your bust size, it's dependent on like it's dependent on your body, and then like your waist, and like how much torso shaping you need versus how much bust shaping, and it's like a whole thing.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think I'm pretty sure that measurement is in Jen's book. I'm curious to see if you try it, what you think about her new method.
Yeah, I'd be curious too, because I got into sewing and people were like, oh great, you can make clothes that fit you, and I was like, okay, but how? And everyone's like, let's do a full bust adjustment, and I'm like, well, if I'm like making all these adjustments anyway, then I may as well draft my own patterns. And I was like, okay, I'll start drafting my own patterns. And I was like, wait a minute, there's no information for drafting patterns for large busts either. And then I just kind of like got into that process, and then I just like that's honestly where I got to, and I kind of stopped. So it's great to see like, more people coming out with things that take into account bust sizes, because like it just doesn't really exist in a meaningful way.
It doesn't.
I feel like
there's
so many
a lot of
sewists are busty.
right. There's a lot of pattern brands out there that go up to like an E cup, garment cup. So, which, since we're mostly talking about bras today, I'll just remind folks that garment cups are based on the difference between your upper bust and your full bust versus, the under bust versus full bust, like bras are. So an E cup is a 5-inch difference between here and here. And that's like great. Like I'm so glad. I keep getting these spam calls. They like call and they're like, we have a loan approved for you. I didn't apply for a loan.
Well, it sounds like a great
mean,
deal. You should go for it anyway.
oh my gosh. I really appreciate, that folks are including cup sizes at all, because a lot of brands don't include any cup size options. They're just the B cup. Tearing down from a J cup garment cup. So I have a 10-inch difference between my upper and full bust. And like to go from an E cup pattern to a J, like I have to add 2.5 inches on each side of the bodice. Like that's a pretty substantial full bust adjustment. So I love that, Jen's patterns, like she has the one I'm wearing right now, which is the Emily tank. Which is like, it's great, right? Like it goes up to, I think, it goes based on bra sizes, and I think it says it goes up to like a J maybe, or a K. I don't remember. But in my experience, I find like I'm wearing one size smaller than the pattern, the size chart indicates I would be, because I like a little bit of a snugger fit, and it's made for it has positive ease. Whereas I like no ease because it's a knit garment. And then you have like Lily's strapless dress pattern, and that's like it for patterns that are above like an E cup.
Yeah, it's so difficult, and it's so necessary. And like, when you're busty, you like start off wearing regular clothes. You're like, screw this, I'm gonna sew it, and then you find out it's almost as bad, and it's like it just feels like there's this huge like gap in the market's waiting to be filled. And I guess it's just, I don't know. It's so odd to me that it does feel like this, like such a big space that could
Yeah,
it could be
I mean,
filled.
it's really odd to me because like the average person who has boobs is not a B cup, right? Like that's like what's so wild to me. Like, why is that the standard in both the industry? Like that's the standard in ready to wear too. Like, why is that the standard in the industry as well as in sewing? Like, I don't really get why B is what we landed on. I don't know.
It's a mystery. It's always old-fashioned times that have not kept up to how bodies are changing.
Right. So
okay. All right. Would you like to play a little party game? How are you feeling?
Let me
Once
finish
coffee's
making
made?
my coffee.
Absolutely.
And then yes.
Okay.
What party game are you thinking?
Well, I'm a little bit concerned for the ability of just for my computer, but I think we could probably do some. Yeah, we could start off with some Uno and see how that goes, and then we could maybe move to Jackbox if we get a bit sick of Uno. How does it
I have
sound?
to say that I like haven't played Uno since like middle school. So we might have to do a quick run through of the rules, because I do not remember how to play Uno.
All right. Okay, so Uno is you have cards in your hand and you put them down if they are the same number or color as the one on the pile, and that's it. And then you've got to have no cards left. And we get one card and you shout Uno, and that's a treat. I've not played Uno in years either, but there's nothing more to it than that, honestly. It's all good.
There's different numbers though, right?
Sorry?
The cards have different numbers.
Yeah, so it's either, so if someone puts down like a yellow 7, then you could put down either a yellow card or a 7.
Oh, okay. Got it. Okay.
So
Got
you
it.
can,
Okay.
it's just like advanced Snap, really. It's like not a lot going on.
I can do
Like,
this.
it's not at all like Snap, really, because you're choosing the cards instead. It's like opposite of Snap.
I don't know what Snap is.
Do you not play Snap? Wait, it must be like, I'm sure you probably just have a different name for it, but like it's just where you have cards in your hand and then you put them down one by one, and then if person puts down the same card, like what you put down a queen and then someone else puts down a queen as well, you go Snap, and then you.
It could very well be that I'm just not like into the card games. Like
it probably a cultural difference. I'm sure
it
there is
might be
some
a
kind of.
cultural difference. It might just be me. Who knows?
Now, my
Right.
favorite card game is the culturally insensitively called Irish Snap, which is where you do the same thing, but you play it in a big circle, and then when a snap happens, everyone slams their hand down on top of each other. So you get like you and then 5 other people slam their hands down, and then the person whose hand's on top has to take the pile. And you've got to take people's rings off before they start playing because it's quite violent. But it's a
Huh.
bit of fun.
Interesting. Do you all play a lot of
We're
card
safe from
games?
that though.
Like, are card games really ubiquitous?
Well, when I was in uni, we used to play quite a lot of card games, but I haven't really since. So sort of, I don't know. Not really. Yeah.
All right, I have my coffee.
You have your coffee, your energy. I've got this is a lemon tonic, so it's kind of like I'm having a G&T, but without like the fun. All right.
All right.
So I will get up the Uno. Okay.
You know what I think we should do really quick though? Is maybe really quick. I'm gonna go live on Instagram really fast.
Okay.
And remind people to join in.
Yes, do that.
Okay. I'm gonna turn off my sound on my computer so that we don't get a reverb.
It's a very good one.
Hi, everyone. Just a quick reminder that me and Sarah from Hugs for Your Jugs, which I will go ahead and quickly add her right now. We are live on YouTube right now, chatting about bra making. We're playing some party games, having a bunch of fun. We're on for another hour and a half, and our goal is to raise £1,000 for women and girls in Afghanistan by 8 p.m. Eastern time, which, Sarah, you'll have to remind me what 8 p.m. Eastern is.
It's 1 a.m. UK time.
Your time zone. But anyway, you have an hour and a half to join us. Please join. We are about $300 or 300 pounds away from our goal. But for the next hour and a half, Sarah is so graciously doubling any donations we get. So we're really only about 150 pounds away from our goal. So if you are, bored, you want to talk about bra making, please join us. I will post the link, or the link is posted in my stories. So just check out my stories, click on the link, watch us on YouTube. There's a link to donate. This is such an important cause today on International Women's Day, because women and girls in Afghanistan, these women and these girls are not allowed to go to school. And so online education provides sort of a alternative option for people who still want to learn. And then